Now, today, we're going to see what if Harry Potter was the master of all elemental magics? Part 2. Please subscribe this channel because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Fred and George spend their Christmas in Hogwarts. They had gotten multiple invitations from friends, but decided they would enjoy spending their Christmas more in the Slytherin's common room. Today, however, they had gotten permission to leave school grounds to meet up with Aunt Muriel. They hadn't seen their aunt in like forever. Molly hadn't liked Muriel since Fabian and Gideon died. So when they were led into the big pure-blood manor, they just froze to look around in awe for a bit. This was what pure-blood life should be like. They didn't know what their family had done to get all of this taken away from them, but it must have been bad. "Follow me, boys," Muriel said, leading them to a drawing room in the big manor. When they arrived in the room, Muriel told them to sit down and then called for an elf to get them tea. "We have a lot to discuss," Muriel said, and Fred and George were confused, to say the least. "Of course, Molly wouldn't have told you." She sighed. The elf popped back and gave tea, before disappearing again. Muriel grabbed a cup. "Of course you have heard of the Pruitts before, since you were part of this family." Fred and George nodded. "We have a tradition. Molly hated it. It's what caused her to stop talking to me," Muriel explained. "The Pruitts' lords are always identical, magical twins. Fabian and Gideon were the last one. They allowed me to take over until there was a new set of twins in the family." "That's us," George realized, and Muriel nodded. "I couldn't tell you before. Molly has been trying to steal the Pruitt fortune for a while, exclaiming how she is heir to the line. I assume this is also the reason she didn't tell you about the title." "So, how does it work?" Fred asked, and Muriel smiled. "Don't worry about that. We'll visit Gringotts later. I just want to get to know you better. You are, after all, the new lords to the family I've been in for years." Fred and George looked at each other, not sure how much they could tell this woman. "Don't worry," their aunt said. "I heard all about your little pranks, you call it? Not unlike what Fabian and Gideon used to do. It runs in the family." Fred and George laughed and started telling their great-great-aunt about their lives. The woman just listened, not judging like Molly always said she would. It was refreshing. Harry and Voldemort walked into the room, full of people. Both of them hadn't been seen since Harry told everyone to leave the room. "Harry!" Sirius shouted, running towards them, hugging his godson. "I was so worried." "I'm fine," Harry said, when Remus and Meghan also came to make sure he was okay. He swore he felt the magic wash over him, a diagnostic charm, he quickly realized. Voldemort just stood there. Everyone in the room could easily feel his dominating presence. He also released a bit of his magic. It was probably an intimidation tactic. Lucius and Narcissa could only rudely, in a not Malfoy way, stare at their once again very human lord. Pads, Moony Meghan, meet Dark Lord Voldemort," Harry said dramatically, making the man glare at Harry. An awkward silence came over the room, no one seeming to know what to say or to do. Harry snorted. This is why I said you shouldn't come with me immediately," Harry said to the Dark Lord, and Voldemort shrugged. "It's fun to make people uncomfortable." "Whatever," Harry muttered before turning back to his family. "Where's Quirrell?" "He's alive?" Sirius asked, and Harry nodded, alive and terrified. "He heard me and Voldy talk." The whole room went silent. "Don't call me Voldy ever again," Voldemort hissed, and Harry snorted. "Believe me, I've called you worse things, just not in your presence. If you hadn't helped me, you'd be dead by now. I'd like to see you try to kill me," Harry responded, in English. "Anyways, I led him to a guest room, and I suppose I just thought he would join us. Maybe he's still asleep," Remus said, and Harry shrugged. "Wouldn't be surprised. I'd be exhausted too if I had to live with a Dark Lord in my mind for multiple months." "Isn't that exactly what you're doing, though?" Voldemort asked, more amused this time. Harry once again thanked Mother Magic for helping him make Voldemort sane and human-looking again. "Shut up, that's different," Harry muttered. "Oh, Harry," Narcissa said, "your friends were looking for you. They're in Draco's room." The woman was brave to speak up before even greeting her lord, but Voldemort didn't seem too angry. So Harry wouldn't comment on it. "I'll go find them. I suppose you'll be okay?" he asked, turning to Voldemort. The man looked slightly surprised before nodding. Harry nodded and shot Sirius a look that meant something like behave yourself. Sirius glared at him. He walked through the long corridors of Malfoy Manor. Draco's room was 2 floors up and almost at the other side of the manor. He knocked on the door before opening it, though he didn't wait for anyone to say enter. In the room were all his Slytherin classmates. Somewhere in the night, Tracy must have arrived because she hadn't been here last night. Harry, Pansy said, and then Daphne added, "We were so worried. Sorry I was tired, passed out for a bit." "All good though. Voldy didn't kill me while I was passed out." Harry laughed. "Didn't even kill me when I called him Voldy in front of him. Or when I told him I've called him worse things. You think he'd try to kill me if I told him I used to call him an insane bastard? You probably shouldn't do that." Draco said. He had gotten a lot paler since Harry started talking. Harry knew that of everyone here, Draco knew the most about the Dark Lord. His family had supported the Dark Lord, damn. His granddad even supported Tom Riddle since the start. "It's okay though. He's all sane and human again." Harry sighed. "He's kind of annoying, but I suppose we all have flaws." "You're still talking about the Dark Lord, right?" Millicent asked. "I've never heard someone describe him as sane and human." "Oh, and kind of annoying. This is Harry we're talking about," Blaise said. "Oye, I'm right here," Harry said. Blaise laughed. "I know. You have a very noticeable presence. At least I don't release my magic to intimidate people," Harry muttered, but then decided to not talk about the Dark Lord with people who obviously still feared the man. "So what were you guys doing?" That's how Harry got pulled into a game of Exploding Snap. Later that night, Harry knocked on Voldemort's door. He heard the Dark Lord say, "Enter," and opened the door. "Of course it's you," Voldemort sighed. "What do you want, Black? And here I thought you tolerated me." Harry rolled his eyes. "I was here to discuss my part in the war. So convince me to help you further, I would say." "Right," Voldemort sighed. "Sit down. Really, I wouldn't do this with anyone else, but I'd have a problem to have you against me." "You don't have to worry about that. I won't side with Dumbledore," Harry said while sitting down. "Now I've heard some things from your followers and supporters, but I need to hear this from you. What exactly are you fighting for?" "That's a hard question, but I'll try to be specific. When I was in Hogwarts, it was the middle of the Second World War in the Muggle world. In the Wizarding world, Grindelwald was also slowly gaining more power. Let's just say I've seen the worst of both the Muggle world and Wizarding world," Voldemort explained. "But the one thing I always noticed was the way Muggles fight. We as wizards do it pretty easily. We use spells and sometimes create a new one. Muggles, however, have weapons that could destroy the whole world if they decided that they should use them. It scared me." Harry was actually surprised at the amount of things Voldemort trusted him with. He knew Voldemort was secretive, just like he was. He didn't expect the man to tell him about the wars during his childhood, the fear he had for those wars. "I always wondered why the Wizarding world was slowly opening up to Muggles, wanting us to merge into one population. I had seen Muggles, and they would just start killing us or putting us in prisons. Muggles fear what they don't know, and they use violence to fight it. So I decided that if no one else did anything about it, I would. Around 4th or 5th year, I started gaining followers for this goal. I never thought I'd actually be this feared. At first my plan was to make this a political war. No one would listen to me, though. Not when Dumbledore, defeater of Grindelwald, said I was evil and an upcoming Dark Lord. I had no other choice. I have to admit, insanity might have made it worse than it was." Voldemort was staring into the fireplace now, thinking about what Harry guessed were his childhood years. Soon I, however, noticed that the Wizarding world was just as discriminating as the Muggle world, so I also started fighting for dark creature rights. This made it easier for Dumbledore to claim I was a Dark Lord, because who else would fight for creature rights? Voldemort shook his head. "That man is a fool." "Those are actually good goals," Harry said, and Voldemort smirked. "You sound surprised." "I'm not. I know you good enough to know that you're a smart human fighting for what's right. Your past strategies were not the best, though. You might be right about that one." "I am right. Whatever. Do you wish to join my side?" Voldemort asked, and Harry raised an eyebrow. "I'm not going to be one of your minions, if that's what you're suggesting. I'd be disappointed in you if you were okay with being one of my minions. However, I had to try." Voldemort said, "I was more thinking about being my equal. You would actually allow that? If you wish, I trust you. I mean, you carry a part of my soul and gave me my sanity back. You're probably the only person I could trust. I'm not sure if I do, though." "That's actually nice, I suppose." Harry smiled and Voldemort nodded. "Okay, Welcome to the dark side. Harry could see how uncomfortable Voldemort was with trying to see someone as his equal. He didn't comment on that, though. He just thanked the Dark Lord and quietly left. The next day, Harry, Sirius, and Remus went back to Grimmauld place. Meghan went back to her home, close to Diagon Alley, and Voldemort even went to see some of the Slytherin properties. Quirrell had also woken up and decided to travel to South America to visit some old friends soon. Until then, Lucius allowed Quirrell to stay with him and his family. The fact that Voldemort was looking at Slytherin properties reminded Harry about the fact that he still had to talk to the Dark Lord about his vaults. And he would threaten the Dark Lord if he didn't give him access. But asking for access would mean explaining his story to the Dark Lord, which he didn't know if he was ready for yet. Then again, the Dark Lord had even told him about his own childhood a bit, had trusted him with some of his secrets. It wouldn't hurt to return that, right? Would it be weird to tell the Dark Lord the truth before some of my friends? Harry asked Sirius. I mean, I told Draco and Blaise already, but I kind of want to get access to Slytherin vaults. I think it would make sense to tell him, even if I hate to admit that. Sirius said, he wants to trust you, is trying to treat you as an equal. From what I've heard, he's doing pretty well. It'd be weird for you to lie to him instead now. He is doing pretty well, surprisingly. I suppose I'll visit him on his birthday. Harry said, 31st of December. Okay, you do you. Just tell me when you're going and how long you think you'll be gone. Don't let your old man worry too much. Sirius said, and Harry laughed. I will, don't worry. Every time Sirius said something that sounded like he really did feel like Harry's father, Harry just felt a wave of happiness. He'd never thought he'd get a family again. Of course, he had hoped to reconnect with Sirius and Remus, but he had always been preparing to start taking care of himself at such a young age. Once he met Sirius, he knew that the man would literally do anything to keep him safe, though. It felt nice having a bond like this in this time. It made him miss the Founders a little less than he would otherwise. Remus had also helped a lot, though Harry still saw Remus as more of an uncle. He had, however, spent a lot of time the past few days on just dueling with Remus. The man didn't have Godric's skills, but he made a good opponent. So did Sirius. Overall, Harry had not regretted his decision of letting Sirius adopt him and staying here this Christmas. He was still looking forward to returning to Hogwarts. Not that he had brought the Dark Lord back. He could actually relax and have fun. It's not like he'd have to study. Comeen? The way to enthusiastic Pruitt Goblin said. We've been waiting for the heirs of Gideon and Fabian. So it's great to finally meet you. Yes, Fred started. It's good to be here, George said. The twins often slipped into Twins Peak when they felt nervous, and this was obviously one of these moments. Twins Peak was very comforting for them. Their magical bond caused them to almost be able to read each other's minds. They could get that far if they practiced. However, while using Twins Peak, the bond strengthens a bit, until they can feel the comforting wave of each other's presence. No one ever understood when magical twins tried to explain their bond, but for them, it felt normal. They didn't know any different. The goblins seemed to be used to the Twin Speak. He had to be if he had been with the Pruitts for years, since all the Pruitt lords are twins. This process should be pretty quick, the goblin said. This magical paper will check if your claim on the lordship is real. In this way, we can make sure no line theft happens caused by our mistakes. All you have to do is put 1 drop of blood on there. Fred and George Quickie did what the goblin said, grabbing the knife and cutting their hands to drop blood on the paper. Like expected, the claim on the lordship is real, so you can now try out these rings. The goblin said, snapping his fingers, and 2 identical rings appeared. Both of you have the same power over the vaults and other things. So don't worry about that. Fred and George once again did what the goblin said, no questions asked. They felt a wave of magic come over them. During the process, their emotions flowed from one to the other, creating an emotional connection even they had never had. It was not quite words, just simple things the other was feeling. It felt weird for both of them, though. The emotional connection will stay. It can only weaken and strengthen based on your bond with each other. This would be the chance to work together and make yourself a team like never seen before. 2 literal twins working together while not having to verbally talk is more powerful than you would think in battle, the goblin said, and Fred noted. You sound like you have experience. I had the luck of meeting the Pruitt Lords from 250 years ago. They decided to strengthen this bond and got more powerful than ever seen before. They were declared undefeatable. One day they had suddenly disappeared. The rumor was that Muggles had kidnapped and killed them that night. That's horrible, George said, and the goblin nodded. It is, but it's life. I'm sure whatever you choose to do with the title will be in best interest for all of us. I hope so, George said, and the goblin nodded. Well, I'll see you some other time, I hope. I'd like to meet sometime to talk about your duties. Okay, we'll come back soon. Fred agreed. Bye, George said, laughing slightly. When they were outside, George turned to Fred. That goblin wasn't acting very goblin-like. I suppose not, but I guess even goblins have personalities. I guess so. Unknowingly to Fred and George, Molly Weasley felt a small bit of her magic rip away when they claimed the lordships. Magic had automatically punished her for betraying her family, and now she was stripped from the family tree. She sank down to the floor, not having felt this weak and vulnerable for a long time. Fred and George had just stripped away some of the most powerful magic she had. Family magic was always stronger and a big part of your total magic when you weren't Voldemort, Dumbledore, or Harry. Molly just stared at the floor, not sure what to do. Finally, she decided to get Dumbledore's help. She had worked with the man for years, helped him for years. He could pay her back now by giving her some power. Was that even possible? Or some advice? And she would make sure the man punished Fred and George, maybe even Harry too. He had, after all, brainwashed her little boys. Chapter and notes. I hope this was somewhat okay. I'm so tired. Good night, everyone. X. Returning to Hogwarts. Chapter summary. Harry talks to Voldemort, likes annoying classmates, and suddenly wants to learn the Patronus charm. Chapter notes. Last bit isn't proofread and is very fast. I didn't have a lot of time. I hope all of you like it though. Smiley face. Even if I'm a day late. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Voldemort had moved into Slytherin Castle, which Harry, unlike Slytherin's manor, had never seen. So when Harry first visited, he had to actually ask a house elf to lead him through the long halls. He had decided to visit on the 31st of December, though he knew he had to go home early. Sirius had a sort of New Year's party planned. The elf did so happily, leading Harry to Voldemort's office on the other side of the castle. After that, the elf quickly left. Harry sighed and knocked on the door, not waiting for a response to enter. "Hey, happy birthday," Harry said, and Voldemort looked up. "I don't even know why I'm surprised you know when my birthday is. You really shouldn't be." I know, Voldemort sighed. "What are you doing here, child?" "Actually, I'm here to tell you something, and then based on my story ask you something," Harry said, while studying the books in Voldemort's library. All of them were books about dark arts, though he was surprised when he came past the tales of Beedle the Bard. "That sounds ominous," Voldemort said, and Harry laughed. "I mean, it's not that bad. I'm just telling you the truth about me, my life, I suppose. I'd hate for you to find out later by accident." "Your life?" Voldemort raised an eyebrow. "I don't think I care, honestly." "Believe me, you will," Harry said. "You are the 5th person I'm telling, so take this as a sign of trust, if you will." "I am listening." "Okay, so where do I even start?" Harry said. "You'd think I know where to start the 3rd time, since I'm getting the story of your life. Let's start with your first year of living, before I try to kill you." "Nah, that part is boring." Harry laughed. "After you almost killed me, I got sent away by my family. Everyone knows that part. Hope was the girl who lived, and well, I was just her useless brother." "If only they knew the truth," Voldemort said, and Harry nodded. "If only. Anyways, I got sent away to my Muggle family. Dumbledore just put me on the doormat. So obviously I got kidnapped. I mean, he should have expected that. Merlin went to get me, and I lived my childhood years with the Founders." "Am I supposed to believe that?" Voldemort asked, looking unimpressed. "It's true. I can show you the memories. I can't explain why, but it's really true," Harry insisted. Then he started going into more detail. "At first, the Founders didn't really know what to do with me. They took care of me, of course. They never had a child before, though, so it was hard for them. Once they noticed how I could already control my magic at such a young age, they started explaining things to me. I think I was 4 when they taught me my first spell. After that, it all started to go quicker. Sel taught me potions, wand lore, and anything I asked him about, really. Rowena went more into specifics of magics, but she also really liked charms. Helga taught more about animals and healing, and Godric. Well, we all know he is a master at dueling. Harry laughed. Salazar was the first one I really got a strong bond with, and when he found out I was a Parseltongue, well, let's just say we did everything together. He was probably the closest thing to a dad I've had ever. I mean, Sirius is great, but that man Dash, he was there for you your whole past. It makes sense. Voldemort said, and Harry looked at him in surprise, not expecting the man to understand. Yeah, I suppose it does. Leaving them was the hardest thing I've ever done. But Merlin had been giving me history, or rather future classes, and we all know this time would need my help. They all trusted me. They trusted me to make this right again. I got a lot of lessons about you specifically, so if I ever say something you never told me, it's probably about that. The Horcruxes. Yeah, that's one of those things. Others are, for example, your birthday. Salazar was really mad that an heir of his would be that stupid, making Horcruxes unbelievable. But he knew that I would be here to fix it. He also knows that you were trying to do the right thing, even if it took Merlin explaining that multiple times. Do not ever let someone tell you Salazar Slytherin was not a stubborn man. Salazar Slytherin actually knew about my existence? Voldemort asked, amazed look on his face. Yeah, I mean he wouldn't have if Merlin didn't kidnap me. Merlin did, though. So yes, he does. I really don't want to believe this, Voldemort said. But it explains a lot. It does, doesn't it? Voldemort nodded but seemed deep in thought. Harry went back to studying Voldemort's office. The Dark Lord suddenly stood up and walked towards a bookshelf. Harry studied the man, who didn't even seem to care about his presence anymore. The man grabbed a book and flipped through the pages, searching for something. Only when Voldemort put the book down in front of him and he started reading, he realized just how much was still written about him. They had tried to keep his life as secret as possible, but living in one of the biggest wizarding schools made it kind of hard, especially since the founders usually gave him complete freedom. That's you, isn't it? Voldemort asked. I've spent years trying to figure out who it could be, if it could be distant family, since I'm a descendant of Salazar. All along, it would have been impossible to find you, since you didn't exist yet. It is me, Harry confirmed. There's generations between us, though, so we're not really family. I did get blood adopted by all of them. What was your question? Voldemort asked then. I think I know what you want. The Slytherin vaults. Harry said, all the founders left gifts for me, or whatever. I just want access. Usually I'd say no immediately, but I'm actually considering this. Maybe we could make an air vault and take out your piece. Voldemort asked, and Harry openly gaped at the man. Yeah, that would be nice. You didn't expect me to be this agreeing. Voldemort said. He wasn't asking, though. It was a statement. Yet, Harry shook his head. I thought I'd have to fight you for this. I'm trying to be nice to you. I mean, I know I'll need your assistance in upcoming wars. Also, I think you're the only person who really talks to me with no fear. Voldemort explained. Some people try, but I can see right through their brave mask. You, though, have no fear at all. Of course I have no fear. I beat Godric Gryffindor in a duel. Harry said, smirking. We'll duel sometime. Voldemort decided, and Harry laughed. That'd be fun, a challenge. I'm sure it would be, Voldemort said, amused this time. I hope I'll be a challenge to you. From what I've heard, you will be. Don't worry. Harry laughed again. That seemed to be a thing that Voldemort made him do a lot. I mean, you are after all the Dark Lord. The one who only fears Albus Dumbledore and death himself. Voldemort snorted. I don't know who made up the rumor that I fear Dumbledore, but I'll have to kill them. I mean, the man is powerful, but not strong enough to really fear. I just have to keep an eye on him. Dumbledore is stronger than you'd think he is. Harry agreed. If only the old coot actually used his power for good, instead of what he thinks is good. You probably wouldn't even be here then, Voldemort said. Harry shrugged. Or I might have never gone to the past. Fair enough. Voldemort nodded while casting a tempest. I think it's time for you to get back to your family. It is New Year's evening after all. Yeah, I probably should, Harry said. Why don't you join us? Me? Yeah. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I'd make everyone super uncomfortable, and people would be unable to celebrate New Year's. That really sounds like their own problem. Come on, it's your birthday. Voldemort sighed. You know what? Fine, but only because I like making people uncomfortable. Harry smirked but didn't say anything else, just looking at Voldemort while going through the floor. He immediately spotted his class in the middle of the crowd, all of them looking slightly lost between all the grown-ups. He waved at them but didn't approach them. Instead, he waited at the entrance. It also was not a surprise that the whole room fell silent the moment the Dark Lord walked in. Harry smirked at Voldemort. The man was currently just standing next to him, unbothered. "I brought a guest," Harry said, and Sirius nodded and continued with whatever he was doing before. Surprisingly, almost everyone followed his lead. Soon Voldemort was actually socializing with people, instead of just standing somewhere scaring people. Harry did notice that Voldemort tends to only talk to politically powerful people, so he was probably trying to gain some new supporters. He honestly didn't mind, since he himself had quite a bit of fun with his class. "I still can't believe you brought the Dark Lord here," Draco sighed. "What were you thinking?" "Actually, we were thinking about how awkward it would be, which is funny," Harry said, and most of his classmates looked really unimpressed. "I mean, I was at his house, so I just invited him to come here. I knew Sirius was going to hold a party." "Sure it is. Let us suffer for your amusement," Daphne said. Pansy cut her off before she finished her sentence. "Wait, you were at the Dark Lord's house? Please tell me you at least brought someone with you and didn't go unprotected," Tracy said, and Harry shook his head. "No protection for me." He held up his hands. "These are my protection. Sometimes I wonder why we still try to understand and help you," Blaze muttered. "The Dark Lord is pretty nice, you know? You guys just don't know him like I do." Harry laughed when some people around him made disagreeing noises, but the laughter stopped when they tried to force him to dance with them. "I don't do dancing," Harry insisted, making Draco and Blaze shoot a look at him. "There's no way they didn't teach you how to dance," Blaze said, and Draco nodded in agreement. "I must agree with them. Air black," a voice behind him said. Harry turned around to come face to face with the Dark Lord, who had left him alone to go socialize about an hour ago. "They did teach me how to do it," Harry said. "Doesn't mean I have to like it. I think we're going to need evidence that you are actually able to dance. However, I actually have someone I need to introduce you to," Voldemort said. Only then Harry noticed the man standing beside the Dark Lord. "This here is Lord Yaxley, one of my older followers who actually managed to stay out of Azkaban." Voldemort introduced the man. "He works at the Ministry. I think he can help us with our next plan." "All right, pleasure to meet you, Lord Yaxley," the man nodded. "Not what I expected when I heard the Dark Lord finally picked an equal, but I think I might understand." The man eyed him in a weird way, making Harry slightly uncomfortable. Harry squirmed when the eyes roamed over his entire body, and he finally stopped the man. "I'm not sure I know what you're talking about," Harry said. Then he looked at his friends. "I'm sorry, Lord, but I do believe I made a promise to my friends. I'm going to have to leave." "It was a pleasure." "Yes, a pleasure indeed," the man said, and Harry looked at him one more time, just in time to see Voldemort sending the man a murderous look. When he turned back to his friends, he sighed. "That's a creep." "You do know what he was suggesting, right?" Millicent asked. "Or are you really that oblivious?" "Of course I realize," Harry almost shouted. "I mean, I suppose it makes sense, because there is no way someone my age is able to be powerful enough to be the Dark Lord's equal without those kind of favors, right?" "Fucking hell. I'm 11. What did he expect?" "Voldemort has some weird followers," Draco admitted. "But if anyone's able to handle them, it'll be you. Also, Voldemort doesn't really support rape, so you don't have to worry about that." Pansy snorted. "I was pretty sure Voldemort never had sex yet, until I saw how fucking hot he was when he actually looked like a human. My parents always described him as a snake-like looking person." "Can we please stop talking about sex or Voldemort?" Harry sighed. "Come on, let's go dancing." "I thought you didn't want to," Tracy said, and Harry threw his hands up. "Anything is better than this, let's go." After New Year's, the last few days of their Christmas break flew by. Harry didn't do a lot anymore. He started planning with the Dark Lord and hung out with some friends, but before he knew it, he was back in the train to Hogwarts. Traveling back to Hogwarts after holidays felt almost as weird as traveling back to Hogwarts after just returning to this time. It felt like coming home, but not quite right at the same time. It is your home, but it feels different. Remus had taken over Voldemort's defense classes, since Voldemort obviously wouldn't come back, and Quirrell had gone back to America pretty quickly. "It's actually quite nice to be back," Tracy said. "I mean, I love being at home, but Hogwarts is my home too." "It is nice," Pansy agreed. "I think it'll be boring, though, with Harry not planning to bring back the Dark Lord and all. I mean, what will the boy do now? Nothing? He's literally done with his homework in a few seconds, and after that continues planning. It's amusing, but now there will be less planning." "Don't worry, I'll always keep planning things," Harry said casually. At least until we've won this war. That's my priority right now. Winning this war. Making sure magic survives this war. You're already planning things for the war? Draco asked, and Harry shrugged. I mean, I've talked to Voldy about some things. Nothing is permanent yet. I still can't believe the Dark Lord actually discusses things with you now, Theo said, and Harry nodded. Same, honestly. They were currently eating dinner at the Great Hall. The Slytherins had moved around a bit, now allowing Fred and George to easily join the first years at diner. The Slytherins were happily talking and eating when Harry's eyes drifted to his sister's friend group. Hermione Granger, admittedly the only at least slightly smart person in their group, was reading to Hope and Weasley out of a huge book. Harry knew they were searching for the stone because of it. He studied them for a while, doing that instead of listening to his friends' conversations. He knew the stone was safe, since Harry had used it for the potion for Voldemort's resurrection. What worried him, though, were the obstacles. As much as he hated them, he didn't want them to die by some stupid reason like this. He supposed he should be glad that he at least wouldn't have to protect them from Voldemort, since that would have been hell. Still, he didn't trust the three of them to actually survive alone, meaning he would need to keep an eye on them at all times. Stop them before they could even try to go in. Fred, George, he said absent-minded. The two redheads looked up. Can you guys spy on Hope and her friends for me? Tell me when they come too close to the third-floor corridor. The redheads turned to each other, seeming to discuss without actually talking. Then Fred nodded. We can help you, George said. Harry let out a relieved sigh. You guys are heroes, thank you. Why do you want to spy on Hope? Blaise asked. I don't want her to try and get the fake stone, or at least if she does, I want to be there, make sure they survive. It's not their time to die yet. Now that I think about it, it would be funny to make them get to the fake stone, though. So I'll just hide in the shadows and protect them. Make them think they easily went through all the obstacles. Really? You'd do that to protect your bullying sister? Pansy asked. You're nicer than I would be. Harry looked at Hope. Yeah, maybe I am. The first week of classes were normal, or at least as normal as they could be with Harry in Hogwarts. Harry was slowly getting bored, since he had nothing to focus on now besides the Azkaban breakout, which Voldemort did the bigger part of. He just needed to get some people to help them, people who were able to cast a Patronus. He and Voldemort had decided that was the best way to go. Let Voldemort get his old followers back first. They needed the numbers if they actually wanted to win this war. So now they were in the planning phase of getting people out of Azkaban. Then he realized that he himself could not cast a Patronus. Fuck it, he muttered, making the Slytherins around him look up and sent him questioning looks. He looked around his defense classroom and finally spotted Remus. Deciding to just do it, he raised his hand. Remus, who had been helping another student, immediately looked at him, shock written over his face, before returning to the student he had been helping. I'll be right with you, Mr. Black, Remus said, and Harry almost laughed when people gaped at him. They weren't used to him having a question. What were we even supposed to do? Harry asked, realizing he had no idea what spell everyone was trying to cast. Spells were easier to figure out when people actually succeeded in casting them. Verdimillious Charm. Blaise answered, and Harry nodded. The Verdimillious Charm was a charm used to locate dark objects. It could also be used to do damage on opponents. An almost perfectly gray spell. Mr. Black, you had a question, I believe, Remus said, an amused look on his face. He probably heard Harry asking what spell they were working on, and realized Harry had not been paying attention at all. Yes, Professor. Harry smirked. I had a question about a spell that is usually taught in a higher year. However, I would rather learn it sooner. What would that spell be? The Patronus Charm, Harry said, and Remus nodded, a look of realization on his face. I think we should discuss this when we don't have a whole class listening to our conversation, wondering what the prodigy could have a question about. Remus said, maybe with Sirius, perhaps? Of course, Professor. Now, if you've got time to ask questions about other spells, I believe you can cast this one already. Care to demonstrate? Harry smirked. Of course, Professor. Unless you have secret dark objects here? Harry asked, making Remus laugh. I have some, just to test the skills of this class. None of them are illegal, though. Okay, just making sure, wouldn't want to accidentally out you as a criminal or something. Harry said in return, a lot of classes with Remus went like this. The class always seemed amused by them, and both he and Remus thought it was funny. It was a way to make classes less boring. Vertimilius. Harry muttered. A few objects in the class did indeed light up. He also noticed some accessories of students light up, but decided to ignore the fact that some of his classmates were literally wearing objects filled with dark magic. Oh, and most of them seemed surprised by it too, which was probably worse, since that suggested that their parents or whoever gave it to them gave it without telling them they were wearing dark objects around all the time. 15 points to Slytherin for doing a spell first try, Remus said, and Harry nodded. I'll see you after class, Remus whispered then. Yes, see you. After that, the class passed pretty quickly. No one else actually got the spell before Remus dismissed them. Why do you need the Patronus spell? Tracy asked. I mean, I know it's used to scare away Dementors, but I don't see how Azkaban. Harry cut her off. I told you me and Voldemort are making plans to break people out of Azkaban, right? No, you didn't, Pansy said, right before Blaise said, Azkaban? You're kidding. It's something me and Voldemort are planning. We think he needs the numbers before we can actually get somewhere. His most powerful are in Azkaban right now. Breaking people out of Azkaban would mean exposing the fact that Voldemort is back, though. Theo noted. Harry nodded. That's true, but I feel like it won't take a long time before Dumbledore figures it out and will tell the world anyways. We decided to just do it despite all the risks, but afterward not go on raids just yet. Hopefully Dumbledore will say something about it and be declared as insane or something. I mean, there's no way Voldemort is back if there's no raids, right? Harry smirked. That might actually work, Theo agreed. It's still something to be careful about, though. I will be careful, don't worry, Harry said, but I knew helping Voldemort wouldn't always be totally safe. He's got a point, Millicent said. I don't think that any of us expected Harry would be kind of safe. I'm just glad that he is kind of safe. Maybe we don't complain about him not totally being safe. Thank you, Millicent, Harry said. I should get to Sirius, though. Get him and Remus to teach me the Patronus. I'll need it. Good luck. Tracy smiled. Harry smiled back at her. The Patronus, Moony? Sirius asked. What would he need the Patronus for? I don't know, Pads, but he'll probably explain it to us. Remus responded, I think we should do it, though. It doesn't matter what it's for. If we don't do it, the bloody Dark Lord will, and he'll probably trust us a lot less. You're Rick Dash. Knock, knock. There he is, Remus said. Let's hear him out. Sirius sighed, but nodded, slowly opening the door. Siri. Remy. Hey. Harry said happily. Hey, Sirius said, not helping the smile on his face that he gets instantly when he sees Harry happy. I heard you wanted us to teach you the Patronus? Yeah, Harry said. Please? But why? Why would you need it? Sirius said, his voice full of worry. Azkaban, Voldemort needs help, and I can help him. You guys know I can. Harry replied. Also, when I asked the founders, they told me you needed to have something you could teach me. So they never even tried to teach me this. I don't know if it was because they thought it would be too hard or what they were saying was true. However, they refused to teach me. Sirius sighed. We'll teach you, but we're going to have to talk about the Azkaban thing. Sure, Harry nodded. We'll talk about the Azkaban thing later. You're the best, Dad. I have to get to class, though. Forgot about potions. And just like that, Harry hurried out of the room. You just call me Dad? Sirius said. Remus could hear how shocked the man was, even with his back turned to Remus. Didn't he do that before? Not when it wasn't to make the Potters pissed, no. This was different, Sirius said, and Remus smiled. Maybe we really will be a real family in the future. We already are. Chapter in notes. I won't be able to post for the next 2/3 weeks. I'll try to make it up to all of you afterwards. Ravenclaw's Diadem. Chapter summary. Mostly a filler chapter with a bit of plot. Patronus charm. Voldemort visit, and Harry starts teaching people. Also some new OCs. But you know me, none of my OCs besides Megan and Hope will actually have a big role. Chapter notes. I am really rushing school year 1 right now, cause school year 2 has some events I'm absolutely fucking excited for, and all the important plot points I had for year 1 have been covered. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Expecto Patronum, Harry said, though only a mist appeared. He sighed. Is this spell even possible? Believe us, it is. Sirius laughed. It takes a while for everyone, though. Usually people have to practice for a month before even getting missed. Yeah, but that's usually. I have never done anything with usual speed. It took me only a month to become an animagus. A month? Remus asked. That's impressive. We spent 5 months and we had extra motivation to do it, Sirius said. slightly surprised at the fact that Harry became an animagus in a single month. Even the most powerful wizards tend to spend multiple months. Yeah, Harry shrugged. I think I know what you're doing wrong, Remus said then. You're thinking of a happy memory, sure, but you're not quite feeling the emotion you felt in that moment. Try to really relive it and feel the same kind of happiness again. This spell is all about pushing protective emotions into it, mainly happiness. Harry slowly nodded. I think I can do that. He closed his eyes, trying to search for one of his happiest moments. It was the day the founders adopted him. He tried to really imagine what his just-turned 10-year-old self was feeling. The shock, but also the overwhelming happiness that almost made him cry. Expecto Patronum. He whispered one again. This time, he could see the start of an animal forming, though it quickly turned into mist again. Sirius and Remus literally cheered for him. That was amazing. Did you see that, Moony? Sirius shouted, and Remus laughed and nodded. I am so glad we actually get to see the process of you learning a spell. It's quite amazing for lack of other words. Remus muttered, Sirius nodding in agreement. Harry grinned. I think we should call it a day, though. Remus said then. Harry looked at him. I can handle more. We know you can, but I think your progress would be faster with breaks in between. Remus smiled, and Sirius nodded in agreement. You did great, pup. Thanks, Pats, Harry said, before sitting down on one of the tables, which were now all lined up in the back of the classroom. Even when I was a kid, it took me max 5 times to get a spell right. Harry said, it's just weird to not be able to just do something. You never had any issues at all? Sirius asked, one again looking kind of shocked. Which amused Harry. People really should stop getting shocked when he tells them stuff like this. No, I mean, I was taught how to do Lumos when I was 4. Even back then I got it on my 3rd try. You're crazy. Harry shrugged. I might be. Honestly, I don't know. You'll be able to do the Patronus before the end of this year. Cub, I can promise you that much. Remus said, and Harry smiled. Thank you, I mean really. I appreciate it. That doesn't mean you have the okay for Azkaban yet, Sirius said, and Harry laughed. Sure, I don't. Then he hopped off the table. I should go. I'm sure you guys have more than enough work to do without me wasting your time. Sirius groaned. No, don't let Moony force me to grade essays again. This was my break, so please waste my time a bit longer. Harry smirked. I love you, before running away. Fucking hell, Sirius sighed. Adopt a kid, they say it'll be fun, they say. Pats, Phoenix. Fine, I'm going. Harry sat down next to Pansy in the common room. Turns out there is something harder than cleaning charms. He sighed. Patronus that bad? Blaze asked. Harry shrugged. The putting happy emotions into casting the spell part really annoys me. Though I got close today, so I suppose that's positive. You'll get there eventually, Pansy said, slightly turning to face Harry, who nodded. I know it's just been a while since I put effort into anything. Harry sighed, making multiple people laugh. Poor you, Millicent said. Harry snorted, yeah. He leaned into Pansy's shoulder, something that he did a lot later. Pansy didn't seem to mind. Every time she just smiled at him and kept working. His calm was quickly over, though, because Fred and George rushed into the common room. Harry, they shouted. Hope went to the 3rd floor corridor. Fuck, seriously now? The twins nodded and Harry swore. I have to go, sorry, he said to his classmates before rushing out, muttering about never getting rest and idiotic sisters. He had never in his 11 years of living ran through Hogwarts this fast. Everyone who saw him rush past actually moved out of the way. No one had seen Harry Sirius Black in such a rush before. When he was finally in the corridor, he hid himself, just out of Hope's sight. He watched as his sister opened the door and then seemed in shock for a moment. He saw how Granger and Weasley were looking at the 3-headed dog over her shoulder. How Granger's face turned into one of a sort of fascination, while she was also obviously scared. Then they all stepped back and let the door shut again. I don't understand why Snape would come here, Weasley said, and Hope rolled her eyes. Snape obviously thinks the stone is here. Harry almost laughed. They seriously believe Snape had something to do with this? But the stone is here, Hagrid told us. Granger reminded her friends. Weasley nodded. He did, but I don't see a stone, Meoni. No, but the dog, it was sitting on something, Granger said, opening the door again and whispering. Look at Fluffy's paw. A trapdoor. Hope whispered, slightly amazed. That's when Harry decided to actually do something. He cast a Stupefy, hitting all 3 of them, before levitating the bodies to another corridor on the 2nd floor. He was glad that nobody saw him or he would have to explain something. Then he used Oblivious to wipe all their memories about the third-floor corridor and Fluffy, just to be certain that they wouldn't return to this place. It was too dangerous. He was kind of sad that they wouldn't find his fake Philosopher's Stone, but this was the easier way. It would cause less chaos. He hid before waking them, just to see if they wouldn't accidentally go up again. Ah, Weasley groaned. Where am I? Granger was the first one to look around and answer, second floor. How do we get here? Hope muttered. Does anybody remember what happened? Both Granger and Weasley shook their head. It's probably some slimy Slytherin thinking they're funny to hurt the girl who lived. Weasley said, and Hope nodded in agreement. Granger didn't look so sure, but they took her staying quiet as a sign of agreement. Come, let's get out of here. I'm hungry. Weasley said, and Hope looked at Granger, who shrugged, then nodded. Okay, let's get some food. Just like that, they all left to the Great Hall, and Harry could finally relax again. No more having to constantly be scared that his one sister would end up getting killed by her own stupidity. Master, Ebony hissed, next to Harry's ear. Harry woke up. What? Someone's here. What do you mean? I don't see anyone. Are you dumb? Harry snorted, but the snake seemed quite serious, so he asked. Where is this person? Now you're asking the right questions. Outside. Harry sighed and got out of bed, leaving his room and walked past the rooms of the other boys in his classroom. I thought you would never show up, the person said, and Harry sighed. What are you doing here? Did my ritual go wrong? Are you still insane? Voldemort es norte. No. I was merely curious how your progress was going. That's suspicious, Harry said, and Voldemort smirked. I suppose I'll take that as a not very well. Harry looked down. Is there an actual reason you decided to risk your life to come to Hogwarts? It can't have been for the dad position, because you and I both know that Remus took over after Quirrell left. And of course, Dumbles would never give it to you. I do have an actual reason. I was simply retrieving one of my Horcruxes. It was in this school, Voldemort said, before showing Harry Ravenclaw's diadem. I thought I'd help you, since I know you're planning to go on a whole Horcrux hunt. Voldemort explained, plus, I thought you would like this one, since you're whole. History. Voldemort still seemed uncomfortable with the fact that he was actually doing something people would say was nice. I only asked from you that you help me reabsorb the Horcrux, and you can keep the diadem. You're serious? Harry gaped at the man. You just give it to me? I believe it's your godfather, Voldemort smirked. But yes, I'm giving it to you, it's only fair. Thank you, Harry said. I'll try to come over soon for the ritual. Thank you, Voldemort said. Sorry for waking you. Harry shook his head. It's quite all right. Voldemort nodded, then gave Harry the diadem before disappearing. Harry just sat in the common room for a bit, staring at the diadem, trying to convince himself that he was, indeed, not dreaming. I told you, Master, someone was here for you, Ebony hissed, and Harry smiled at the snake. I suppose you did. Come, let's go back to my room. Ebony hissed without actually saying something, and then led the way. Harry, Pansy shouted, and Harry sighed. Fine, I'll help you guys. The whole entirety of Slytherin had been asking Harry for his summoning charm, asking him to teach them. Every time he told them he would try, but there was no actual incantation, so it would be hard. Everyone told him to just teach them anyways. Today, however, the whole house had decided that it was the day for them to learn it. Nobody was busy, and Harry didn't seem to have anything to do either. That, however, annoyed Harry. This night, he had been woken up by Voldemort of all people, and everything that happened since then had just been so surreal. He didn't have the focus to teach some children how to do spells. Now he would need to teach a whole house. Does anyone know a place where all of us could safely practice magic and summon objects without knocking other people out? Ido, Gemma said. The prefect sounded quite sure, so Harry shrugged. Lead the way. The girl nodded and walked out of the door. The whole house, or at least a big part of the Slytherins, followed her. Harry and his year were the last people to follow. You guys really made sure the whole house would come, didn't you? Harry groaned. It's funny, Daphne replied, to see you suffer like this. It can't be that bad, Tracy said. It's not like you have a problem with teaching, or at least talking to big crowds. That's true. It's just your timing sucks, Harry said. You guys won't believe what happened last night. Are you actually going to tell us, or just let us be curious and never explain? Draco asked, and Harry laughed. I'll tell not the specifics, though. Let's just say I got an unsuspected visitor. Who visited? Harry raised an eyebrow, and Theo was the first one to figure it out. No, no way. Their response made it clear to the others. Yeah, we actually had a quite interesting conversation. Harry said, he also gave me something which was weird. Will you tell us more? Or is this it? Tracy asked, and Harry said, this is all I can say without risking your lives. Dark Lord, and all that you know. I'm glad you won't risk our lives. Pansy muttered right before they stopped in front of a wall. Gemma started pacing in front of the wall. He heard multiple people whisper angrily about the prefect bringing them to a random wall, but all of the whispers stopped when a door appeared. There we go, Gemma said, loud enough for everyone to hear. You open it, Harry. Harry walked into the room, a big open space, perfect for practicing spells. The founders never told him about this place. What is this place? He asked. Gemma smirked. Room of Requirements is what students call it. Well, very few find it. It's a complex magic that can make the room turn into anything you need. When you were pacing dash, yes, I was basically telling the room what I need. That is dash. Awesome. George answered Harry's sentence for him. Slowly, the Slytherin students filled the room. Harry made everyone round up in front of him. Okay, everyone, I want you to make 7 groups based on the year you're in. On the left side of the room, the 7th years, and on the right side, the 1st years. Everyone in between, just make sure you stand on the right order. So 2nd years, next to 1st years, etc. Harry explained, and then said, yes, this actually matters, so please don't stand with another group. Everyone listened, and quickly, there were 7 groups. 6th and 7th years can go stand on the other side of the room, behind me. Harry said then, 5th and 4th years, be honest to yourself. If you can already cast Accio, join the 6th and 7th years. Otherwise, join the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years. Most of the 5th years joined the group of 6th and 7th years, but a lot of the 4th years actually joined the younger group. Now I've made these groups because being able to cast the normal summoning charm is very important for the process. I know that you first learn it in the 4th year, and they expect you to master it at the end of the 5th year. Harry explained. Now this should be easy, Gemma. Could you make the room give us a bunch of pillows? The prefect nodded and closed her eyes. After a few seconds, a pile of pillows appeared. Perfect, now 7th years. Do you guys know how to cast it wordlessly? Some of them nodded, others shook their head. Okay, the ones who do know how to cast it wordlessly, could you help the ones who don't know how to cast it yet? Then I can start teaching people how to cast it wordlessly. Harry said, and the 7th years nodded, not even slightly bothered by being bossed around by an 11-year-old. Great! Okay, everyone grab a pillow and start practicing. Harry said, then added, also don't be surprised if this process takes a while. We have time. I'll make sure I have taught every single one of you as fast as I can, and I won't stop before everyone knows how to do it. The 7th year started instructing the group of people Harry asked them to instruct, while Harry started explaining wordless magic to the others. Okay, so while I'm sure all of you have some experience with wordless casting, I find the explanation teachers tend to give a bit lacking. Harry said, nobody used incantations at first. Only once people started really making spells, they started using incantations. Before that, magic was purely there to do what the witches and wizards wanted them to do. You need to let go of the fact that you want to use this spell, and instead try to really get your will to do the magic for you. It's harder than it sounds. You need to want that pillow to fly towards you, and then make your magic comply. The easiest way to do this, for me at least, is to just clear your mind, then imagine yourself getting the pillow, and once you really have that image, try to push your magic to do it. You need to know where your core is, know how to push your magic to do it. Wands were designed to help with controlling magic. It automatically focuses your magic in the wand, which is also why a lot of people will never know how to cast wandless magic. They don't know where their core is without it, how to refocus it. All of you can use this in your favor. You don't need to be able to cast wandless to do my spell. Just focus on the way your magic already focuses on your wand, and try to push it some further. You mean all of us could have been good at wandless magic? A girl named Iris asked. She was a 6th year and pretty close to Gemma. Yeah, however, there's nothing wrong with using a wand. I might even say with some magics, it's better to use a wand. However, if all of you had never started using a wand, all of you would have been just as good with magic. You would have learned how to control your magic without extra help. Anyways, I want you all to try and summon your own pillow. At least make it move a bit. This can take a while, so don't get too frustrated if it doesn't work first try. Harry started walking around after that, helping people and answering questions. After 1.5 hours, he made everyone stop. Some of the 6th and 7th years had gotten the wordless spell, and a few 3rd years actually mastered the Accio spell pretty quickly. I don't want Pomfrey to kill me because I made you all exhausted, so we'll call it a day. We will continue somewhere this week. Great job, everyone, Harry said, and some of the Slytherins sat down. Practicing with magic for a while, without rest, was exhausting, and not all of them had a very big core like Harry. I think that went pretty well, Blaise commented, appearing next to Harry. Better than I expected, Harry admitted. This spell sucks, though. Any luck at all? Harry asked, turning around and facing all his friends. I got my pillow to move a bit, Tracy said, and Daphne said she did too. None of us got further than that, honestly. That's okay. I mean, it's great actually. Getting your pillow to move a bit is like half the work. Now it's just about changing the direction it moves in and the force it moves with. You sound so sure that all of us can do it. Tracy sighed and Harry nodded. I am sure. All of you could do anything if you put your mind to it. We're not you, Harry, Pansy said, and Harry shrugged. Maybe not. Doesn't change a lot, though. Having the right mindset is the most important part. If there's anyone who could dash, Fred started, who was also there, but just stayed silent for a while. Teach all of us dash. It would be Harry. Harry laughed. If you guys are sure. Hey, Black! Higgs shouted suddenly, sounding slightly panicked. Harry turned around and saw a whole crowd around someone. Faye fainted. Or, well, I don't know if she fainted. She just suddenly fell, he said, and Harry rushed over, his friends following. Everybody stand back, he shouted, trying to make room. He cast a simple diagnosis charm that showed that nothing was wrong with the girl, except for her magic levels, which were a little low, but admittedly not low enough to cause her to faint. Renervate, Harry whispered, waking the unconscious girl, who blinked a couple of times before looking around. Well, what happened? She sounded genuinely confused. Harry summoned a pillow and put it under her feet. You fainted, it's okay, Harry said. You don't seem to have any serious injuries. Faye groaned. Fuck, I feel like hell, making some people in the room laugh, before the whole room going silent again. Are you okay to try and sit up? Harry asked. Faye nodded. She sat up slowly, and Harry summoned another pillow, this time transfiguring it into a cup before filling it with water. Drink this, he said before turning. Fred, George, can you find Snape and get a pepper-up potion? Aye, Captain, George said before him, and Fred ran out to find Snape. It's normal to faint, especially when first trying a harder spell with wordless magic. I'm assuming your core didn't react well to the amount of magic you pushed into trying to get the pillow to move. I'm the only one who fainted, though. Faye sounded slightly embarrassed. Harry nodded. I suppose you were, but if I remember correctly, you were also the first one to get your pillow to move. Don't be so hard on yourself. Who knew Black was a healer? Montague sounded sarcastic, and Harry snorted. This is basic magic knowledge. Sorry, it is. Are we even surprised, though? It's Harry Sirius Black. He can do literally everything, I'm convinced. I mean, we all listened to him teaching us some spell today. Even the 7th years. While he's a first year, Ethan said, and people around him agreed immediately. Faye was also laughing a bit. I wouldn't teach all of you shit if I didn't know basic healing. There's a reason teachers usually only let you practice for like 45 minutes. Harry said. Then the door opened and Snape came in with Fred and George. He thought Dash. It was suspicious, Dash, that we needed the potion, Fred said, and Harry laughed. Anyone who's a bit sane would find that suspicious. Black, Snape drawled. Pray tell me what's going on. I was teaching everyone a spell. The whole house. Don't worry, sir. It's a harmless spell. Yet, I hear that one of my students was unconscious. Snape raised an eyebrow. It's all okay, sir. I did all the diagnostic scans and nothing is wrong. All she needs is a bit of energy, and she'll walk right out of that door. Is that so? Yes, so I would appreciate it if you gave me that potion in your hand. Snape nodded, giving him the potion, though he was still quite confused by the whole situation. Thank you, sir. Snape nodded and watched as Harry gave Faye the potion. Immediately, the girl looked a lot better, and she quietly thanked Harry. Everyone can leave. I want to talk to Mr. Black, Snape said, and all the students nodded, not wanting to fight their head of the house. Higgs helped Faye up, and when he passed Harry, he whispered, Thanks, Black, good luck. Harry just nodded. When everyone had left, Snape turned to Harry. What were you thinking? What do you mean? I mean, why are you teaching the whole Slytherin house some spell? Believe me, I wouldn't. I got forced into it and just didn't have the fucking energy to fight it this morning. Caused some way too nice, like suspiciously nice. Dark Lord decided to visit me in the middle of the night, and I don't know what the fuck is going on. So yes, I decided to teach them some summoning charm, because they all asked about 1,000 times. The Dark Lord. Believe me, Professor, I wouldn't lie about this. I mean, I was thinking about telling no one, but I decided that if Voldemort decides he wants to wake me up in the middle of the night to visit me, I might as well tell people. If he wanted me to tell no one, he shouldn't have woken me up. You're not making me less confused. Sorry, Professor. Can I go now? I suppose. Bye, Professor, Harry said before walking away. Mr. Black, 20 points for helping other students when they asked, another 5 points for helping Fay Drusus after fainting. Thank you, sir. Harry smirked, and then he closed the door of the ROR. How did they even find this room? Snape muttered. Over the next few weeks, Harry gave weekly classes. He wanted to at least have all the 7th years master the spell, since they would leave at the end of the years. It was proven to be hard, though, and before any of them got it, the winter changed into spring, adding exam stress for all of them. The only comfort that Harry had was that all the 7th years at least mastered the wordless Accio. He had thought about making an incantation for the spell, making it an official spell, but it would take a while to get the spell code right. He didn't have the time for that. Instead, he focused on wand movements, trying little flicks that might help them. In the end, he decided that it would be easiest if they just used the Accio movement, with an extra flick at the end. He explained this the first time he saw all the 7th years together. He had also written down some instructions. He responded to the confused looks with a simple, "All of you guys will have mastered this spell by the time you leave the school, whether you want it or not." Most of the 7th years had laughed, but also thanked him, and he now saw them practice together quite often, between exam revising. He swore he had seen Ethan do the spell once, which gave him some hope. Surprisingly, even the first years had started revising for exams, leaving Harry absolutely bored out of his mind. He also couldn't bother Sirius and Remus too much, since the couple had to actually prepare multiple exams. Harry was pretty sure McGonagall let Sirius deal with most of the exams, trusting the man enough to do that, while also wanting to give him payback for how much of a pain in the ass he had been his school years. He was also sure that McGonagall would check all the exams over multiple times before handing them out. "You're doing nothing at all to learn, are you?" Pansy asked, and Harry shrugged. "We have multiple weeks, so no, not yet. I don't know if I will. I hate the fact that you can do nothing and still get better grades than all of us," Tracy said, and Harry smirked, sorry. It was Friday afternoon, and they had some classes this morning. Harry would have a Patronus class in an hour today, but he at least did not feel as stressed as the rest of the class. "Just accept that he's a genius," Blaise said, "and use it. I mean, you can literally ask him anything without awkwardly going to a teacher to get your answers. But if Harry wasn't here, I would have a chance to ask Professor Black questions," Tracy said, smirking slightly. Harry fake gagged. "That's my dog father you're talking about. Technically, when Harry is helping us, you could call him Professor Black," Pansy pointed out, and that made both Harry and Tracy shoot her a horrified look. "First Draco, now Tracy. Seriously, Pansy?" Blaise asked. Pansy shot him an innocent look. "I don't know what you're talking about. I was only stating facts. You're the one making it weird." "That's it," Harry stood up. "I'm going to Patronus class. See you guys later. Say hi to Professor Black for me." Tracy giggled. Harry rolled his eyes. "I won't. Bye." When Harry entered the history classroom, he said, "You know that you're the one teacher everyone has a crush on, Sirius? It's low-key annoying." "I am?" Sirius asked, surprised, looking up from a piece of paper. Harry honestly didn't know what it was. Remus snorted. The man had probably noticed. "Yes. Don't let that inflate your ego, though." Sirius rolled his eyes. "Come in, you child." Harry grinned and did as he was told. "So, I just cast Patronus and you guys cheer me on like usually?" Remus and Sirius looked at each other. "Yeah, pretty much." Harry nodded and casted the charm. And then again, and again. After around 30 minutes, he decided this was going nowhere and instead sat down on a table again. "You know, I actually have a question that has nothing to do with this," Harry said. "I've had it for a while, but I kept forgetting." "What is it?" Sirius asked. "The accident of 1977. Harry said, and Sirius groaned. Remus laughed. We knew he would ask eventually, Pads. Yeah, but right now? Remus raised an eyebrow and Sirius sighed. Fine. We were in our 6th year, and at that point were quite well known as, well, let's just say we had fought Voldemort as teenagers. It got around the school, and soon people outside the school knew. Rita Skeeter heard the stories from someone and stalked us for months, writing about every bit of our lives. We had zero privacy. In the end, we figured out that she was an animagus and stopped her from stalking us. But we still disliked the woman. Sirius explained, I mean, we of course loved attention. We were the Marauders, but this was just too far. Wow, Harry said. I didn't expect that, Dash. Sirius laughed. It's okay, pup. All in the past, we just wanted to make sure nothing like that ever happens to you, which is why we're so careful around Rita. Makes sense, thank you. Harry said, and Sirius nodded. I think we should call it a day. Remus said, you got pretty close today, Cub. Yeah, I suppose I did. Harry said because he did, he would get it the next time for sure. So, Sirius said, how are classes going? Trying to start up a conversation. Obviously not wanting to get back to work. You seriously have to ask, Pads? Harry raised an eyebrow. I suppose I don't, but still, sometimes showing interest in your school career is okay. Harry laughed. Everything is going well. I'm actually teaching Slytherins right now. You're what? Have been for a couple of months. They wanted to know how to cast my summoning charm. You never told us. Remus said, and Harry shrugged. Suppose it slipped my mind. I stopped the classes with everyone. Instead, I'm focusing on 7th years. I want them to get the spell right before they leave school. It would suck if they had to leave halfway of their progress and never get to finish it. You're a 1st year, teaching 7th years your own made spell? Sirius stated, it wasn't really a question. If I didn't know you, I wouldn't have believed you. 1st year genius, you know? Harry smirked and Sirius laughed. Yeah, I noticed. Chapter in notes. I am back. This chapter is absolutely 100% rushed and not proofread, so I apologize for any mistakes. I just had to update now that I could. I'll try to post another chapter by Saturday, and then we'll continue from there, smiley face. I've no new chapter tomorrow, since I don't want to stress myself too much. The Patronus Charm. Chapter Summary. Harry learns the Patronus Charm and aces his exams. Flint makes a speech. Chapter Notes. 2nd year is almost here. Once again, not proofread, but I actually didn't rush too much this time. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Expecto Patronum, Harry whispered. This time an animal did appear. Both Sirius and Remus were sitting at the edge of their seats, curiously watching the animal, trying to see what it was. It looked like a snake. Then it flickered and suddenly changed into something else. It now had paws. It flickered again, flying around. It kept flickering from animal to animal, like it wasn't quite sure what form it needed to be. What is this supposed to mean? Harry asked in confusion. Remus' only response was, our Patronus represents a person who we feel the safest with, who we feel like they could keep us safe. It could be a parental figure or a significant other. I don't think your Patronus knows who that would be for you. You mean I have more than one Patronus? Harry stated more than asked. I have multiple protectors. I've never seen this before, Sirius said. But I mean, it would make sense. You grew up with the Founders. Now you have us. Your friends too, and Merlin. You have so many people who could be your Patronus. Of fucking course, every piece of my magic has to be special. First the wolf animagus, now this. Maybe Dash. Remus cut himself off. He looked like he was deep in thought, and he was staring at the place where Harry's Patronus now seemed to form something close to a lion. What are you thinking, Moony? Sirius asked. Would it be possible for Harry to cast multiple Patroni? Remus asked, and Sirius shrugged. Well, I'm not going to figure this shit out now. I'll try to find something about this in the library here. Harry said, and Sirius nodded. Before summoning something, it was a piece of paper which he signed. Only when Sirius gave it to him, he realized it was for permission to the restricted area of the library in Hogwarts. If you don't find anything, we always have the Black Library. Sirius said, and Harry nodded. Thank you. I won't keep you busy any longer. It's almost exams after all. Time tended to fly right before the end of the year. Everyone was learning, and classes were pretty much wrapped up. Now they just got time to revise for the exam. Harry hated it. He was bored usually, but nothing compared to how bored he was now. Everyone was learning, except for maybe his own sister and Weasley. He couldn't annoy teachers either, since they had to actually make the exams they would take while still teaching classes and correcting some work. Everyone seemed to be stressed. except for Harry. So he wandered the halls, not really doing anything. He talked to portraits, spent some time in the library to learn about useless things. He also started helping people. Anyone from year 1 to 7 could come up to him and ask for help. The 7th years didn't even question the fact that this first year already knew everything they had to know. He had taught most of them his spell now, so they pretty much stopped doubting his skills as a teacher. "Harry, can you please just help us?" Pansy asked, noticing how he was zoned out. "Huh, we just can't get this transfiguration spell. What are you even trying to do?" Harry asked, seeing multiple hairpins on the table. Pansy sighed. "It's just, our practical exam will probably just be transfiguring one item into another, right?" When Harry nodded, she continued, "So we thought, why not practice? We're trying to change this dash." She picked up a hairpin into a cup or goblet or whatever, something totally different. "That's pretty hard to do," Harry said, and Pansy nodded. "We noticed. The thing about transfiguration is that only a few spells actually have incantations. It's more about imagination. You have to really want to turn a hairpin into a goblet to do it. I would start with something easier, maybe a spell with an incantation. Do you have an idea?" Tracy asked, and Harry nodded. "Start easy. Turn the hairpins into hair ties, for example. The way of thinking will be easier." Pansy looked around, seeing the rest nod at the suggestion. She smiled. "Thank you." "No problem. It's what I'm here for." While the rest started casting spells, Daphne smiled at Harry and said, "Why don't you show us how it's done?" Harry rolled his eyes, but still made a small wrist movement, turning all of the pins into hair ties. "Hey, I was close." "You ruined it," Blaze said. Harry smirked. "Turning it back into a hairpin should be easier." Blaze rolled his eyes, but smiled and started trying to turn the hair tie back. Harry sighed and started zoning out again before he thought of something to do. "Anyone interested in going to the library with me?" he asked, and Daphne shook her head. "It's so busy this time of the year." "Yeah, I'm not going either. I really want to focus now." Tracy said, "Sorry, Black." She said then. Harry smiled at her. "It's okay. I just have to find a book. Won't be good company either way. If you're offering bad company and help with studies." Terrence spoke up, and Harry turned around. "I mean, I can try to help." "We all know you can help, Black." Montague scoffed. The whole Slytherin Quidditch team seemed to be studying together. The old players were also there. "It didn't matter what year you are. If you're part of the team, you can join them anytime." "All of you are coming?" Harry asked, slightly surprised. "We sure as hell are." George said, "Lee also, I think." The boy nodded, and then Harry shrugged. "Fine by me." Faye Drusus then spoke up. "New potion classes are killing me. Please tell me you're also a potions prodigy?" "Of course he is," Flint said. "Even Snape likes him. He has to have some skill." "All right, good enough for me," Faye said. Just like that, it was decided, and the Slytherin team all stood up, following Harry to the library. "What are you even searching for?" Terrence asked, and Harry shrugged. "Books on the Patronus charm. I learned how to do it, but something was off. I want answers." He pulled Sirius' signature out of his pocket. "I have this, so that'll probably help. I wish I had a teacher who was also my parent." Faye complained. "Life would be so much easier." "Not that Harry here needs a dash," Fred started. "He has the whole staff wrapped around his little fingers." Harry snorted. "Not true. Lily and James Potter hate my guts. Dumbledore thinks I'm some dark lord. Hagrid does whatever Dumbledore says, and however nice Minerva is, she's still very loyal to the headmaster." "Okay, so almost the whole staff," Lee concluded, and Harry shrugged. "Suppose so." He opened the doors to the library and almost immediately noticed it was almost completely full. He sighed. This was a bad idea. "No," Fred said. George immediately continued with, "Trust us." Before they walked in a random direction, walking to the other end of the library, here they took a turn to the left until they found the place they were looking for. It was an isolated place. A table big enough for all of them, close to a window. Everywhere around them were books. "Sometimes having the Weasleys in our house is a good thing," Ethan Grimstone said, probably the first person ever to admit that he liked that the Weasleys were in Slytherin. "Hey, we could be useful," Fred said. "We're starting to see that," Flint said before taking the lead and sitting down. The rest quickly followed. "Okay, so who actually needs help before I try to find a book?" "Please," Faye said. "I literally stopped trying when Snape asked us to make a draft of Living Death in our first class this year." Harry chuckled. "That's fair, harsh potion. So what do you need help with?" Faye started telling Harry what she didn't understand, and Harry started explaining some things. ignoring the way some of the others had started taking notes, either for their classes next year or also in preparation for their exams. Harry honestly didn't mind. This was a lot more fun than just sitting around doing nothing. Even though he knew most of these people were dying to know how he knew everything he knew. When he finished explaining different types of potions and ingredients to Faye, he told the group he'd return in a bit and started trying to find a book. That was, after all, his main goal. It was harder than he thought it would be. There weren't any books about the Patronus charm specifically. He would just have to get a book about charms and hope there was information he could use. Eventually, he grabbed a book about advanced charms. The books on advanced magics were usually about subjects that won't be taught in class, but you could learn about if you were interested. Harry knew that the Patronus charm wasn't part of the usual Hogwarts curriculum. He returned to the table and opened the book, looking for the chapter about the Patronus charm. He did find it and he started reading. Patronus charms? Terence asked, looking over at the book, and Harry shrugged. Sirius and Remus taught me how to do it. So, why would you need a book on it? It's just I'm curious about the limits. Is it possible to summon multiple Patroni at the same time? It is. Ethan said. McGonagall did it before. She had to warn the other teachers about something. I'm not sure what exactly. She summoned 3 charms. All of them were the same cat, but still it was impressive. Harry looked shocked for a second and then said, I'll talk to her. You should. It could save you a lot of time researching. Yeah, thank you. Harry didn't stop reading, though. The book didn't told him a lot he could use. Most of it was about picking the right memory. That didn't stop it from still being theory Harry didn't know a lot about yet. No one's questioning how a literal first year can do the Patronus charm? Pusey asked, looking around the table. It's black, Flint responded, like that once again explained everything. Which it kind of did. Now everyone go study. If any of you fail the year you're in now, you get kicked off the Quidditch team. That made everyone except Lee, Harry, Ethan, and Faye stress and turn back to their books. When it was actual exam week, Harry could luckily spend time with Sirius and Remus again. After his charms exam, which consisted of a written portion and a practical exam. The practical exam being an easy charm to animate an object. In this case, make a pineapple dance. He slowly started making his way to Sirius and Remus' quarters. When he suddenly heard Harry, he looked sideways to a corridor he had never noticed before. He took the turn and looked at the wall. He literally gaped at the wall. How I what? Harry managed to get out, making Salazar and Merlin laugh. Looks like you found us, Rowena stated, and Harry rolled his eyes before he asked, But how? I've been here 1,000 times and never noticed this place. I think it moves around. The location seems to change a lot. Godric said then. It makes sense you didn't find us before, so I'm going to have to find you again. Every time I want to talk to all of you? Harry asked, and Merlin shrugged. Or you could just get their portraits next to my portraits in your godfather's house. I could. I would have to ask Voldemort. Harry muttered, more talking to himself now. I think I can do that. I mean, he was prepared to open a vault for me with the Slytherin heir title. Move some things in there. Sounds like he's saner than he used to be. Salazar noted and Harry nodded. I did the ritual, gave him back 50% of his soul. We're still working on the rest, but it's a lot better already. You managed to that this quick? Of course, it wasn't that hard. Just had to get Mother Magic to cooperate. Not that hard, he says. Helga says, amused. I'm glad you managed to do it. I am too, believe me. It would suck to work with an insane Dark Lord. Harry laughed. I mean, he's still a pain in the ass, but at least he's manageable now. Salazar snorted, but said nothing else. Harry felt like Salazar was thinking about Voldemort's night visit, which Harry had to admit had been kind of annoying but still sort of nice. I believe you were going somewhere, Harry. Helga smiled at the boy. Oh yeah, thank you, I should go. Harry said, and the founders laughed while the boy ran away. Harry entered Sirius' quarters, where Remus had also been living. Hello? Anyone homie? Harry shouted, and he heard some cursing and then hurried footsteps from the bedroom. Take your time, I guess. When they finally came out, Harry decided to ignore their appearances and the fact that Remus was constantly smirking. Instead, he said, turns out McGonagall is actually able to cast multiple Patroni at the same time. She is? Sirius asked. Remus shook his head. I totally forgot about that one time. You know, pads back in our 5th year? Oh, I remember. Sirius said, I had never quite felt that kind of power before. Well, I suppose until later that year when we first saw Voldemort in real life. Remus laughed, Yeah, it was impressive. Do you think I could talk to McGonagall without her telling Dumbledore about everything? Harry asked, and Sirius nodded. Minnie isn't quite as loyal to the old coot as she seems. She will of course pick his side in the war, but she doesn't like his methods. You should have seen her when the Potters gave you away. She saw you as her grandson. You think we could convince her to join our side? Harry asked then. With the right arguments, I guess. She was a student the same time Voldemort was. He probably remembers her, and he's always had a lot of respect for powerful people. Wait, you're seriously thinking of recruiting Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress of Hogwarts? Remus asked. Harry shrugged. Maybe next year. I have to do something while in Hogwarts, otherwise I'll be bored. Well, if this does work, it's a positive thing for the dark side, that's for sure, Sirius said, ending this conversation. Anyways, I think you should talk to McGonagall about the whole Patroni thing. You should talk to her right now and leave us alone once again to Phi Dash. Padfoot, Remus said, and Sirius grinned. Sorry. Gross, Harry groaned. And here I thought I was always welcome. You are, just not now. Fine. I'm leaving. Have fun. Harry laughed, and he quickly left the room, not wanting to see his godfather-s jump each other. For the potions exam, you will be brewing a forgetfulness potion, Snape smirked, from memory. You also can't work in pairs. You have to do this on your own. Harry heard multiple groans around him. He had to admit, Snape's humor could be good. Of course there are no wands allowed. Snape continued, looking directly at Harry. Harry knew that Snape say no wands instead of no magic on purpose. Harry would be allowed to use magic. But sir, that would give Black an unfair advantage, Granger said, and Snape shook his head. A skill like wandless magic is a skill anyone could learn. If you actually put effort into learning it, you would have the same advantage. But I was raised by muggles. So was I, Granger. Harry replied, I think that you should stop interrupting Professor Snape. Snape nodded at Harry and then said, Begin. Harry stood up to get ingredients, just like everyone else. He had to admit that with this potion specifically, it was an advantage to be able to use magic, since it sped up the process a lot. Waiting times got shorter, and in the end, he would spend almost 40 minutes less to finish his potion. Snape knew this, yet still chose this potion for the exam. What was he trying to prove? Giving Harry such an unfair advantage was, well, weird behavior, especially from Snape. Harry shook his head, deciding to focus on the potion instead of whatever Snape was doing. He did finish his potion pretty quickly and was allowed to leave once he finished, leaving him bored in the library without his friends. His next exam would be Transfiguration, and Harry hoped he could talk to McGonagall before his exam, meaning he should leave early. The Transfiguration exam was 3 hours after the potion exam, so he still had more than enough time to sit in the library and play around with magic. His friends found him later playing around with a purplish orb, floating it around the table, changing the tone slightly. When Blaise said hi, Harry made the orb explode. A purple mist surrounded them. When the mist was gone, their clothes were covered in glitters. What the fuck, Harry? Draco shouted. Harry smirked. It's an illusion. He made a slight hand movements, and everything turned back to how it was. I'm not even going to ask how you did that, Blaise muttered, sitting down next to him. 3 more hours to study Transfiguration. Harry nodded. I think you guys will be fine. You probably have more time since we're doing it apart from each other, and your name is last on the list. Yeah, we still have a day for the written exam, Blaise said. At least we're somewhat lucky. Just try to make a lot of small details. It'll get you extra points. Harry said, None of you are bad at magic, so all of you will do fine. About 2.5 hours later, Harry got up and said, I'm going to Transfiguration early. I have to talk to McGonagall. Harry once again being secretive. Pansy muttered. Harry laughed. Actually, no. I just have to ask questions about the Patronus charm, and I might ask to do my exam early. So I'll be done with the exams today. When his classmates were done wishing him luck, he went to the Transfiguration classroom. He knocked on the door and immediately got a response. Come in, he heard McGonagall shout. Harry slowly opened the door. Oh, Mr. Black, it's still a bit early. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm actually here for something else. Harry smiled at one of his favorite teachers. I learned how to do the Patronus charm recently, and there was something wrong. The Patronus, but you're so young. Wait, wrong? Well, let me show you, Harry said, twitching his wrist while muttering, Expecto Patronum. He wouldn't say it's easy now, but he's still got a corporeal form, so he could show McGonagall. The Patronus once again started changing every few seconds, and he looked at McGonagall, whose focus was entirely on the Patronus. I see. While I do admit that it's weird, I think it should still work. That's not what I'm worried about, Professor. I was wondering if it were possible to cast multiple Patroni at once, and I've heard from multiple people you can do exactly that. You've done that before. That's true, McGonagall hesitated. It takes a lot of power, though. It also helps that my core prefers lighter forms of magic like the Patronus charm. She seemed to think before asking. If I may ask, what's your core like? Gray. I understood that much from seeing you cast magics. But what is your core's preference? I have none, Professor. None. McGonagall looked absolutely shocked. Harry had never seen her look shocked before. Then I suppose you could get there if you just keep practicing. Just don't exhaust your magic. I won't, I promise. Harry smiled. Do you have anything that could help me get there faster? Try to ignore the ones you casted before. Just pretend like you're casting only one Patronus for every Patronus you add, but do keep enough concentration on the others to not make them fade away. She looked at Harry's Patronus, which was still walking, or sometimes sliding, through the room, much like you were doing now. Okay, thank you. Harry sighed. Now that I'm here, could I just finish my exam already? Don't you need some rest, Mr. Black? She nodded towards his Patronus. Oh no, I'm okay, Harry said, and then McGonagall nodded. Well, okay then. She summoned a mouse. The exam is to turn this into a snuff box. Harry nodded and started imagining a snuff box. The next day was boring. The only exams they had were the potions and transfiguration written exam. All they had to do was answer questions about spells theories, situations, and which spells you could use, ingredients and situations for potions. Harry was glad that the day flew by, and before he knew it, it was time for his data exam. The written and practical exam were immediately after each other, unlike other exams. Once you were done finishing questions about werewolf bites, imps, ghosts, hags, gytrashes, vampires, zombies, and gnomes, you could sit outside waiting till Remus would come and get you for the practical part, the part where you had to show spells. Harry, like expected, was the first one to be done with the written part, and once he walked out, he saw a way too amused Remus standing there. Hey, Remus said, and Harry rolled his eyes. Hello, Professor. Now it was Remus' turn to roll his eyes. Harry followed him to an empty classroom and then said, Do I really have to do this? It seems like a waste of energy. We both know I will get an outstanding. Remus laughed. Sorry, Cub, school rules are school rules. It'll be done at no time. Just the 9 spells we learned in class, right? Harry asked, and Remus nodded. And so Harry started shooting all different kinds of spells, ending with the simple green spark spell. That's it, Cub. You're free for the rest of the day. Remus said, and Harry snorted. Yay, more boredom. We should really try to move you up some grades, maybe place you in 4th year next year. Remus muttered, and Harry shrugged. Fine by me. Won't help since I've literally been through the whole Hogwarts curriculum before. Remus rolled his eyes. I don't think Dumbledore would allow it. Honestly, sorry you're going to have to suffer 6 more years. Yeah, well, at least I can cause chaos here. Harry said, and then said, I think Granger finished almost immediately after me. You should probably get her. Remus nodded. I low-key want to skip Hope's friends. They're nightmares. Harry nodded sympathetically. Good luck. The history exam was mostly about the Founder's time. Remus and Sirius even asked some questions about him, much to Harry's amusement. They had a free afternoon after history, this time actually spent hanging out instead of studying. The next day were the astronomy and herbology exams, the last 2 exams, and then they would have some free days, since most of the years above them had more subjects. The first years could hang around the school doing nothing for a while, and Harry was glad that now he at least had company while doing nothing. One afternoon, one of the last days of school, he got a letter which was kind of weird since Gringotts had started to not let any mail for him through, besides the ones he had direct contact with. It was a precaution to make sure he would get no fan or hate mail directly to Hogwarts. Instead, Gringotts saved it in a vault, but he would still get letters from Sirius, Remus, Megan, or any of his friends. Who's it from? Tracy asked, sitting down next to Harry. I'm not sure, Harry responded. I don't recognize the owl. Open it, Pansy said, and Harry casted some spells to make sure the letter didn't have any compulsions on it, before carefully opening it. Once he saw the handwriting, he snorted. Of course it's him. That made Pansy, Blaze, and Tracy the only 3 Slytherins around him look at him in shock. Like him? Blaze asked, and Harry nodded. What does he want? Pansy asked then, and Harry shrugged. Let me read it first, please. Harry, firstly, stop thinking I'm stupid for sending you a letter. It's written in parcel script. Harry laughed first before looking over the text once more, noticing that it indeed was in English. Harry still struggled with the difference sometimes, since to him, parcel tongue and English sounded, and turns out looked the same. I am currently trying to create a new type of polyjuice potion in order to make permanent changes. I think we could use it for the Azkaban breakout. I, however, would like to get my second soul piece back before going to Azkaban. I hate to admit it, but the difference in power I felt when I got my soul from my diary back is almost unbelievable. So, I think we should meet up somewhere in the beginning of the Hogwarts summer break to finish our planning for Hogwarts, and perhaps we could do the ritual then. You should invite your godfather and his partner. Whatever, you could also invite Megan. We could use all the help we can get. TMR. Harry stared at the letter for a while, before muttering, nice way of saying you miss me, I suppose. That caught the attentions of his friends, who had started to talk about something else, once again. What? Blaze asked, and Harry shook his head. Voldy wants to meet up in summer break. Of course I'll go, since he needs my help. When his friend's confusion didn't go away, he just said, don't even bother trying to understand this. It's honestly not worth it. He grabbed a piece of paper and wrote, okay, see you then. Ha-SB. It was a vague letter, but Voldemort would understand. He didn't master parcel script yet, never even thought about practicing it, so vague was the only way to go. He gave the letter, if you could even call it that, to the owl and said, give this to him. And the owl flew away. At the end of the year, no extra point were rewarded to anyone, and Slytherin won with 548 points. Harry knew he alone had earned at least half of those. Ravenclaw was second with 426. Hufflepuff had gotten third place with 352, and Gryffindor last place with 312. Harry just knew that Godric would have been disappointed in this group of Gryffindors. Not even because they lost, but because they aren't even trying. They use the reckless trait as a way to explain why they would lose and say that it's unfair, because it's one of the reasons a person would get sorted into Gryffindor. Harry would love to see Godric here, telling them all how wrong that was. How being brave did not even come close to being reckless. However, Godric wasn't here, so instead, he just celebrated with everyone in the Slytherin house, who practically worshipped him now because without him they wouldn't have gotten this win, and this one was their first win in a while. When everyone was dismissed to pack up and go to bed, the Slytherins all went back to the common room and continued celebrating. Somewhere in the middle of this celebration, Flint stood on a table. Now everyone knows how much I hate making speeches. His voice easily carried over the crowd. But Black made a speech when we asked him to after a Quidditch win, so I will make one now to honor Black. When Harry James Potter got sorted into Slytherin, none of us were sure about him. Let's be honest here. Everyone agreed immediately, making Harry laugh. I mean, a Potter who grew up with Muggles and Slytherin, what good could that be? Oh, and then you had that first night where he just decided to expose that he knew Salazar Slytherin, of all people. He tried to explain it with an excuse, but none of us believe him even now. Let's be honest. I'm pretty sure Zabini tried to get him to tell the truth with violence. Blaze looked embarrassed, and Harry smiled at him, trying to not make him feel guilty. In the corner of his eyes, Harry could see Salazar smirk, but no one else noticed, so he would ignore the man. Sal probably loved every second of this. However, whatever we thought Potter would do, he didn't do. He isn't some Gryffindor who somehow manipulated the hat into putting him in Slytherin. He is one of us. Even if sometimes he acts like a Gryffindor, especially in the start of the year with his own parents. I mean, what Slytherin tries to get disowned and lose all their power. Flint smirked. A bad one. Luckily, he had a plan. Getting adopted by a family with even more power. That is such a Slytherin move. Just like that Harry James Potter turned into Harry Sirius Black. A boy who made sure Slytherin would win every Quidditch game. A boy who seems to get points for simply breathing. A boy who helps people in 7th year because he understands the magic better than anyone else. Harry shrugged, saying it's not that hard. Loud enough for everyone to hear. Where I'm going with this story, speech, whatever, is that Harry Sirius Black not only made sure we won the House Cup, he also helps everyone around him. He helped me understand that judging a book by its cover is not a good idea, because if we all had done that, Ravenclaw would have won. Let's be honest. So to Harry. He held up his glass with some kind of drink, probably once again from Fred and George collection. To Harry was repeated through the whole room, Salazar himself being the last one to say it. Harry sighed and sat down next to his friends. He just hoped that next year would be less boring. Chapter in notes. Thank you all for reading, love. The support on this story is so overwhelming every time I post a new chapter. Also, yes, I used Minerva's 3 cats in the last book for this, just changing the time it happens. Starts summer break. Chapter summary. Summer break chaos. Chapter notes. Not proofread, because for some reason I always decide to write shit last moment and at midnight, giving me no time to proofread. I was also listening to Gangnam Style on repeat. I don't think I am mentally okay at this point. Anyways, enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. When Harry sat down in the train back to London, he hadn't expected Fred and George to ask to talk to him. What he expected even less was the twins admitting they didn't know where they could stay this summer. He had, of course, questioned the twins, because why the hell didn't they say anything sooner? But he did still offer them to stay with him at the Grimald's place. He knew Remus nor Sirius would mind to have the young prankster stay with them. He was honestly surprised that the twins hadn't met Sirius or Remus yet beside their classes. He doubted the twins even knew that they were the Marauders, since Harry only called them Padfoot or Mooney in private. The twins seemed thankful and told him they would find him before they arrived. Then they went to find some of their classmates. "You sure Sirius won't mind?" Draco asked. "I mean, you didn't even ask if they could stay over. You just told them they could without discussing. Have you ever met Sirius or Iron Black?" "He won't mind." Harry snorted. He's like a small child. "I'm honestly afraid that the house will be a prank battlefield this break. If you need to escape, you can always visit." Blaise said sympathetically. Most of the other Slytherins agreed immediately. "I could probably stay at Voldy's place too if I really wanted." Harry said, "He'll be annoyed, sure. But when is he not?" The Slytherins fell silent and Harry sighed. "I really should stop doing that, bringing Voldy up in normal conversation. All of you are so afraid to say anything about him." "Of course we are. We were taught to fear him." Millicent responded. "He's still the Dark Lord, no matter how hard you try to prove he changed." The Dark Lord is just another title made by wizards who feared other wizards a while ago. Harry said, and Millicent rolled her eyes. "That might be true. Doesn't stop us from fearing him, though." "He'll be delighted that you said that." Harry sounded amused. "I mean, that's all he's ever wanted besides his political goals. Getting people to fear him enough. Don't you fucking dare tell him anything we say to you about him." Harry sighed. "Fine, but only because I'm just that nice." "Oh, and I like keeping secrets. We noticed," Pansy said, and Harry suddenly realized he never told the truth to the rest of his Slytherin friend group. "I never told them, did I?" He turned to Blaise and Draco. Both of them shook their heads. "Damn, I'll still have to do that. Why don't you just tell them now?" Draco asked. Harry looked around at all the curious looks. "It kind of takes away the fun, doesn't it? I don't know, I mean, they will finally stop complaining to you about not knowing." Blaise said, and Harry shrugged. "Fine, I'll tell you all." "Fucking finally," Theo said, and Harry sighed. October 31st, 1981. Voldemort decided to finally do something about the prophecy he heard a while ago. The prophecy stated that a child with the power to destroy him would be born at the end of July. What Voldemort didn't know is that because of the fact that he decided to attack, the child would get that power. However, that doesn't matter. I just think it's funny that Voldy made that mistake. Anyways, he decided to attack 2 families, the Longbottoms and Potters. He would go to the Potters first, while his Death Eaters tried to get information from the Longbottoms. That night, however, he disappeared. People suspect it was Hope who had killed the Dark Lord. Only me and the Dark Lord himself know that it's bullshit. He didn't even look twice at Hope before trying to kill me. It, however, failed, and instead Dumbledore came in and killed him, the sole piece ending up in my scar. Dumbledore declared Hope as hero, and everyone immediately believed the old fool. Then he insisted the Potters gave me away, just for a while, because they didn't want me to grow up being jealous of my sister. Blaise scoffed at this part. Neither Blaise nor Draco had heard the whole story yet. "Yeah, I know it's bullshit. He brought me to Lily's wizard-hating sister. He left me on the doorstep. Anyone could have kidnapped me, but instead of some creepy person kidnapping me, I got kidnapped by a time-traveling Merlin." Theo rolled his eyes. "The truth, please, Black." Blaise shushed him. "Let Harry talk. He's telling the truth, I swear." Theo seemed shocked for a second before he reluctantly nodded. Merlin took me back to the Founders era, where he pleaded the Founders to take care of me. They all agreed after some convincing. They raised me and started teaching me magic at 4. I pretty much finished the Hogwarts curriculum when I was 10. Over that time, I grew very close to all of them. They're my parents. They're the people who have taken care of me for literal years when no one else wanted me. They're the reason I'm this good at magic. I owe them everything. Even Merlin traveled to their time sometimes to teach me about this time, making sure I was ready for what would come. We called it history class, even though none of that had happened yet. Wait, that boy in history dash, Pansy said, and Harry cut her off. Was me. We tried our best to keep my presence there out of the books, but the Founders didn't want to lock me up and hide me from the world. Instead, they gave me freedom and did what they could to make my name not be mentioned in the history books. It worked. My name was never mentioned. That's not what I expected. Tracy said, I knew this would be some crazy story, since it was even a bigger secret than any of your other secrets you told us. But this is dash. Unbelievable. Harry finished for her. Yeah, I know, it's the only truth, though. I believe you. Tracy whispered. She seemed kind of awkward, not sure what to do or say. I'm glad you finally told us, Harry. Daphne said, and Millicent nodded. Harry nodded but didn't reply. Instead, he just turned to the window. They still had a while before they would be in London. Exploding snap? Anyone? Blaze said, and everyone. Even Harry joined. When they arrived in London, Harry waited for Fred and George to join him before approaching Sirius and Remus. Hey, Siri, Harry said when Sirius swooped him into a hug. Hey, pup, was the response he got, and when Sirius let go of him, he also greeted Remus. Afterwards, he turned to them and said, Fred and George have nowhere to go. Could they stay with us? The pranksters of Hogwarts, huh? Sirius asked, and then turned to Remus. Can we deal with that much chaos? Remus laughed, and the twins quickly said that they could behave if they had to. That made Sirius and Harry also laugh. Don't worry, they don't mind. Harry said, I think I'm going to have to flee this summer, though. Sirius grinned, and Remus rolled his eyes. Fred and George were just confused. Harry answered their questioning looks with a small shrug. You'll figure it out. Okay, you kids ready to go? Sirius asked, and Harry nodded, grabbing Sirius' arm. Remus put his hands on Fred and George's shoulders. Then all of them apparat. When they arrived in Grimald's place, Harry led Fred and George to some guest rooms, telling them to pick their own room, before he went upstairs to his own room. Sirius and Remus had went to talk to Creature, because the old elf wasn't used to having visitors. Master, I'm hungry. Ebony complained as soon as Harry had put him down. Of course you are. You just shed. Harry hissed back before conjuring a rat for the still-growing snake. Go on and eat. Ebony hissed without actually saying something, then quickly attacked the rat. Harry chuckled. Ebony had a way of talking to people. He just made everyone who could hear him, which admittedly were only him and Voldemort, feel inferior. After feeding Ebony, he just sat down with a book about the Salem witch trials. He still thought reading about these type of things was interesting because the author who wrote it either tried to show how muggles are bad people or how they burned only dark witches. All of this depended on when and who wrote the book. People from the light side tended to think that only dark witches would get burned. People on the dark side thought it showed how evil muggles are. None of the books gave good arguments, though. None of the books told them the truth. The only people who ended up dying were muggles who were accused of being a witch, because every person with magic easily escaped these trials. After half an hour, he got called for dinner. Hey, Pads, Mooney, Fred, George. He muttered when he sat down, joining the rest who had already been sitting, not even noticing what he had just done. Pads and Mooney? Fred said more than asked. George was looking at Harry, too. Yeah, it's what I call Sirius and Remus, why? It's just dash, George started, but before he could finish, Sirius said, they probably found our masterpiece, the Marauders map. The what? Harry said, and Sirius shrugged, but started eating, the rest following. After a few bites, Sirius started explaining. Harry realized he probably thought that they would totally forget about food if they didn't start eating while talking. We made it in our 3rd or 4th year. You know we pranked everyone, right? Harry nodded, and Sirius continued. Yeah, so one day James, Peter, and I approached Remus because he's the mastermind behind all our pranks, really. We explained to him that we wanted to make a map and charm it to show everyone, You can see anyone on the map live time. It was mostly used to avoid running into teachers. When they approached me, I told them to start sketching. Peter was quite a good drawer. I started looking for charms. Sirius helped me, not because he wanted to, but because he had this really annoying crush on me. Everyone knew, but him. When Peter finished the map, I charmed it. Sirius looked embarrassed, but that didn't stop him from continuing. We then also added a charm that made sure if you don't know the password, you couldn't see the map. Instead, the parchment would insult you. Real grown-up, Harry said, and Sirius laughed. We were 14-year-old boys who weren't mentally 40 years old. You can't blame us. Harry rolled his eyes. We left it in Filch's office after our 7th year. We told ourselves that the next generation of pranksters would find it and figure it out. Turns out, they did. Sirius said the last part in a weirdly proud way. Wait, Harry, you've been the child of 3 out of 4 marauders. George whispered in amazement. Harry shrugged, suppose so. Fred, instead of saying something to Harry, turned to Sirius and Remus. You guys are our heroes. Of course we are. We're awesome, Sirius said. The other two, James and Peter. They are. Well, let's just say you should be glad you ended up here instead of with them. Sirius, Remus said, and Sirius held his hands up. I didn't lie. Peter, he was their secret keeper, wasn't he? Harry asked. I remember him. I never liked him. However, the grown-ups never really talked about the whole war thing when they were in a room with me and Hope. He was, Sirius answered truthfully. You tried to pin it on me, but that didn't work out. Obviously, Harry said, and Sirius laughed. When Fred and George went to their room, Harry stayed with Sirius and Remus, putting up a privacy ward. We should talk about Azkaban. Harry said, I really want to go. We all know that. We also know Voldy wants me to go and would probably blame himself if anything happened to me. It's dangerous, Harry. Remus said, We don't want to put you in danger on purpose. I know, but I want to do this. I'll be okay. I know the Patronus charm. Voldemort and I are working on a perfect plan to make sure no one notices us. I'll be fine. We want you to be safe. Sirius said, It doesn't matter how good you are at magic. There's a reason no one ever escaped from Azkaban before. Please, Harry said, trying his best at the whole puppy eyes thing. He never understood why this worked for people, but he'd seen it work a bunch of times. How about this? Sirius sighed. You can go, but we'll go with you. Harry thought for a second. As long as both of you make sure you're safe at all times. Sirius smiled softly and nodded. Okay, we have a deal. I'll make sure it's not during full moon. Thank you, Remus said, and Harry smiled at him. Thank you for allowing me to go. After that, Harry left pretty quickly, probably to hang out with the twins, leaving Sirius and Remus alone. You sure this is a good idea? Remus asked, and Sirius shrugged while standing up. Don't know, but I'd prefer to be there. We both know he's strong enough. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't like the idea of Harry being in Azkaban. Remus said, watching Sirius as he poured himself some wine, then offered Remus some. Remus shook his head. I don't like it either, Mooney, but I trust him and I know he'll be okay. At least we get to be there now. You're right, Remus sighed. Doesn't mean I like it. Sirius chuckled, placing his glass on the table before leaning down and kissing Remus on his forehead. I don't think we're supposed to like it, but we can support Harry. Remus smiled at Sirius. Yeah, at least we can support him. The third day of their summer break, Harry decided to visit the Dark Lord. He told Sirius and Remus that he would try to be home by tomorrow, knowing that the ritual to give Voldemort his soul back would take a lot of energy. Remus and Sirius hadn't liked that he was planning on spending the night at Voldemort's, but when he told them that it would be suicide for Voldemort to kill him, they reluctantly agreed. That's how Harry ended up here, waking up in a way too big bedroom. When he arrived the day before, Voldemort had offered him something to eat before helping him prepare for the ritual. The ritual was a lot smoother this time, since Mother Magic already agreed to help them. It was also a lot less draining since they didn't have to make a whole new body. This was the reason why they didn't have any other help. It was just them. Harry could tell Voldemort was glad, because he hates to show people his vulnerability. And everyone is vulnerable during a ritual like this one. Harry looked around the room. Even with it being so big, it wasn't anything special. There was a bed, a way too big desk, some closets. It looked like it was still in the process of being personalized. Harry knew it was probably because Voldemort never had guests, and if he had guests, they probably weren't important enough to have all the luxuries the rest of the house has. Harry slowly got out of bed and did his usual morning routine, before calling a house elf to lead him to Voldemort. Voldemort, for some reason, had once again woken up before him and was now sitting in his office, making Harry once again wonder just how much paperwork Dark Lords had, because Voldemort was always in his office. "Ah, Harry, come join me," Voldemort said, before he seemed to realize something. "If you want any breakfast, you can just call an elf." Harry nodded. "I'm okay, thank you. I talked to Lucius a couple days ago." Voldemort started. He explained to me that generally the Azkaban guards only have 2-hour shifts, since being in the Dementor's presence is quite draining. However, Azkaban has enough human guards to constantly have some there. The job is a lot more popular than you would expect. But there is one time where there is one-time slot where swapping guards doesn't overlap and leave 10 minutes without any guards present. This time is usually around 3 a.m. Monday. If we prepare well enough, we should have most of the work done in 10 minutes. If we need more time, we can always stupefy and obliviate them. "Wow, you've been working a lot," Harry said, quite impressed by Voldemort's work. "I'm in. We have to avoid full moons, though. Sirius and Remus are coming." "Werewolf?" Voldemort asked. "I remember Fenrir talking about Remus Lupin. I think we can easily avoid full moons. We still need to make a plan for actually getting the prisoners out, though." Harry nodded, and then they started talking about possibilities. This took a while, till the point where they started lunch while still swapping ideas. "Muggles," Harry said suddenly, and Voldemort looked up with a questioning look. "Use Polyjuice Potion. We could try to make a permanent version." "Smart. We just have to make sure the insane, just-escaped Azkaban Death Eaters don't decide to wander around the wizarding world then. Lock them up for a while, until we decide that they are ready or until we need them." It could work," Voldemort decided. "Afterwards, I can try to get into politics with an alias, try to push some of our goals in the political way before really starting the war. I have lots of seats. I can use Sirius to support you in there." "It'd be fun to see Sirius suffer in the political world," Voldemort smirked. "And then once we pushed our goals enough, we finally show the public the Death Eaters we rescued, putting pressure on the current ministry. We can try to take the lead then." "Okay, so we need Polyjuice Potion that will last at least a couple of years, preferably for a lifetime, so we are sure that they only find out the Death Eaters are out of Azkaban when we want them to know." "If this works," Voldemort started, and he didn't even have to finish his sentence, because Harry understood this would guarantee them their win. "Oh, and before I forget," Voldemort said, twitching his wrist, until Harry suddenly felt something on his head. The diadem. Harry realized Voldemort had actually given it to him now. "Wandless magic, huh?" he said instead of commenting on the diadem. "You can't be the only magical prodigy." Adam. Afterwards, they went back to planning, but somehow both of them felt closer to each other now, knowing that they could banter, if you would call it that, in such a way. Even though they are Harry Sirius Black, former Potter, and the Dark Lord. When they finally had a solid plan, Harry went back home, explaining the plan to Sirius and Remus while the twins were experimenting with some kind of potion they made. "Smart," Remus approved. "That should work, but I have never heard about a permanent Polyjuice Potion." "I know. I'm going to try to create one." Harry sighed. "It'll be hard, but if it works, if anyone could do it, it's you, pup," Sirius said, and Harry laughed. The amount of time I've heard that sentence. Sirius and Remus laughed, but didn't say anything. They knew it was true. Harry had heard that a lot. "Oh, and look at what Voldemort gave me," Harry said, breaking the silence that his last sentence had created. He pulled out the diadem. "Is that Ravenclaw's diadem?" Remus asked, and Harry nodded. "It had a soul piece, but I helped Voldemort with the ritual. He gave me this. I mean, he had promised that he would give me this before that, but still, I didn't expect him to actually do it." "You sure this is the Dark Lord we're talking about?" Sirius asked, looking at the diadem with disbelief. "The one and only." Harry chuckled. "People have to stop asking that. I'm sorry, it's just slightly unbelievable. I mean, it's the Dark Lord." "I know, Pads," the Slytherin said exactly the same. "Harry." George hurried into the room. "Look what we made." Fred followed him with what seemed like rubber chicken in his hand, but the moment Fred let go of it, it started doing the Irish step dance. Sirius started laughing. "We should have done things like that, Mooney." Remus shook his head, but was also laughing quietly. "We call it Rubio chicken," Fred said, "'cause it's rubber or whatever." "So, why did you guys need a potion lab for this?" Harry asked, confused. "Oh, we just wanted to make sure we had a safe place to experiment. Make sure nothing valuable blew up. We used some of the potion wards. Fair enough, Harry started smirking. You should add a music charm. George looked at Fred before looking back at Harry. You, sir, are a genius. Where did your whole twin speak thing go? Harry asked then, noticing how normal this conversation had been. Oh, that's not how we actually talk, Dash. We do it to annoy people. Fred finished. Especially your family? Harry guessed. Yep, Fred popped the P, and George was grinning like an idiot next to him. Well, it did work. I only saw them twice with you guys, but they looked annoyed as fuck. Language, Remus said, and Harry stuck out his tongue, making Remus roll his eyes. Where did you find them, pup? Sirius asked, looking way too amused by the whole conversation. Harry laughed. Actually, I met them because they looked lonely when Hope wanted me to meet her friend. Ron Weasley, Sirius said. He failed history and only just passed Transfiguration. It's only first year. Pads, you're not supposed to discuss your students' scores with other students. Remus said, and Sirius nodded. I know, but honestly they could have guessed this. The boy did nothing all year. When he did do something, it was just to annoy other students. Most of our siblings aren't that bad, Fred said. It's honestly only Ginny and Ron. Ginny can be okay, but she gets jealous quickly. She's our parents' little princess. Just like Hope, Harry muttered. Fred and George laughed. You should have seen our mom when they announced Hope was the girl who lived. She had been hoping it could be a boy, so she could force Ginny to marry the boy. Harry laughed, but then quickly stopped when he noticed. Wait, so she wanted me to be the boy who lived so I could marry your younger sister? Yes, George confirmed. She even asked Dumbledore if she could dose you with love potions, if it turned out to be you. At least that's what Bill told us. Dumbledore actually agreed, telling her how it would be beneficial for all of us. Harry shuddered. Ew, I hate that. I'm so glad Dumbledore lied about Hope being the girl who lived. Fred and George nodded in agreement. Both had been told a while ago that the whole thing was a lie. Harry had later explained that it was really him who Voldemort had tried to kill that night. Fred finally picked up the chicken, then the chicken was still dancing. Come on, Georgie, let's get this chicken to sing, he said, and George followed him out. They're good at magic, Remus said when they had left. That wasn't some easy kind of magic that anyone could do. They are really smart, Harry agreed. They just don't show it in classes a lot because that's not what they're interested in. When they're working on something they are interested in, though, they could probably do anything they tried. It's crazy. I'm looking forward to seeing what they will do with their skill, Remus said, and Sirius nodded. We have good successors. Don't tell them that, Harry joked. They would faint. Chapter in notes. This was only 4K words. I am actually disappointed in myself. Anyways, I love Marauders SMR. Wolfstar moments 3 less than 3. The somehow functional black family. Chapter summary. Fred and George join the fam, and Harry has some weird conversations with different people. Chapter notes. I only write around 3 a.m., and you can notice it in this chapter. My thoughts were just all over the place. Anyways, I officially hit 100K words. It took 1 week. 1 week till the Black family house was a war zone. It all started when Fred and George turned Sirius into a dog by putting some powder in his food. After that, it escalated quickly. There wasn't a moment where the two teams weren't scheming, trying to prank the others. Harry didn't pick a side, too amused by the whole situation. That didn't mean that he didn't get multiple offers from both sides. He just refused because he didn't want to pick a side. It was a stupid thing to do. Either he ends up with Sirius and Remus trying to prank him when he was trying to be serious, or Fred and George pranking him in the Slytherin common room. After a few days, he decided to visit Draco, since that was the best excuse to flee the house. Harry, Draco said. He probably felt the wards around the big manor. Let someone in. Didn't expect you to visit. Same, honestly, but the Black House is currently a war zone. Harry chuckled. Fred and George turning Sirius into a dog was clever, though, I have to admit. Well, come, Pansy's also here. Draco led the way to the backyard, where Pansy was currently sitting in the grass. When she saw Harry, she literally jumped up and ran over to hug him. Harry, she said. Harry laughed, hugging the girl back. How's your break so far? Pansy asked once she let Harry go. I don't know, normal? It's still weird being outside of Hogwarts. Harry sighed. I mean, of course I went out sometimes with the founders, but usually we would just stay in Hogwarts. You literally spent your entire life in Hogwarts, Pansy said. It's understandable why it feels weird to just be kicked out. Did you know that in the Founders' time, they actually allowed students to stay in Hogwarts in summer break? It was an option, mostly because Muggleborns were unsafe in the Muggle world. It was common for them to get abused. Harry explained, "It's weird, I escaped that life. It's not as bad this time as it was back then, but still if I had lived with Lily's sister, I would have been abused heavily. They hate magic. Well, I'm glad you didn't grow up with them." Pansy said, "Come, no more negative thoughts." Harry nodded, before letting Pansy pull him away towards the place she had been sitting. On the ground was a half-finished flower crown. Pansy smiled before saying, "I'm going to teach you. You have no choice." Harry shrugged, before turning to Draco, who was looking at them with a weird expression. "Come join us," Harry said, and Draco sighed, but did join them. Draco, too, got forced to learn how to make flower crowns. Pansy insisted that they would make matching crowns, sort of like friendship bracelets. Harry didn't complain, just listening to the girls' instructions. Draco, however, kept sighing and complaining about how bored he was and how these crowns would ruin his hair. An hour later, Harry and Pansy were laying on their back, flower crowns beside them, while pointing out funny-looking clouds. Draco had once again felt the ward shift. Harry suspected it was either Theo or Blaise. His suspicion was confirmed when Blaise walked in, flower crown on his head. When Harry raised an eyebrow, Blaise shrugged. Draco refused to wear it, so gave it to me. Harry chuckled. Fair enough. Really, I don't know what he's trying to prove. Probably his undeniable masculinity. Pansy quipped, giggling slightly. Draco, who had been standing behind Blaise, then said, "Hey, that's rude. We all know that I don't have to prove my masculinity. It is undeniable after all." Harry snorted. Either way, it doesn't matter. Flower crowns shouldn't be something masculine or feminine. He smirked, waving his hand, summoning a fourth. Not quite self-made, but still Harry made one already, so it counts. Flower crown. Wear it, Harry said, and Draco shook his head. Pansy, who was also smirking, then faked a pout. "Come on, Draco. For us. We are your best friends after all." "Nope. No, I'll just hang out with Crabbe and Goyle instead," Draco said, and Harry sighed. "I really didn't want to have to do this, Draco." He waved his wrist again, making the flower crown appear on Draco's hair. When Draco tried to take it off, Harry's magic refused to let it go. Talking about Crabbe and Goyle, they really barely talk. Harry said then, trying to make conversation. "Harry, take this thing off," Draco said, and Harry shrugged. "No can do." "You know, Harry, you're right. I barely talk with them at all," Blaise said, pretending that Draco wasn't trying to force Harry to let the crown go. "Hurry," Draco said, and Harry laughed. "Fine, you're no fun. You only had it on for like 30 seconds. 30 seconds too much," Draco muttered, sighing in relief when the crown finally let go. "You're so boring, Draco," Pansy said, but didn't force the boy to wear the crown again. It really was less fun if they had to force him. "You guys can't complain. You all decided to go to my house, after all," Draco pointed out, and Harry shrugged. "Yeah, well, I didn't know if Blaise was in Italy or not. Also, I didn't want to worry Sirius by going to the Dark Lord. My mother took her new husband to Italy," Blaise muttered. "They needed privacy, so left me in the Zebini Manor in England." Harry offered him a small, comforting smile, and then Pansy said, "You didn't even think about going to my place?" "I'm hurt. Well, to be honest, I didn't suspect you would be home. You seem like the kind of person who goes out every day." "I wasn't wrong. No, you know what? That's fair. Also, has Snape been here, Draco?" "I honestly don't know where Snape spends his summer breaks," Harry said, suddenly thinking about the fact that he still had to make a polyjuice potion. He could do it alone, but he would never turn down some assistance. Haven't seen him so far. He's probably at home. I would just send him a letter." Harry nodded. He'd also ask the man for his recipe of the original Wolfsbane, since he still wanted to try to make a better version. If he succeeded, he would also need the man's approval before marketing the potion, since the original was Snape's. "Why would you even need Snape?" Pansy asked. "Didn't you literally create your own potions multiple times?" "I did. However, I need to finish this project in a few weeks, or the Dark Lord might just kill me." When Draco paled, he snorted. "That was sarcasm. Voldy wouldn't." "Don't sound so sure." Harry rolled his eyes but didn't bother responding. "Anyways, how bad is the prank war, Harry?" Blaise said, to change the subject. "Not that bad yet. They're mostly using spells on shampoo, soap, and food now. Honestly, I'm afraid that Mooney is going to leave and the house just explodes. Harry paused and then, wait, no, never mind. Remus would probably be the cause for the house exploding. He is really the best at coming up with pranks. But if he gives Sirius an idea that's too hard to actually execute, Harry shuddered, not even finishing his sentence. So, the library in Black Family House? Pansy asked, slightly disappointed. Yeah, probably a war zone now. However, that library is pretty small. Black Manor is the real Black Library. The family house only has copies of like 1/3 of the real Black Library. He says it's small, but it pretty much is big as Zabini and Malfoy Library together. Draco said, and Pansy nodded. Yeah, I thought it would be. Harry has this thing where he really understates things. Hey, it's not my fault I grew up in like the biggest houses in the wizarding world. Harry defended himself. I mean, it were castles, but still, Blaise snorted, before he turned to Draco and Pansy. Yeah, it's not his fault he grew up in castles. Plural, he said, and Pansy and Draco started laughing while Harry groaned. This is bullying, he said, and Blaise smirked. But after a few seconds, both Harry and Blaise also started laughing. After spending a big part of his day at Malfoy Manor, it was time to return to Grimmaild's place. Harry expected the worst, so he was surprised to walk into the house and see Fred, George, Sirius, and Remus sit and talk. No pranks in sight. You guys are not teaming up to prank me, right? Harry asked, carefully scanning the room for any booby traps. Because I can return to Malfoy Manor. We weren't planning on pranking you, Fred said, truthful enough for Harry to believe him. We should have, though. That would be amazing, Sirius said, and George nodded in agreement. Sorry, Cub. Ignore them. How was your day? Remus asked then, and Harry smiled. It was good. Actually, Pansy and Blaise were also at Draco's. I'm glad you had fun. So, what happened here? What did the twins do? George scowled. Why would it be us that did something? Because it's Sirius' house, so he could hardly get punished for something. He would never actually punish Remus. Let's ignore how that sounded. And this he kind of waved his hand at them, is way too calm for how much of a war zone it was this morning. That's fair, Fred said. You have to admit, George, he has a point. George nodded. Yeah, fair, but we didn't do anything. So why are you guys sitting here? Not pranking each other? Harry asked, confused. Sirius sighed. He motioned between himself and Remus. We're thinking about adopting the twins, since they are not part of any family right now. It would help their magic development a lot, but also their influence, and honestly, we don't mind the twins. Wait, you're adopting them, Harry gaped at Sirius, and Sirius nodded. I mean, if you don't want us to, that's fine. I wasn't going to do it if you didn't think it was a go, Sirius shut up, Harry said, and the man shut his mouth. Then Harry looked at the twins, a slight smile on his face. So we're officially brothers, huh? Two identical grins appeared on the faces. Yes, Harrikins, you're stuck with us now, Fred said, and Harry smiled. Welcome to our weird, somehow functional family. Then he turned back to Sirius. Why make this sudden decision? Sirius shrugged. It's just, I suppose, a chance for us and the twins. I know they already saw you as their little brother. I had a feeling they would stay here a lot more often, and honestly, they are our successors. Sirius grinned. No, but for real, it was sudden for us too. But I mean, I'm all for sudden plans, as long as they don't screw any of us over. I thought that you would adopt them, just not so soon. I mean, the summer break has just started for a bit longer than a week. Well, the twins have a way of making people like them, Remus said, and Harry laughed. That they do. Funny, people say the same thing about me. That's because people are totally right. I mean, somehow you got Voldemort to tolerate you. That's like impossible. That man doesn't tolerate anyone, Sirius said, and Harry shrugged. It helps that I'm carrying a soul piece. Oh, and I brought him back to life. Yeah, that might be true, I suppose, Sirius muttered. It's strange people try their whole life to get that man to tolerate them just a bit. All you do is annoy the fuck out of him, and he tolerates you. Maybe it's because I annoy him. He's probably secretly kind of done by not having anyone treat him as human. I do treat him as human. I never thought about that, Remus said. Harry shrugged slightly. He was literally never treated as human. His past is quite sad. Honestly, he probably doesn't even know how to treat others as equal. All he's ever known is either be the freak or be the master. There's no in between. Surely there was one point in his life where Dash. Nope, no point in his life was normal. I won't tell you anything else, though, before he starts forcing secrecy contracts. That would suck. Harry said, well, I'll help Fred and George move their stuff to another room, because we are not letting them stay in guest rooms. That made everyone act normal again. Sirius nodded in agreement. Good idea. I'll try to get Griphook to make sure a contract is ready. And Remus, you should go nap for a bit. Harry said, tomorrow was full moon. The man looked shocked and then nodded. Right. Harry gave the man a small smile and then told Fred and George to follow him. So Lupin, he's a werewolf, right? Fred asked. Harry froze. How did you find out, Dash? It's just, he was always absent around full moon, and after that he would look pale at feasts. Also, he taught us about Boggett, and his biggest fear is the full moon. George said, and Harry sighed. Yeah, Sirius tries to make his full moons better by staying with him in his animagus form, but it doesn't make it less painful. I'm trying to make a potion that will help, but that might still take a while. Oh. And that's also a surprise, so if you tell Remus, I will kill you. Fred put both his hands up, chuckling nervously. Calm down. We are good at keeping secrets. Our pranks would suck if we couldn't keep secrets. Sometimes they take months to plan. George said then, imagine if we couldn't keep our secrets and just told the whole school about one of our better pranks accidentally. That'd suck. It would. Lily Potter was pacing in Dumbledore's office. He's staying with dark wizards. There has to be something. Dumbledore sighed. I know, but we legally can't do anything, Lily. What do you mean? We can't do anything. Sirius and Remus are his legal parents now. You disowned him. We have no control over him anymore. Yeah, well, he deserved it. His disrespect dash. Lily stopped pacing, facing Dumbledore. I mean, what else could we have done, Headmaster? You could have tried to convince him. Dumbledore said, he's young, easily convinced. We don't have time for that. Lily snapped. We don't know when Voldemort will return, and if I have to trust you, which I'm not sure about right now. We need the boy for some reason. I thought Hope was the girl who lived. She is. Dumbledore easily lied. After all, how else could he have convinced Lily to sacrifice her son? He had expected the boy to return submissive, barely thinking for himself, doing whatever his parents want just for them not to abandon him again. So, why would we need him? Lily asked, and Dumbledore sighed. He is, well, his power is great. We've all spent a year denying it, but we've all felt it, seen it. If somehow he ends up with the Dark Lord, the chances of the light winning are small. I don't like the fact that he's living with dark wizards, Headmaster. Lily said, but that boy, he is not a boy I would like to call my son. He's disrespectful to us, to Hope. His jealousy, Headmaster, it went too far. I understand that, believe me. If he hadn't been so powerful, I would have totally supported the choice to totally cut him from your family. We'll just have to give Hope more training. Lily decided, there's no way I am even going to try and get that boy back to our side. Hope will have to do for now, if you're sure about that. Dumbledore paused before continuing. Then I trust your judgment. I'll try to find a new tutor. The last tutor had given up after Hope refused to listen to her explanations. Hope had told the tutor that she had to either teach Hope what Hope wanted to learn or that she would be fired. Instead, she decided to just quit. She didn't see much potential in the girl who lived anyways. When Lily left Dumbledore's office, the man sighed. He had everyone on his side still wrapped around his fingers. The only problem is when he had decided to give Lily and James freedom with what they wanted to do with Harry, he hadn't suspected this. He had hoped they would just let him do what he wanted. He boy obviously didn't need training. Then when Dumbledore needed him, he could tell him what to do. With Hope being the famous one, no one would notice that he was going to use the boy as a sacrifice for the greater good. His whole plan, the plan he had made years ago, was ruined just because the boy thought he knew better. Now he just hoped that in some magical way the boy would still help them when needed, because he really doubted that Hope would somehow figure out her brother was a Horcrux. Harry had sent Snape the letter, and a week later they had started their potion project together. They were working on the Polyjuice potion for a few weeks when it finally worked. In the time they had been working on the potion, Sirius and Remus had gotten used to randomly seeing Snape in their house, which was awkward at first, but eventually no one really paid attention to that anymore, and Sirius and Snape even started having civil conversations. They had quickly noticed that when Lily and James weren't, their serious hate for Severus was purely because of their families' histories, which meant that Sirius decided to totally ignore all of it and actually started seeing Severus like a human again. After awkward apologies, they would actually say that they could maybe become friends. Harry had just rolled his eyes, but was secretly kind of glad that it worked out, especially since he wanted to be done with these potions and quickly. If Snape and Sirius had ended up fighting, the process would have been a lot longer. When they were finally done, they showed the Dark Lord the potion, who had thanked them both, though the thanks he gave to Harry sounded more sincere, and then showed them the Muggles who would be replacing the Azkaban prisoners. Harry then explained that the potion would last up till 5 years. However, that time could shorten a bit because they didn't know how Dementors influenced it. Voldemort had told him it was okay, because they probably only needed 2 or 3 years. Snape seemed kind weirded out by how casual Harry and Voldemort acted around each other. All the times he had seen them together was in such a big crowd that they didn't quite act the same. They actually seemed comfortable around each other. "Oh, Harry, are you staying for lunch?" Voldemort asked then, and Harry shrugged. "I don't know if you want me to." Voldemort nodded and then turned to Snape. "You're dismissed." Snape nodded and hurried out the room. Like a normal person, he didn't like to spend extra time in Voldemort's presence. "I don't know why everyone's so scared of you," Harry said, amused. "Maybe because I put effort into making them afraid of me." "Wouldn't work on me," Voldemort smirked. "Somehow, I believe that. You're too stubborn to be afraid of me. Your scariness doesn't work on me." Harry laughed. "Scariness?" Voldemort raised an eyebrow. "Not a word I hear a lot. Is it even a word? I am not sure, honestly. That must have been painful to admit." "It really was," Voldemort admitted, though Harry wasn't sure if the man was being sarcastic. "You are hard to read," Harry sighed. "There has to be some way I can make it easier using the Horcrux." "There probably is," Voldemort agreed. "We'd have to try it out once. I'm curious. You're the first human Horcrux in history. Or at least the first I've heard of." "Oh, we could make so much money by totally investigating this and just writing a book about it." "Well, it is illegal, and neither of us needs money." "It doesn't have to be illegal once you rule this country." Harry grinned. "We could do whatever we want." "I'm not going to abuse my power," Voldemort said. "That would be a stupid thing to do." "That's what you're saying now. Just wait till you actually have the power." Voldemort rolled his eyes, but didn't comment on that because, let's be fair, he probably would abuse his power. Anyone would. Power makes monsters out of us all. "Don't hear you disagreeing with me." Harry was way too amused now, and Voldemort just ignored him. "Let's go start planning a date for the outbreak." Turns out that Hagrid smuggled a dragon on a Hogwarts ground last year. George said while walking into the living room. Ron, Hermione, and Hope figured it out and made him send it to Charlie. "Is Hagrid really that stupid?" Harry asked, sitting up slightly. He had been laying down on the floor on a very comfortable carpet. "I mean, I have nothing against Hagrid, but that just sounds like a stupid thing to do." "It is," Fred agreed. He had followed George here. "Charlie sent us a letter complaining about Ron making him get the dragon in the middle of the night. I mean, Charlie would do anything for anyone, but Ron is his brother and only sends him letters when he either wants Charlie to do something for him or needs money. He thinks it's unfair that both Charlie and Bill have more money than Mom and Dad do, because they actually work very hard for it." "Yeah, our dad works very hard for it, but we were a big family and his job just didn't pay enough," George explained. "Mom also does nothing to earn money, though she does try to force all of us to get a job at the ministry and tells us how disappointed she is when we don't. But she will still tell us that we have to give them some money once she figures out that we really do earn well. I suppose at least we won't have to deal with that when we get a job," Fred says. George and Fred were still getting used to being part of the Black family now. They used the last name Pruitt-Black because they didn't have an heir or lord title for the Black House as long as both Sirius and Harry were alive. Even when Harry claims the lordship, Sirius would still be the heir, no matter if he wants it or not. "You won't have to deal with that," Harry smiled. "I mean, it's not like Sirius or Remus need money. Or you, Mr. Iron, are soon to be lord of 6 of the most influential families," Fred said, and Harry rolled his eyes. "Yeah, whatever." However, Charlie asked if we wanted to visit him in Romania. That's where we were really going with this. "Oh, that's great." "We will have to ask Sirius and Remus, of course, but I'm sure they will agree." Fred and George nodded in agreement before Harry said, "So tell me more about this dragon of Hagrid." "It's a Norwegian ridgeback. They're pretty similar to Hungarian horntails, which is already not a good sign at all." George explained, and Harry shuddered. He understood why that wasn't a good sign. "They're also venomous, which I mean is a fun little extra. Am I right? They eat mammals, also aquatic mammals, which is kind of weird. They generally start with shooting fire at a really young age, If I have to believe Charlie, Hagrid's dragon was already shooting fire, and he had just hatched. Hagrid had named the dragon Norbert. However, Charlie figured out it was a female, not male, so they now named her Norberta. They didn't want to totally take away Hagrid's name for the dragon. You reckon dragons speak a form of Parseltongue? I mean, they're related to snakes. Harry wondered out loud, and both Fred and George said, "Well, ask Charlie." At the same time, before rushing out to write Charlie a letter. Harry laughed, but was glad that he could probably get an answer to his question. Then Sirius walked in, looking confused. What were they so excited about? Dragons. Dragons? Sirius asked, not looking less confused than before. Yep, Harry answered, popping the pea. Hagrid had a dragon at Hogwarts. Somehow my sister and her friends caught him and convinced him to give the dragon to Charlie. Now Charlie invited us to Romania to come look at some dragons. Oh, and we were wondering if dragons spoke Parseltongue. That doesn't clear anything up at all. It doesn't. I feel like somewhere in there was a question, though. Sirius said. You want to go to Romania? Could we? Yeah, if you make sure it's not during the Azkaban breakout. Sirius said. We could all use a vacation, and now you made me curious about the whole Parseltongue theory. Easy done. Harry smiled. And I know, right? Like they are reptiles and pretty closely related to magical snake? Maybe it's just an accent, you know? Or like a slightly different language, like I don't know Dutch and Flemish. I don't think those are really accents, Sirius said, and Harry shrugged. I don't know either, but you get what I mean. That I do. Do you think that if I accidentally let someone fall and they attack me for it and I then kill them, I could get away with claiming it was self-defense? Voldemort asked, and Harry looked at him like he grew a second head. This was not something Voldemort would ask. Are you trying to legally kill someone? No, I mean, it's not like it matters. If I want to kill someone without any signs pointing towards me, I have done that multiple times in the past. And now I could kill anyone, because I'm Voldemort and my list of crimes is too long for anyone to really care to add that extra murder. However, I just wonder, could I? I don't think so. I mean, it would technically also be self-defense for the person you kill. Yeah, but they wouldn't be able to tell anyone that, because they're dead. That would be true in the Muggle world, but we have portraits and ghosts. Harry pointed out, I low-key want to try it. Don't. I might. I mean, it would be fun. Dressing up as a Muggle and accidentally letting some angry Muggle fall, then shooting them in the face with some gun. Whoa, aggressive. I was raised during the Second World War. If you think that's aggressive, let me show you some memories. Harry rolled his eyes. We're not trying this out. But it would be fun. You might get locked up. Also, I don't know if we agree on the idea of fun. There are 3 possible outcomes. 1, they lock me up in some Muggle prison and I just break out. 2, they lock me up in Azkaban and you break me out. Or 3, they kill me and you bring me back to life. Believe me if you die because you tried to kill some Muggle to test this theory. I will not be helping you in any way. Voldemort sighed. Fine, but that doesn't make me less curious. Believe me, Voldy, I kind of want to know now too. Harry said, and Voldemort didn't even look slightly annoyed by the nickname anymore. Instead, he just laughed. He actually fucking laughed. It probably wouldn't work, Voldemort admitted after a while. There's probably some law to make sure this wouldn't work. It would be too easy. I don't know Muggle laws, though. Kind of useless to know them now that I only live in the wizarding world. I've never even lived in the Muggle world, Harry said. Founders forced me to learn some stuff about them. Though, to convince Muggle-borns, I actually grew up with Muggles. I think it worked, Voldemort replied. I mean, that's the thing that would make me question the least about how true your backstory is. Other things like your skill at magic and how close you are to the Founders is more suspicious. Harry hummed. Yeah, well. He didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he cleared his throat and said, We really should finish this plan. He nodded towards the Azkaban map, and Voldemort nodded. They had been doing nothing for way too long, and the time to actually break his followers out was getting closer. They could talk more about their past some other time, when they weren't very close to a deadline. They started working in silence, trying to map out the best route to the Death Eaters, who were spread all over the big prison. I think we should do a Horcrux hunt this year. Voldemort said then, try to get most of my soul back. That is, if you want to help me. Harry smiled. I'll help you. It'll make my year less boring. I have an idea where most of them are. I just hope they haven't been moved. I still can't believe you just decided to hide pieces of your literal soul all over England. In my defense, I was insane. Still are, Harry muttered, making Voldemort snort. It was so weird how Harry could say anything. It didn't matter. Voldemort didn't get angry. He was mostly amused. Yeah, well, I'm not the only insane one here, Voldemort said then, and Harry raised an eyebrow. Are you literally calling me an 11-year-old boy insane? Of course I am. Have you seen yourself? A sane person wouldn't have done anything you did this school year. And Harry, he couldn't deny it. Voldemort was right. Well, insanity brings people together, I suppose. Harry muttered. The shock on Voldemort's face was way funnier than it should have been. Azkaban, chapter summary. They finally go through with their plan. Chapter notes. I'm posting a late, short, and not proofread chapter, cause I'm lazy and tired. School started again, yay? Here's the full plan, Voldemort said, placing a map of Azkaban in front of him. We will apparate here. He pointed to a place in the sea. It's where the wards end. Now there should be a boat there. We use that boat to go to this entrance. He pointed out another place on the map. There should be no guards like I explained earlier, meaning we would just have to deal with Dementors. There shouldn't be too much here, but while going up to max security cell, we will pass a room made for the Dementors. We will have to be careful there. I will take Snape and Lucius to the west side, while you and your godfathers go east. He put another list in front of Harry. This is a list with all the Death Eaters in that block. Sirius and Remus will recognize them. Bellatrix Lestrange, Harry muttered. Sirius' cousin? Voldemort nodded. She might demand to see me, he grimaced. She was always a passionate follower of mine. Just try to make her come with you. I'll just stun her and take her with me that way if she doesn't listen. Yeah, that is probably the easiest way. You're not taking other Death Eaters? Harry asked, and Voldemort shook his head. I don't want this to go wrong, because some reckless Death Eater. I trust you can keep Sirius and Remus calm enough, and I myself trust Lucius and Severus. Okay, I'll see you Sunday then, Harry said, and Voldemort nodded. Yeah, and please explain the plan to Sirius and Remus. We have to do this quickly. Voldemort had already kidnapped some sick muggles that wouldn't be missed, because they were either really lonely or already reported as missing. It had been hard to find enough muggles, but totally worth it. The muggles were currently locked in his dungeons, the polyjuice potion stacked somewhere close to the cells. The whole plan was finally finished. Now they just had to execute the plan, which was honestly the hardest part. I will, Harry said, before leaving Voldemort's office. He would be glad when this was over. Planning the Azkaban breakout had been one of the most stressful things he'd ever done. They arrived early on Sunday. When Harry didn't feel Voldemort's magic close, he decided to lead Remus and Sirius to Voldemort's office himself. It's not like the man would be mad. You really know your way around this manor. Sirius noted suddenly, making Harry shrug. Yeah, well, I've been here a lot. It's Slytherin's manor, so I'll build it a few years after I left. So, there should be a portrait somewhere here. Remus said, and Harry nodded. Yep, haven't really looked for it yet, I've been busy. He opened the door to Voldemort's office to see Lucius, Severus, and Voldemort already there. Ah, you're early, Voldemort said, and Harry gaped. You how? Your magic dash. We did say we would experiment with the Horcrux. Voldemort hissed, and Harry glared at the man. I thought we would do it together. I only used a clemency. Nothing special. Harry rolled his eyes. Anyways, that's not why we're here. I'll help you later, Voldemort offered, and Harry nodded. Then Voldemort moved on, looking at the group. I've just gone over the plan with Lucius and Severus. I trust Harry explained everything to you? He asked Sirius and Remus, who only nodded, not sure how to act in the Dark Lord's presence. Good. I will give everyone some flasks of polyjuice. Make sure the muggle drinks at least a big sip after adding a hair. We know how polyjuice works, Harry said, smirking, and Voldemort rolled his eyes. We should be able to do a group apparition, Voldemort said, not responding to Harry's remark. So we can take all the muggles in one go. Harry can also use a bit of his somehow gigantic core that way. The group nodded. None of them had ever done a group apparition before, but since only the main caster really needed to know how it works, it wouldn't be a problem. Okay, well, follow me then. Harry easily started walking next to the Dark Lord instead of behind him. They were quietly chatting in Parseltongue. I'll never get used to someone being close to the Dark Lord, Severus muttered to himself, which didn't stop anyone from voicing their agreements. It was weird. It would always be weird. And he's only 11, almost 12. I thought that if the Dark Lord ever got an equal, the person would at least be 30, if not older. Lucius said, secretly you wanted to be that person, wouldn't you? Anyone would. The power would be great. However, after being Voldemort's left-hand man for so long, it's sour that an 11-year-old boy swoops in and suddenly becomes his equal. We never had a chance. We really didn't. During this whole conversation, Sirius and Remus were just looking at Harry. The fact that their son was the only person on this planet that would ever be equal to Voldemort. It was unbelievable, but true. When they went outside, they all questioned their lord's decision before Harry explained for Voldemort. Salazar Slytherin always warded his manors, castles, and, well, anything really heavily. So while Voldemort himself could apparate from inside, our whole group can't. However, the wards are weaker outside, so we can apparate from here. Smart man, Salazar Slytherin. Voldemort said. Should have seen him when Merlin told him his only heir was an insane Dark Lord. Harry hissed. He was not proud. Voldemort glared at Harry before calling his house elf to bring them their prisoners. When the Muggles had been thrown, quite literally, in front of them, Voldemort told everyone to push their magic, and with a lot of concentration, they all eventually apparat. That feels worse than normal sight apparition. Harry shuddered. Well, then learn how to apparate, Voldemort said, and Harry ignored the man to look at the prison. He noticed the boat they were on started going towards it, and he looked at Voldemort. The man was waving his hand at the water, making the boat move faster. It didn't take long before they arrived. Guards will leave their posts in 15 minutes. Then we have 10 minutes to swap out the prisoners. We should probably already go up to the max security cells. They split the prisoners into 2 groups, easily making them float after them while going up to the right place in this huge prison. They placed silencing charms on their shoes so they wouldn't make too much noise, and the grown-ups constantly had their wands in their hands, so they were prepared if a Dementor or guard would show up. Walking through Azkaban was unlike anything else. It was dark, creepy, and there were prisoners everywhere. Temperatures seemed to change every meter due to the presence of Dementors. Fuck, it's cold, Harry muttered, casting a warming charm over the whole group, not just himself. Dementors, Remus said, looking to a hallway to the left. This place is so creepy, Sirius whispered, not sure if the Dementors could even hear them. I can't even imagine staying here. It's probably worse than dying. They continued walking down the corridor, Remus looking backwards every now and then to make sure there were no Dementors following them. The first stairs were easy, the bodies floating behind them without any effort, but the further up the weaker they began to feel, the colder it was. They now understood why the guards only had to protect the first few levels. Up here you would die, even with just a 20-minute shift. Okay, we split up here, Harry said weakly. Dementors always made him feel weak. There should be no guards up here, so just use the Patronus charm and keep using the Patronus until we're out of here. Voldemort commanded, and the group nodded. They then split the Muggles, half of them going with Harry, Sirius, and Remus, and the other half with the other group. Expecto Patronum. Harry waved his wand to make sure that it would work, not wanting to risk his life for a small show of wandless magic. Sirius and Remus also cast their Patroni, and together they walked down the hallway. The Patroni lit up the place, and the Dementors fled from them. The first Death Eater they rescued was Augustus Rookwood. The man looked up when he felt the Dementors fleeing, probably the first time his mind cleared from all the negativity Dementors caused in a while. "My lord," he rasped, and Harry sighed, opening the cell with a series of difficult spells. "We've come to save you." The man looked up in confusion. "You're a kid who's currently helping you and your lord," Harry explained. "If you'll allow me." The man nodded weakly, not that he really had another choice. Harry pulled a hair from the man's head before mixing it with a small, already split from the rest portion of the polyjuice they had. He then force-fed a Muggle the potion, changing the Muggle into Augustus permanently. He helped Rookwood up and out of the cell. "Wait here." Chuckling bitterly, the man said, "You won't see me going anywhere anytime soon." They did this whole process a few other times. Some of the most noteworthy people they rescued were Rabaston and Rodolphus Lestrange and Ananef Dolohov. That only left Bellatrix Lestrange. "I think you should do it, Siri," Harry said, and Sirius looked at his godson. "The last time I saw her, we weren't exactly on good terms. So show her that it's okay. You're still family." "I guess," Sirius said, taking a deep breath. Okay. Sirius opened her cell, and the witch looked up. "My lord, it's me, Bella," Sirius said, and Bellatrix cackled. "Cousin Sirius, I've waited for you to come join Lil Ol me here. I'm not here for a crime, Bella. Bellatrix tilted her head to left. So why are you here? They don't allow me to have any visitors. Sirius snorted. I believe that. He looked back at Harry, who was already getting the last muggle. I'm here to rescue you. What do you say? Come home. But the dark low dash. Voldemort's here with me. Come, Bella. We don't have a lot of time. He's here? Bella looked at the dark corridor. Can I see him? If you come with me. The crazy woman nodded, trying to stand up. In the end, she fell over, and Sirius helped her get up and out of her cell, before force-feeding the muggle polyjuice potion with one of Bella's hairs. Harry ended up supporting all the Death Eaters enough with his magic, so they could actually walk, and then they joined Voldemort where they had split up earlier. My lord, Bellatrix said, bowing down. Get up, Bella. We have to get out of here, before it's too late. Of course, my lord. Getting out of the prison was a lot harder than getting into the prison. Harry fought off 5 Dementors and stunned 2 guards while trying to get out. Once they operated back to Slytherin Manor, Harry was both glad and disappointed. They had done it all perfectly. They had broken out every prisoner. But it felt bittersweet because it was the end of a project he had worked on for a while. Voldemort summoned Narcissa to start healing up some of the more heavily injured Azkaban inmates, and Harry decided to go home. He needed some sleep. Fred and George knew something was up when Sirius, Remus, and Harry left Sunday evening and came back Monday morning without any kind of explanation. They just didn't know what was going on. It was something they obviously all knew about, except for Fred and George. A birthday surprise was their first thought, but then they realized their birthday was on April 1st and it was currently July. Harry's birthday party? No. Then Harry wouldn't be involved. They also seemed genuinely tired and well dirty when they came back on Monday. So on Wednesday, when they had discussed everything, they brought it up during dinner. Where were you guys when you all just left Sunday evening? Fred asked, and Remus' eyes widened slightly, looking at Sirius and Harry for answers. We were just Sirius started, easily lying until Harry cut him off. I think it's time for the truth. Fred and George nodded. Yes, nothing but the truth, please. George said, and Harry nodded. We were helping Voldemort. When Fred and George started talking over each other, Harry quieted them and continued. When I came to Hogwarts, I had no real idea what the war was really about, because everything you read is written by the light side. So I looked into it more and eventually decided that I agree a lot more with the dark side than the light. I knew there was no way people would let me have no role once Dumbledore releases the truth. Fred and George knew he was talking about Hope not being the girl who lived, because Harry had told the Weasleys at Hope's birthday party. The dark side is actually a side with good goals, but Voldemort turned insane. He started forgetting why he was doing this and instead focused on making this war worse. Harry explained, I decided to make him return, but only if I figured out how to make him sane. Right now, he's pretty damn sane. That night in the common room, George said, we were about to go down to just work on some of our ideas and saw you with a man. That was Voldemort, wasn't it? Harry nodded, thinking back about Ravenclaw's diadem. We've always liked the dark side more, Fred said suddenly. In first year, we got an information source who told us about the real goals of both sides, and we immediately agreed with the dark. I mean, it makes sense. Muggles are dangerous and underestimated because of Dumbledore. Ever since then, we've been trying to figure out who the remaining Death Eaters are and what they are doing for the war. They are good at keeping low, though I never would have guessed Voldemort returned last year. George said. Sirius snorted. You have Harry to thank for that. Harry shrugged, not really wanting to take credit. I only made sure Voldy was sane. What exactly were you doing? You only said you were helping him. George asked then, and Harry looked at Sirius and Remus, trying to non-verbally ask them, should I tell them? Sirius and Remus both shrugged. You decide. We were helping Voldemort break his Death Eaters out of Azkaban. Harry said, and the shock on Fred and George's faces was funny enough to not regret telling them. Besides, he trusted them. Did it work? Harry nodded. Yep, they're all safe with Voldy now. He stayed quiet for a bit before smirking. Voldemort knows I call him Voldy, by the way. That made the Weasley twins laugh, and they felt closer to the other three in a way now. Hey, Fred and George, I'm glad to hear you guys can come. I think mid-August will be the best time, but any time is fine for me. Though a lot of dragons tend to travel here in August, so if you want to see a lot of dragons, mid-August would work best. I don't actually know whether dragons speak Parseltongue or if Draconic is actually a language. Harry should totally try to communicate with them when he's here. Though tell him that the staff will kidnap him if they actually speak Parseltongue. We've been searching for a way of communication for a while now. It would be nice to know what dragons need or want. So if he doesn't want to work here all summer, make sure to warn him to not try and communicate. Once the trainers find out, it's too late to run. Also tell him that if he does decide to help, that it would probably give me some kind of raise. Bringing someone so useful here is rare. Charlie. Harry laughed when he finished reading the letter. I won't mind working with dragons for a few weeks. Looks like he's more excited to have someone who speaks Parseltongue coming than his own brothers. Sirius said, and Fred snorted. Anyone would be, if dragons do really speak Parseltongue. Harry is the only one they can use to talk to them. They won't just invite Voldemort to help them. Voldemort probably wouldn't show, at least not until he won this war. Too dangerous. You know what this means? George asked. If we go mid-August, we can throw Harry a proper birthday party before we go. Harry laughed. I feel like I shouldn't be here for this conversation. George nodded. You shouldn't be here. Go away. Laughing even harder, Harry put his hands up. I'm going. I'll just go check on the Death Eaters. Come back home before dinner. Sirius shouted, and Harry replied with a simple, I'll try. Surprising absolutely nobody. Bellatrix seemed the worst when you looked at insanity. The crazy black Jean didn't help. The woman tried to get into Voldy's pants every time she saw the man, annoying the man to no end. Narcissa, would you mind taking your sister and the Lestrange brothers home with you? Voldemort asked the woman who had been taking care of his Death Eaters when Harry walked in. Of course not, my lord, and I do apologize for my sister's behavior. The woman hurried to her sister's room, with every bit of pure blood grace she usually had. Bella's that bad? Harry asked, walking into the room. Voldemort actually grimaced when he answered. She's just too obsessed with the idea of having sex with me. I appreciate her loyalty, but everything else is unnecessary. He sighed. And now I'm discussing this with an 11-year-old. Great. The man said, turning away to check on Bella and Narcissa. Bella was currently refusing to pack her limited amount of things. Harry laughed at the man's misery before asking, was she always like this? No, she always had an unhealthy obsession, but she was loyal to her husband before Azkaban. She took the role of wife seriously. They were actually trying for a baby before they got thrown into Azkaban. Everyone reacts differently to Azkaban. Harry said, looking at Augustus Rookwood, who seemed to be dealing okay. He did seem depressed, but Harry had to admit he had more than enough reasons to feel down right now. The Dementors probably caused him to not realize what he had lost when he was thrown into Azkaban. The man had cared a lot about his ministry job. Following Harry's gaze, Voldemort nodded. The man will be okay. I'll make him head of the Dom once I overtake the government. If he still wants the job then. I don't think he'll give up on the Dom, Voldemort said. It was in a weird way his home, even though I can't imagine calling the Dom your home. In the time that Voldemort and Harry had been talking, Narcissa finally got Bellatrix to pack and told Rabastin and Rodolphus to do the same. The two brothers actually looked okay, if not a little distant, like they still didn't believe they were really here. Why did you visit? Voldemort asked then, and Harry shrugged. They started talking about my birthday and then sent me away, so I decided to just go here. He paused, turning to look at Voldemort again. You are okay with me randomly visiting your manor, right? Because if you're no, it's fine. Voldemort said, somehow, I don't mind at all. Harry smiled. Okay, good. Oh, Voldemort seemed to remember something, reaching into a pocket in his robes. I had this made. He handed Harry a key. It's a vault for the Slytherin heir. I put most of the personal items in there. I think you will find them more valuable than I do. Thank you. Harry said, staring at the key. Voldemort shrugged. Just see it as an early birthday present. Harry nodded. I will. Thank you, Dash. There's no money in there yet. Voldemort cut him off quickly. Harry thought it was because he was uncomfortable with emotions. I thought you wouldn't need it, but if you do, just ask. I have enough, Harry said, and Voldemort nodded. Yeah, I suspected you would have enough money for at least 20 lifetimes living in like the richest lifestyle. It's not that much, Harry said, and Voldemort raised an eyebrow. Just the Slytherin vault is enough for 5 of those lifestyles. You can't even try to convince me the other founders weren't as rich. Fair enough, Dash, Harry admitted. The founders really had left them a lot of money. Voldemort smirked. Don't even get me started on the Emery's ho dash. I get it. I get it. You're right, Harry said, and Voldemort looked way too amused. It's a good thing, though. You would never have to work even if we decide to live until we're like 700 years old. You think we could go for that long without accidentally killing each other, making us both mortal again? Harry asked, and Voldemort shrugged. We can try, and that sounded way too suggestive. Try and live together for centuries. Everyone else would die eventually, but they wouldn't have to because their mortality literally depended on each other. They could live forever as long as both of them wanted to live forever. Let's first just win this war, eh? Harry said, if we're both alive and then the Horcrux is still there, then we'll start discussing how long we actually want to live. Voldemort nodded. Yeah, wouldn't want to get our hopes up and both end up dying in war, he said sarcastically, and Harry rolled his eyes. That would be tragic. I will go home with him now, my lord. Narcissa came up to them. Just flew if you need me to help here. I will. Thank you, Narcissa. Voldemort said. Narcissa Malfoy was one of the few Death Eaters he actually treated with respect because he really did respect the woman and everything she did not only for her family but also for the whole dark side. Of course, my lord. Narcissa left the place, followed by the Lestranges. The moment they really left Voldemort's side in relief. At least I won't have to deal with Bellatrix anymore. I really do hope she gets better. She was a good dueler. She probably will. Just give her time to clear her mind. Azkaban isn't a fun place. I do hope you're right, Voldemort said, and Harry smirked. I mostly am. And if time doesn't help, I'll try to create a potion that helps. You would do that? Spend all that time to save one woman? Not just for Bella, but for anyone who has been locked up in Azkaban for a way too long time. I mean, some people get 20 years in high security, but once they're out of prison, their life will never really continue. They're scarred and traumatized and weak from being around a lot of Dementors for way too long. Harry explained. All of them is why I'll make the potion. The fact that it might help one of your best duelers is just an extra. Voldemort nodded gratefully. If you're really going to make it and you need anything, assistance, rare ingredients, whatever, just ask, okay? Harry only nodded, because even if he didn't get a direct thank you, this offer basically meant the same. Birthday. Chapter summary. Harry's birthday. Chapter notes. No proofread. I'll proofread this whole story soon, but it's too late right now. I probably wouldn't even notice my mistakes. But I do actually like this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry woke up like usually, which on its own was suspicious. After his usual morning routine, he got up and walked down the stairs, constantly scanning the halls for any signs of pranks. There were none. When he finally joined his family, Sirius showed him the plate with pancakes. Creature made them. He said, not adding anything else. Why all of this was so weird. It was his birthday, 31st of July. Harry was sure they had planned something. He just sat down, ignoring the identical smirks on the twins' faces. The moment he had sat down, there was a loud noise, making him jump out of his chair. When he looked behind him, he saw a cake with his name on it. Harry laughed. I didn't expect this. Well, we knew you were going to expect something, so we had to make it more complex than we usually would. Fred explained. Wouldn't want you knowing what we were going to do before it happened. That's when confetti seemed to come from nowhere, and suddenly his friends were also there. Oh, Harry said, and then Sirius turned into a dog, jumping happily around while people started singing Happy Birthday. Which wizards also do in this time? They sure as hell didn't in the Founder's time. Harry's mind had a hard time keeping up with everything that happened. When they finished the song, and Harry was still gaping at the whole scene, Fred and George high-fived. We did it. We broke the Harry-Sirius black. Harry snapped his mouth shut to glare at the twins. It's okay, little brother, Fred smirked, George continuing for him. It happens to everyone. Harry way too amused at the twins speak, because admittedly he hadn't heard it in a while, since the twins only used it to confuse other people, to continue glaring at them. Also, maybe the twins calling him little brother made him melt on the inside, but he would never admit that. Don't think so highly of yourself, Harry just said instead, turning to say hey to all his friends. Fred and George just continued to smile at their now legally brother. The gifts he got were mostly books about complex magics, though the book Sirius gave him was something different entirely. I searched for a while, Sirius admitted. I wanted something special for my pup's birthday. I found this in a shop in Nocturne Alley. The owner said it was a personal diary from Salazar Slytherin. However, no one is sure because it's in parcel script. Sirius laughed. I thought that whatever it was, you'd be interested in it either way. You're right about that one, Harry muttered, flicking through the book with familiar scribbles. It does look like Sal's parcel script handwriting. He concluded, looking up from the book. Thank you, I love it, Harry said then, hugging his godfather. Fred and George gave him some prank products they created, and Remus gave him a whole collection of rare potion ingredients. Harry honestly had no idea how Remus had found most of these. All right. I was promised food. Where is it? Pansy asked, then looking at Harry. I only came here for the food, she said seriously. It took 10 seconds for her face to break out into a grin. That's when the tables suddenly grow and a bunch of extra plates with food appeared. Sirius said, Thank you for listening for once, creature. Harry rolled his eyes, but couldn't help the smile on his face. Eating with such a big group felt like Hogwarts, but somehow more chaotic, mainly to the fact that the Slytherins actually acted like themselves, not what society expects them to be. This was very different than I expected, Harry said when everyone had finished eating. I expected more pranks, less actual fun. Fred dramatically put a hand over his heart. You wound me. You're saying our pranks aren't fun? I think I'm dying, brother. He looked at Fred. You've done this, George said, pointing at Harry. Then at Fred. You've killed him with those painful words. Harry rolled his eyes, and he swore he heard some Slytherin snort. Sirius just looked proud of his adopted kids. And to think we planned such a special birthday for this monster, George said sadly, looking down at his dead brother. Fred suddenly jumped up. I think we should actually use our pranks, George. He smirked. Show our little brother here how much fun they can be. No, Harry said. No pranking me on my birthday. Who said we were going to prank you? We have a full room of Slytherins, George said with a smirk matching his brother's. Oh well, that's fine with me. Harry shrugged, making the Slytherins scream their protests. You're a traitor, Draco said, and Harry childishly stuck out his tongue. Please don't touch my hair, Draco then added, looking at the twin, whose faces seemed to brighten when Draco said that. Harry groaned. You are going to regret saying that. Draco's face actually paled. Pansy snickered. Fred, George, we had something planned, right? Remus said, looking quite interested in the pranks, but he also wanted to continue Harry's birthday party. Oh, right, George said, Fred taking over. We are getting a special Quidditch training from the Puddlemere United team. It was the best team we actually got in contact with, Fred added, sounding quite sad about it, but Harry ignored that. What? He asked instead. Quite amazed, his friends looking just as surprised showed him that this was also a surprise for them. Yep, the Slytherin team is also coming because we couldn't just not invite them. Fred said, I mean, it will probably make us a better team. That's amazing. Harry grinned, and while not everybody liked Quidditch, it was fun to try it out, especially when star players are teaching you. They left pretty quickly after that, meeting the Slytherin team on the pitch. He got a bunch of presents, mostly Quidditch gear to get even better at Quidditch. Wilda Griffiths and Benji Williams were the first 2 pro players to show, telling them the rest would arrive soon, but that they could start already. They then got the order to get some brooms from the broom shed and afterwards fly a few rounds as a warm-up. Tracy and Pansy were kind of scared of flying and were the last ones to mount their brooms and start flying around, but after a while even they noticed how much fun this could be. The rest of the team arrived, 2 more chasers, the beaters and the keeper. That's when they started the actual training, starting with splitting the group into experienced Quidditch players, the Quidditch team, and Sirius, because he insisted he would also play. And the other Slytherins, Remus was sitting in the stands, watching, preferring to not fly. Wilda, Benji, the keeper, Ephra Thompson, and one of the beaters, Alec Rawthorne, decided to teach the Slytherin Quidditch team, while the rest went to help the others and teach them some easy tricks. The training itself was pretty harsh, a lot more so than their normal training. There were a lot of dangerous tricks and strategy talk. By the end of the training, the whole Slytherin team was covered in mud from rolling on the ground after jumping of their brooms or accidentally hitting the ground after a particularly dangerous dive. If you don't win the House Cup now, Ephra said amused, then I'll have to come and contact the other team players because they must be pro if they actually win against you guys. Hogwarts student, huh? Montague asked. Ephra shrugged. Most of us are. I was in Ravenclaw, but at the end of my school time, I spent way more time on the Quidditch fields than studying. What about the others? Benji was a Gryffindor, if that wasn't obvious. She rolled his eyes. Their seeker was reckless, if not anything else. Wilda was actually a Slytherin and was 2 years above me. She helped me with my OWLs at some point. The girl had a fond smile on her face while she continued. Alec was also a Ravenclaw. The other beater was a Gryffindor. We have a Hufflepuff chaser. The last chaser is actually home-taught. Almost perfect mix of all the houses. Harry noted. The girl nodded. Quidditch talent is found in every house. That's when the others joined them, when Pansy looked at Harry with a begging look, almost puppy dog eyes. Harry rolled his eyes, but waved his hand, cleaning everyone's Quidditch robes. No one took their wand with them while playing Quidditch. The chance of it accidentally breaking was too big. I knew it. I knew I remembered your name from something different than the newspaper. Alec exclaimed then. I have a sister, a third-year Hufflepuff. You're kind of known as the school's prodigy. Well, I got a promotion. I went from class genius to Slytherin genius to the school's prodigy, Harry said, making Marcus and Terence snort, both of them amused by the first, now second-year Slytherin. She's really impressed by you, Alex said then, ignoring Harry's sarcastic remark. She's not the only one, Terence responded. The school's opinion is split 50-50. Half of them hates Harry. The other half is impressed by him and thinks that he was in the right with the whole Potter conflict. Oh, I read about that in the newspaper. Benji said, I really thought that the Potters were good people, but nobody just abandons a child twice. Yeah, well. Harry shrugged. They did. It's okay, though. I have my dog father now. Pointing at Sirius. Hey, what? Harry raised an eyebrow at the man. Sirius just laughed, and Harry also grinned. So, what's the plan now? Tracy asked then, and Benji clapped his hands. Right, so I thought we split this group in two and play a game with teams of 11 instead of 7, since we're with the 22 of us. Then he paused, looking at the group of Slytherins. Unless some of you would rather not play, they'll play, Fred said, and George nodded in agreement. The Slytherins just shrugged in a way of saying, yeah, sure, we'll play. Great. So we'll play with one keeper on each team. I'm thinking the Slytherin keeper and Ephra and one seeker, myself and Harry. Then with 5 chasers and 4 beaters per team. When everyone agreed, Wilda spoke up. I think we should keep the whole Slytherin team together, let them play against us, and just split the Slytherin group. That way they'll practice their team play. Wilda smirked. That's when Audrey Elms, the other beater, asked, Are you sure that's fair? Believe me, you haven't seen them play yet. Wilda said, and Audrey shrugged. Okay then, I'm in. Sirius and Daphne joined the Slytherins as beaters, while Blaze and Millicent played for the other team. Pansy and Millicent played as chasers for the Slytherins, and Draco and Tracy played for the other team. The unofficial Quidditch match started with 10 points for Puddlemere, Tracy being the one to make the goal, which Montague, as keeper, didn't enjoy at all. Benji and Harry circled the pitch like hawks, watching for the snitch. The beaters sometimes trying to hit him with bludgers, never quite hitting him, though between Sirius, Fred, and George it was hard to actually hit anyone. All 3 of them were pretty damn good beaters. After the first 20 minutes, the Slytherins managed to score twice, while Puddlemere scored at least 5 times, without the first goal from Tracy. The score now being 60-20. Black, you better catch that goddamn snitch, Flint shouted. Even in this unofficial match, he took the role as captain, quite serious. Aye, Cap, Harry shouted back. That's when Terence got the quaffle, making Flint shoot away from him to try to get closer to the other team's goals. Just then a bludger came towards Harry. He rolled to avoid getting hit. Sorry, pup, Sirius shouted, while Fred and George grinned at him, and Harry shouted back, You could have burst my skull open, but we didn't, Fred said, and Harry rolled his eyes, quickly shooting after Benji, when the man suddenly made a dive. The man stopped when he was at a safe distance from the ground again. Good form, Black, he said. Harry raised an eyebrow. Had the man actually made that dive to see if Harry would follow him when he did something so reckless? I've done worse things. You should try better if you want to lose me, Harry replied, when he suddenly saw a flash of gold. He shot after it, Benji hot on his tail. Dive up, right? Dive again to avoid a bludger. The chase was a long one, but it didn't pay off. Harry lost the snitch. The gold just suddenly seemed to disappear. Do better, Black, Flint shouted, and Terence grinned at Harry. That means, good try in Flint language. Harry laughed. What's the score? 110-30. Terence replied, It's not going well. Well, Wilda is known as one of the best chasers in Europe. Fair, she's good. Terrence said, then shot after the quaffle, leaving Harry to once again circle the pitch. This went on for a while until Harry saw a gold flash shooting up. Harry shot after it. When the snitch took a sudden turn to left but stopped going up, Harry followed it easily. Benji was once again right behind him. Harry reached forward to catch the snitch, but couldn't quite reach it. Benji being right behind him made him nervous. He stood up on his broom, balancing, while reaching out to the snitch, which suddenly made a dive. Harry closed his eyes and jumped. He knew it was a stupid thing to do, and he once again cursed Godric in his head, but he couldn't lose this chance. He dove after the snitch, without broom this time. When his hand finally closed around the snitch, he slowed his fall while summoning his broom. He should be okay. His broom would be here before he hit the ground. The fact that he slowed his fall was the only reason he had time to grasp his broom, dangling from it. He sighed in relief, once again asking himself why he was this reckless sometimes. When he finally swung his leg over his broom, the whole field seemed to finally start moving again. Everyone had stopped when they saw him jump. He held the snitch up to show everyone. That made his team cheer. The match had been a draw of 190 to 190. Without the snitch, they would have lost with a lot of points. "You gave me a heart attack," Blaze muttered when Harry was finally close enough to join them. Harry at least looked somewhat sorry while he apologized. "That was awesome, though," Benji said. The other seeker smirked. "I might have to learn some things from you. You were right when you said I was going to have to be more reckless to lose you. You should use that trick during school matches," George joked. "As long as you survive it every time, of course." He added quickly when Flint shot him a look. "We would prefer to have you alive, of course, Black." Flint said, "But I have to say that was the most awesome and at the same time stupidest thing I've ever seen. No one else would have pulled that off." Pusey said, "The only reason you survived was because of your wandless magic." "I really regretted jumping a second after I jumped," Harry admitted. "The jumping was my hidden, reckless Gryffindor part." His year mates understood what he was saying. The rest of them just snorted, because honestly, it was an extremely Gryffindor thing to do. Even the Gryffindors admitted that. "I have to say, I'm impressed," Ephra said. She had an arm around Wilda's shoulders, the other girl leaning into her side. "All of you did really well. This was a lot of fun," Wilda said, and the Puddlemere team all agreed on that. "Well, if you ever want to play another match, just owl any of us. We'll make sure male wards allow it." That shocked almost everyone. "Thank you," Harry said. "This was honestly great." "It was great," Alec agreed. "We didn't know what to expect, but we just decided to agree because honestly it sounded fun to do once, but this was more fun than any of us expected probably. You guys can join our trainings anytime if it were my decision," Benji said, grinning. "Especially Harry. Turns out I still have some things to learn from him." Harry rolled his eyes at the man, but nodded because honestly this training had been great. They put their brooms back after that. Then they changed back to their normal clothes and went back to Grimald's place, even the Slytherin team joining them. Remus and Sirius pulled Harry aside as soon as they were inside. "You better not think about pulling anything like that ever again," Remus said then. Harry smiled. "I'm okay, Mooney." "Sure you are," he said, rolling his eyes. "I've never been more glad that you're so good at wandless magic. I wouldn't have jumped if I was not sure I wouldn't die." That was a full lie, but Harry knew it was the only way to calm Remus down. "You're just like James when he was in school," Sirius snorted. "Don't take that as an insult. By the way, James was actually really nice in school. 7th year, he got kind of annoying, though," Remus muttered. "Anyways, that doesn't matter. James always did stupid things during Quidditch. I think that's where Sirius was going." Sirius nodded. "He never jumped from a broom that was very high in the air, though. Then again, he sucked at wandless magic." "Sirius wasn't much better," Remus said, amused. "He used to dive in front of bludgers, almost forgetting he had a bat, and he didn't have to use his head. I was known as the best beater in like the past century, though. So it worked." "Sure it did, Padfoot. Anyways, as your dad, I have to say, please don't do that again." "As Padfoot, I want to say that that was the single coolest thing I've ever seen anyone do in Quidditch," Sirius said, and Harry laughed. He knew that neither Sirius nor Mooney would actually be angry if he did something reckless during Quidditch again, but they just wanted him to survive. "I see you figured the whole being a dad thing out," Harry said, amused. Sirius laughed. "Yeah, well, I went from having 0 kids to having 3 teenagers in just over 6 months. Sorry about that," Harry said, and Sirius waved his hand in a dismissive way. I wouldn't have it any other way. He ruffled Harry's hair and then allowed Harry to return to his party. Did you get into trouble for your stunt? Draco asked, and Harry shook his head. Nah. You really think Fred started, George taking over, that you could get into trouble so easily while Sirius and Remus are your parents? Fair point. Sirius was probably secretly proud. Draco said, and Harry grinned. In his words, anyways, as your dad, I have to say, please don't do that again. As Padfoot, I want to say that was the single coolest thing I've ever seen anyone do in Quidditch. Harry said, making the whole group of his friends laugh. You really impressed the Puddlemere team, Pusey said, and Montague added. You impressed all of us. It's just quick thinking. He shrugged. Make your magic do whatever you want it to. He says that like it's not impressive. Daphne rolled her eyes. Stop always trying to make others believe the shit you do is normal. It's obviously not. Everyone knows it's not. Harry didn't respond to her, not wanting to explain to her that it was normal for him. Luckily, Ebony interrupted at the right moment. Master, Ebony said, I heard it was your hatching day. Harry chuckled at the snake. Something like that. I've gotten you a wand, look. Just then Harry noticed the carefully picked out stick that Ebony had wrapped in his tail. Thank you so much. Don't thank me. I already know I'm the most amazing snake ever. Have a good hatching day, Master. The snake paused, seeming to think about something. Tell your friends, as you call them, that if they ever hurt you, that I'll bite them. I'm sure they're aware, Ebony. Well, I'll make sure they remember. The snake then hissed at them, baring his fangs. Sorry. He wants to make sure all of you know he'll bite if you hurt me. Harry laughed. He's never this nice to me. I think a hatching day means a lot to a snake. Did they get what I meant, Master? You made it very clear. So yes, they did. Thank you, Ebony. The snake hissed, not really saying anything, and then went away. That was an experience, Terence said. Harry shrugged. That's Ebony. After a while, everyone but Draco and Blaise left. So Harry finally felt comfortable with asking about Bellatrix and the Lestrange brothers. They're okay. Bella is still a little crazy, but spending time with my mother has made her a bit more aware of her surroundings, the fact that she's safe. She still wakes up thinking she's still in Azkaban every morning. It's really sad to see, honestly. How was the Azkaban breakout? Anyways, you never told any of us about it. Blaise asked, and Harry nodded. Too risky. I didn't want someone to read the letter and tell the Ministry about it. It was good, though, very smooth and quick. The most challenging part was sneaking up to the high-security cells, and afterwards back down. Azkaban is a dark place. You feel the effects after being in there for a few minutes. Imagine being there for years. And somehow they believe that their lord would save them. Bella told me. That's what kept her going. Draco said softly. I mean, the Dark Lord did, of course. But imagine he didn't, and they were stuck in there for an entirety, hoping for something that would never happen, rather than then sitting there with nothing to live for but no way to end life. Harry replied, the Dementors are on strict orders to not kill someone unless they've been given the direct order. That would be horrible. Draco gasped, and Blaise nodded in agreement, but then said, not more horrible than being alive without a soul. Honestly, having hope is the best way to live your life in Azkaban. Gives you something to keep going. Harry said, Blaise and Draco could only agree. Having something to live for is the only way to survive Azkaban. Has the Dark Lord visited you since they arrived? Harry asked. I haven't seen the Dark Lord since he sent Bellatrix to your house. No, he hasn't, which is strange since Bellatrix was one of his best Death Eaters. Bellatrix kept trying to have sex with him. It's kind of disgusting, honestly. That's the reason why he sent her away, and probably the reason he isn't visiting. Though, I would expect he would like to know how she's doing, if she's any better now. The Dark Lord might be busy, Blaise said, more like a question. I mean, you probably have a busy life when you're a Dark Lord. He's probably making some kind of political alias right now. Harry replied, I hope he makes it an interesting name and not some stupid historical figure he's somehow very interested in. That man has crazy interests. He would do that? Draco asked. Just steal a name from a historical figure? Sure, Harry shrugged. I mean, why not? It's a good way to make people interested in you. Plus, it'd be funny to pick some popular figure and try to overshine them. Make people think about you first instead of them. It's all about the attention it gets. If Voldy gets a lot of attention just because of the name he chose, he would be known before he even takes his Wisengamot seats. It's honestly kind of smart. He'd probably pick some insane Roman leader. Just at that moment, two familiar birds flew into the open window of Harry's room. dropping the two parcels into Harry's lap, before immediately leaving again. And that was Voldemort's bird. Harry said, way too amused. Whose bird was the other one? Megan, Harry replied, opening her parcel first. It had a simple happy birthday note and a small explanation about the book she had bought him. Happy birthday! I bought you this very special book. It's about all kinds of modern rituals. I thought you might be interested in this, especially after seeing your self-made ritual. It also has an in-depth explanation of runes used in ritual circles. It's from my family's library. I don't think you could find it anywhere else, so be careful with it. Bye, Megan. Harry read out loud. The book looked old, but the pages were still clear, and the drawings of runes on the front of it promised something good. How many books have you gotten today? Blaise asked. Draco responded for Harry. Too much. The next note was written in parcel script. The Dark Lord probably didn't want anyone to have any proof of him being nice. Harry, I technically gave you that vault key, but that wasn't really a present, was it? Most of the things in there were yours to begin with, saved for years, so you could finally get them from the vault. Like seriously, Salazar Slytherin marked all of them with for Harrison Potter. I suppose he thought you would still be a Potter when you got the items. Anyways, this gift is also kind of selfish because I decided that it would be easier to communicate this way. It's a journal connected to an identical journal I have. It's easier to talk with them. It's also made to look exactly like my diary Horcrux, so you could have some fun with that. I even put TMR on it for you. It's an exact copy. TMR. Honestly, at this point, just call me by my name. Harry openly gaped at the last sentence, before he finally opened the parcel and got the journal from it. He laughed. Voldemort, Tom Riddle, hadn't been lying when he said it was an exact copy. Anyone who knew about the Horcruxes would be fooled by this. Is that Draco started proving his theory. It's not. It's made to look like it, though. Just to fuck with Dumbles. Harry replied, while smirking, and Blaise asked, so why were you literally gaping at the letter a second ago? I was just surprised. Voldemort said something I didn't think he would ever say. Not even to me. What? Something like, Dear Harry? Draco asked. Harry shook his head. Nope. This is way more special than that would be. What did he say? Blaise asked, and Harry grinned. He told me to use his real name for him. He hasn't let anyone do that since his school time. Oh, that's not what I was expecting, Blaise said, and Draco also seemed surprised. Harry ignored them in favor of opening the journal and writing. Hello, Tom? That feels weird. An answer quickly appeared. I suppose it would feel weird. No one has used that name for me since what feels like forever. Why this sudden change? Voldemort. It was a name to bring fear to people or to work without people knowing who exactly they were talking about back in school. It feels too official for you. I know you felt like that too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have insisted on calling me Voldy. It did really feel too official. Also, I don't nearly hate my name as much as Dumbledore, for example, thinks. That's just another rumor. Sure, I don't exactly like my father. There's a reason I killed him when I was 16, even if I do sometimes regret that. The only reason I hated him for a while is because I didn't understand why he just left me and my mom behind. Only now do I realize that my mom was the monster. She fed him food with love potion mixed into it to make sure he would love her. She thought being pregnant would guarantee that he wouldn't leave her. And when she realized he would still leave her, it was too late. I was dropped at the orphanage in no time. Whoa, you're in a sharing mood. Harry replied. Draco and Blaise were talking to each other now, not minding him talking to the Dark Lord. It's not like you don't know about my whole history yet. I will never really tell you something totally new. It's kind of refreshing you just understand my situation, because you know about all of it, my whole past. Yeah, and I'm glad I do. It really helped us being civil to each other. Tom took a while to reply, but when he did, he answered with, I used to hate it, but now I kind of enjoy it. And from the Dark Lord, that meant a lot. Chapter in notes. Wilda and Ephra are girlfriends, love, dragons. Chapter summary. Harry and his fam visit Charlie. Chapter notes. End is rush caused my laptop almost died, and I'm too lazy to get a charger. After Harry's birthday, Voldemort. Tom and him started talking a lot more. Harry took the book with him everywhere. They also started experimenting more with their mental link, opening it to see if it can make their communication better, but that didn't have a lot of luck until now. Harry was currently talking with the Dark Lord when he felt a hint of amusement. It was pushed all the way to the back of his brain. He ignored it and just continued his story about Salazar and him pranking Godric by changing the whole Gryffindor house color to a lime green. The amusement grew when he continued, and though he could barely felt it, it was obvious it wasn't his amusement. Is that your amusement? He paused his story, asking the Dark Lord about the emotion that had been there the whole time. Well, since he started telling his story. It's like I can feel your amusement, but only barely. The link, was Tom's response, and then he felt a curiosity replace the amusement. I kept the link open, see if it would do anything. Turns out it does. I've never felt this before, though. That's weird. Open your side of the link. Tom said then, and Harry did. He had it almost completely open already, but kept it closed for a bit of privacy. The emotions in the back of his mind grew stronger. I can feel it too now. Appeared on the paper, it really does feel weird. Ever since then, they kept the link open more often, but only when they were writing to each other, not wanting to invade the other's privacy. After 2 weeks of almost constantly either writing the Dark Lord or helping Fred and George come up with ideas for the prank shop they wanted to make once they got out of Hogwarts, it was finally time to go to Romania. Harry checked his stuff multiple times, making sure he wouldn't forget the journal. If operating and using the flu was bad, international portkeys were way worse. Sirius had managed to get them a private one, instead of traveling with a group. It was an old scarf. All 5 of them grabbed it, and it suddenly started turning. It took longer than other portkeys, the distance being bigger. By the time they could let go, Harry was dizzy and sick. Fred and George managed to almost land on their feet, instead ending up on their knees. Harry ended up sitting on the ground, while Sirius and Remus had the whole thing figured out and slowly floated down. Ugh, I hate magical travel. Harry groaned, closing his eyes, until it felt like the world wasn't spinning anymore. For an exceptional wizard, you are really bad at magical travel. Sirius chuckled, and Harry glared at him. It's not my fault. Magical travel sucks. Sirius had an amused smile on his face. Sure it does, kiddo. Come, let's go to the Dragon's Reserve. Harry muttered, still glaring at Sirius. The Portkey had brought them to a town close to the Dragon Reserve, so they decided to walk. This way they could see a small part of Romania, too. When they entered the Dragon Reserve, they immediately spotted a redhead on a broom, playing with some dragon. That looks dangerous, Remus muttered, while Fred and George started cheering on their brother. The redhead stopped to look down and smiled, then quickly dove with his broom to avoid getting hit by a tail of a dragon. When Charlie finally got of his broom, sweaty and covered in mud, he walked towards them. Sorry, I didn't expect you would arrive so soon. I thought you would look around in the little town you guys arrived in. Aiden here wanted attention. He's what we Inhumans would call a teenager. Isn't that dangerous? Remus asked then, and Charlie shrugged. It is, but it's not as dangerous as recklessly jumping of a broomstick. He winked at Harry, who then turned to glare at the twins. Charlie then said, to be honest, it is very dangerous. Before anyone starts working here, we have to sign a contract that if anything serious happens to us, it's our own responsibility. Anyone who works with dangerous magical creatures has to do this. Otherwise, it would be impossible for places like this, safe places for the most dangerous creatures, to exist. It would have been forced to close a while ago, purely by the amount of accidents that happen around angry mother dragons, for example. You actually sign a contract like that? Molly let you? George asked. Charlie chuckled. You think I told her? She'd be furious. Dad knows and Bill knows, no one else. Well, I suppose you guys know now. How did Dad react? Fred asked, while both him and George had stopped calling Molly Mom. They both still called Arthur Dad. The man probably didn't even have a say in the dissolution. He told me he disliked it, but told me to follow my dreams. Bill admitted that he had to sign a similar, if not quite this harsh, contract. He only told Dad back when he started working for the goblins. Damn, we never knew. Of course you didn't. You're our little brothers. We wanted to protect you, not scare you. The only reason Bill told me about his contract is when I asked him if it was smart to actually sign the contract. He told me that a lot of magical jobs have similar ones, purely because magic can be dangerous. Charlie explained, I haven't seen anyone die here yet, so I think I'm okay. The air here feels so magic-free. Harry said then, making Charlie chuckle. Dragons absorb magic, feeding their own power. It's not noticeable for us, but it is one of the reasons why a lot of dragons visit this place. We use lots of magic that tends to linger in the air. When some random dude finally figured that out, we started using a lot more spells around sick dragons. trying to give them the power they need to heal themselves. It actually works sometimes. Are there any sick dragons here right now? Harry asked then, and Charlie nodded. There's one dragon who's been here for weeks. She didn't die yet, but she doesn't seem to be getting better anytime soon. Can I try? Harry asked, helping her with my magic, I mean. Charlie seemed surprised for a second before he nodded. Yeah, we never deny help. I would have to talk to my supervisor, though. Make sure she won't get into any trouble if I let someone who doesn't work here really close to a full-grown dragon. Okay, just tell me wherever I can help. Harry said he really did want to help magical creatures, especially because he had some things not a lot of wizards had. Like a magical core that feels as big as an ocean and the ability to speak Parseltongue. She probably won't mind. She wanted to introduce you to some dragons anyways. See if you could talk to them. Charlie said, you're kind of a celebrity here. He's kind of a celebrity everywhere. Sirius said, even more so than his sister at this point. That's an exadash. It's not Harry. Charlie interrupted. Most people here aren't exactly fan of the Potters, haven't been fan of them since they abandoned you the first time. I've been hearing that a lot lately. Harry said, and Charlie shrugged. I just can't wait till you tell them Hope's not the girl who lived. He then remembered he had told all of the Weasleys except Ginny, Ron, Molly, and Arthur part of the truth. Yeah, that might take a while, though. I would kind of like to see Hope disappoint them all before that happens. Charlie snorted. Okay, anyways, do you guys want a tour? The place is pretty big, but I mean, I have a break now anyways. You were playing with a dragon in your break time? Sirius asked. Charlie nodded, slight smile on his face. Fred and George looked at each other before turning to the group. Wicked. Charlie then managed to show them the whole place. The place was free for dragons to stay, but they could also leave whenever they want. The dragon keepers did have to make sure the dragons would stay in the magical world. The sick and baby dragons tended to stay for a while. The other dragons, however, usually left after a few hours. The last place was where Norberta currently stayed. In this here, Charlie pointed at a pretty small but still bigger than any human-sized dragon. Is Norberta still very much growing? It's Hagrid's dragon. Sending me a letter when he found out Hagrid had a dragon was the first smart thing I've seen Ron do in a while. That got multiple laughs from the group. Norberta roared at them, though it sounded like a weird accent hiss for Harry. Gay way. The dragon seemed to roar. No, no color. Maybe it's better if we take a step back. Harry muttered, the group looking at him like he was crazy, but following his lead when he took a step back nonetheless. The dragon puffed and laid back down. Whoa, Charlie said, looking at the now once again calm dragon. I think that answered one of our questions. What did she say? Gay way. No, no color. Harry tried to imitate the heavy accent the dragon was speaking in. Do you want to try talking to some dragons? Charlie asked then, and Harry nodded. That'd be awesome. Somehow talking to dragons felt more unbelievable than talking to snakes. The fact that he was one of the only two people alive that could understand these majestic but dangerous creatures was crazy. He would have to tell Voldemort about this later. The man would love the fact that they would both be able to talk to dragons. Okay, well, since that was pretty much the last part of the tour, let me get you to our sick dragon. We called her Willow. Willow turned out to be a very pretty Antipodean opali, but she didn't seem to well. The shiny scales now looked dull, and the quite bluish color seemed to fade to a grayish color. We suspect that if she doesn't get better in the next 3 months, she won't survive, Charlie said, looking down sadly at the dragon. Maybe you could figure out what she needs? I can try, Harry replied before approaching the dragon. Behind him, he heard Charlie calm down the others. Nothing would happen to him. Oh, beautiful one, Harry said, trying to make his voice powerful like the voice of a dragon was. The dragon huffed, slightly tilting her head. The ones taking care of you asked me if you need anything. I'm okay, the dragon said. I was trying to protect my child. If they want to help, tell them to find my child. I will. Would you need anything else to heal? Heal? I need magic, of course. None of these humans are powerful enough. My child will help. Once you find him, I'll tell you everything you told me. Would you mind if I came back to try and offer some magic to you? You can try. Thank you, Mother. The dragon lowered its head again. Harry told Charlie everything he figured out. Dragons can offer each other magic? Harry shrugged. Suppose so. It's been a few hours and you've already helped us so much, Charlie said. Thank you, seriously. This might help us save a lot of dragons. I'm glad I could help. Harry smiled. I also offered to help her with my magic. She seemed okay with it. Tell me once you figured out if I can or can't help that way. Oh, well, I should probably get back to the dragons now. The wards need a check. You guys can just look around if you want. Don't get too close to dragons, though. We won't get too close to the dragons, Fred said, smirking. Yeah, don't worry about us, big brother, George said, and Charlie shot Harry a look that said, I'm trusting you to keep them away from the dragons, because I don't know if Sirius or Remus will be able to. Harry nodded. Just look for me if you want my help. Will do. They spend hours looking at dragons, only once or twice passing Charlie while he was working. Harry had to stop Fred and George from actually coming to close or trying to prank dragons multiple times, but they didn't do anything stupid yet. Right now, Charlie was showing them to his small house on the reserve ground. It had enough rooms for all of them, but Harry would have to share with Fred and George. While he didn't know if he could trust the twins, he also knew that he had never been pranked by them before. He had helped them prank others before. Once they had all moved their stuff to their rooms, Charlie started cooking for them. Remus had insisted on helping him, so Sirius, Fred, and George decided to come up with more prank ideas. Fred and George hadn't gotten over the fact that they were adopted by no two marauders yet. This gave Harry time to grab his journal and write to the Dark Lord. Hello, he wrote, just to figure out if the Dark Lord was there. Hello, how's Romania? Came the usual quick response. Sometimes Harry felt like Tom just dropped whatever he was doing when Harry started writing him. Pretty good, turns out dragons speak parcel tongue. He opened their mind link and felt amused when he noticed Tom had already opened his end, which was now filling his mind with curiosity. Oh, I haven't talked to a lot of them yet. However, I was able to hear some words the whole time while I was walking around. I even talked back to one of them. It was pretty awesome. So do you think it's all reptiles or just snakes and dragons? I don't know. I thought you would have more experience. I have. I went to travel the world before becoming a Dark Lord, trying to find ancient magics that are long gone in our population, but maybe not in others. I was in a jungle and I kept hearing words everywhere around me. My guide thought I was paranoid. Now that I think of it, it was probably just snakes and other animals. The fact that you didn't think about that before. Shush. I was 17. I only figured out that I was heir to the Slytherin house a year before. It was all new to me. Of course, I knew I could talk to snakes, but that's about as far as my knowledge about any of it went. All right, I won't blame you for being very stupid back then, but still the fact that you only just realized. I didn't think about it until you just mentioned this. It's not like I think about my travels every day. I'm a busy person, you know. Yet you always have time to write to me. Shut up. No, this is fun. Harry wrote down, smiling at the book. Then he suddenly felt Tom's side of their connection close. Tom? Dark Lord Voldemort? Are you there? Voldy. Fine, you proved your point. He sighed, closing the book. Then he started laughing. He wasn't even mad. Of course the Dark Lord had to prove him wrong. Children, food is ready. Remus shouted from the kitchen, Sirius replying with an oi. I'm not a child. Harry snickered, following Sirius and the twins to the kitchen. The second day of their vacation started with Charlie taking Harry to meet some of his colleagues, asking him to tell them exactly what he figured out yesterday. Norberta doesn't like people getting to close, I suspect due to what happened to her before she hatched, though no one can be sure. Just don't come to close, unless it's actually necessary. It seemed to stress her out. Harry started explaining, Willow, the sick one, has a child who she thinks could save her. It's a boy for as far as I know. She asked me to make sure you find her child. She needs magic power more powerful than any witch or wizard could even start to dream to be. Dragons have that power. In the meantime, I'll feed her some of my magic to keep her alive. If I'm allowed, that is. That's all for now, Charlie said. He's only been here for one day, though. So there might be more at the end of the week. If you want any help, I'm pretty sure Harry would help anyone if you asked him nicely. Though as a big brother figure, he winked at Harry. Don't get him in a too dangerous situation. He needs to be alive by the end of his stay here. Wait, it's true? You actually understand dragons? One handler asked, and Harry nodded. Yeah. Turns out dragons speak parcel tongue with an accent. The accent also depends on the type of dragon. At least I suspect it does. That means we could communicate with dragons through you? Yep. That's like every dragon's handler's dream. I'm glad I'm here to help. I don't know if I understand every kind of dragon, though. I've only talked to Norberta and Willow. Harry said truthfully, I'll try, though. Whenever you want to talk to a dragon, I'll at least try. Sorry for making your vacation a work vacation. It's okay. I honestly suspected it. Charlie warned me. It's fun, though. Talking to such magical creatures feels unbelievable, and the fact that I actually can do it, well, it's pretty damn cool. So I was going to use it either way, whether for my own amusement or to help all of you. This was obviously the better choice. It's one of the reasons I invited him, Charlie joked. Huh. Harry rolled his eyes at Charlie. Then he stopped. Wait, we didn't just leave your brothers with Sirius and Remus, right? We did. I thought Remus could handle them for a while. Charlie responded. Harry muttered, shit. What? You probably heard your brothers talk about the Marauders before? Yeah, they are Fred and George heroes. Both Sirius and Remus are part of the Marauders. Remus just fools everyone. He was the mastermind, really. You don't think they are Dash? I hope they won't be as stupid. I mean prank dragons. Both Charlie and Harry rushed, trying to find the others. Turns out they were worrying for nothing. The twins hadn't even thought about pranking dragons, both of them calling it too reckless. Thank God. That could have ended very badly. Charlie sighed, making Sirius look amused. You guys didn't seriously think we would try to? I mean, we aren't that stupid. Shut up, Harry muttered. Aw, that's cute. You thought we would? We were just discussing exploring the nearby town. Do you want to come with us? Sirius asked, and Harry shook his head. I think I'll try helping around here, if that's okay with you. Yeah, just be careful, pup, Sirius said. I don't want anything to happen to you. I will be safe, Harry said, while Charlie nodded in agreement. I think anyone here would jump in to protect your son, if just because he's so special to us. I mean, he's our only chance to speak to dragons. Of course, I, myself, would also do everything to keep Harry here safe. If that makes you feel any better. It actually does, Sirius admitted. Have fun. Thank you, Pats. Sirius, Remus, Fred, and George left about an hour ago. Harry was chilling in Charlie's home when Charlie entered saying, We are expecting you at Willow's place in 30 minutes. Okay, I'll be there. Charlie nodded, leaving Harry alone again. He was actually excited to work with dragons today. It was something not a lot of people got the chance to do, especially cause he could also talk to the animals. He sighed then, looking at the journal he hadn't touched since yesterday. Did Tom respond? He picked it up, even if he tried to stop himself. Sorry, Lucius entered my study in a panic telling me how Bellatrix had absolutely flipped. She ran away from Malfoy Manor, and it took hours to find her. I must admit, the moment was as special. I didn't mean to make a point at all. Rather, I wanted to say that I'll admit that every time I notice you're writing to me, I'll try to make time to talk to you. I don't know why, but talking to you makes me feel human. Thank you. I understand if you won't read this for a while. I'd be annoyed too. I'm not annoyed, Harry responded, quite shocked by how much Tom shared. It must have been hard to admit that you make time to talk to me. It was, I promise. Well, I appreciate it. How's Bella doing? She's okay. Unstable, and she seemed to sometimes still wake up thinking she's still supposed to be in Azkaban, trying to flee from the Malfoys. Azkaban left a scar on her, obviously, but it's worse for her than any of the others. Maybe because she was always unstable to begin with, but it's sad to see. She used to be my best dueler, and now well, she can't do anything. Her magic is weak. She herself is weak. She seems almost dumb. Weird that Azkaban had such a different effect on her. Do you think it's about reactions to Dementors? I do hope she gets better soon. A good jeweler might be just what we need once Dumbledore figures out I've sided with you. Hopefully that will be years away, Voldemort said, and Harry wrote down a simple response before joining Charlie to help Willow. I hope so. He closed the journal, shrinking it and putting it in a pocket. Once he joined the dragon handlers, a lot of them. At Willow's, he stepped forwards. Charlie nodded to him. He stepped forward. Mother, I have returned. Have you found my son? I have people searching for him right now. I'm here to try and help. Do whatever you want, the dragon said, and Harry bowed his head down a bit at the dragon. Have we actually started searching for his son? Harry asked, and Charlie nodded. We have a whole team searching for him. Good. She's not interested in anything else. Harry explained. She did give me permission to help her. He knew the dragon handlers were watching him with amazement, but he ignored that in favor of slowly approaching the dragon. Mother, is it okay if I touch you? Will it help me? The dragon almost sounded desperate. Of course, I wouldn't ask otherwise. Okay, but only you, no one else. Harry sighed out in relief, telling the dragon handlers what the dragon had said, and the dragon handlers allowed him to approach the dragon slowly. He put his hand on the dragon's side, slowly pouring in small bits of his magic. He knew that slowly a cloud would form around all of them. All the dragon handlers would feel his magic, but honestly, he didn't care. He would help this dragon. The dragon sighed happily, the body of the dragon slowly turning a bit more blue, like it used to be. He's powerful, he heard someone say, and Harry snorted. Only just realized that. He heard multiple people laugh, and then started focusing on pouring the magic into the air around the dragon again. He started hearing a buzz, created by purely magical power. I'm going to be exhausted after this, Harry said, pulling his hand away when he started swaying on his feet. That actually helped. Thank you, human. My pleasure. It didn't totally help, but I feel like I can actually move again. That's the first time in weeks. I'm glad I could at least help a bit. Yes, I'm sorry for doubting you. Harry chuckled at the dragon. He never would have thought a dragon would ever apologize to him. I think I have to rest for a while, Harry admitted sadly. I'll help everyone who wants me to talk to the dragon they're taking care of once I wake up. Charlie approached him right after everyone wished him good night. Even if it was only 2 p.m., just when he was about to leave. There's some pepper-up potions in the bathroom. If you need them, it might help a bit with the magical exhaustion. Thank you, Harry sighed. I didn't think that donating magic would be so exhausting. I mean, I didn't even stand her that long. We were there for 45 minutes. Harry, you just kind of zoned out. We all expected you to just faint because the amount of power you were pushing into the air for such a long time. It's unbelievable. Let's just say everyone here respects you even more now. Charlie told him, and Harry gaped at him. 45? No, that's impossible. No wonder I'm so exhausted. I really thought I was getting weaker. Believe me, you are not. Charlie chuckled. Anyways, you should rest before the others come back. It will be impossible to rest then. Yeah, true that. Harry laughed. Good night. Charlie smiled, and then turned back to the other dragon handlers. Remus, Sirius, Fred, and George regretted going to the town close by when they heard what Harry had done. All of them wished they had been there while Harry was helping the dragon. Charlie had told them all about it, especially how the air around all of them had turned a glistering kind of purple because of the sheer power Harry had. How did he not get into a magical coma? Sirius asked, more to himself than anyone else. Charlie shrugged. That's what we all were wondering. Sirius then turned to Harry. Can we feel your power without you exhausting yourself more? Harry rolled his eyes, smiling, then dropped the mask on his core. He masked his magic at all time for this reason. The people around him were staring at him. The room seemed to get hotter, and the air turned purplish shade of gray. He quickly masked it again, leaving the rest to think about what they felt. Wait, Cub, you masked this at all times? Remus asked. Harry nodded. That's impressive. Not a lot of people can mask their magic, even slightly. I've always been masking my magic. Harry admitted. It's easier to avoid questions, especially in the Muggle world. He said because Charlie didn't know the full truth. Mooney, I think he's been doing it forever, even as a baby. I mean, I never really felt his magic, though we knew he had a lot, because he had so much control. Then after that night, the whole room just seemed to buzz. It was Harry's magic, not Voldy's. Sirius had started calling Voldemort Voldy, finally accepting that they were not in any danger as long as Harry didn't piss the Dark Lord off, which seemed impossible to do at this point. You're right, Mooney said. The magic back then felt exactly the same. Could have been a mix, Harry admitted. You know, we both have perfectly gray cores. The way magic feels/smells is different for every person. Harry, which core you have is only a part of it. It might have been me then. Harry shrugged. I don't remember the time I was passed out. Only before and after. It's insane you even remember a small part of it, George said. I mean, I have no memories from before I was 4. Probably because you fell on your head really hard after Fred pushed you off the stairs. Charlie said. I what? George said, and Charlie laughed. Fred pushed you from the stairs. Thought it was funny. You had this head injury, forgot a lot of shit. It's kind of sad, actually. We then obliterated the memory from Fred's mind to not make him feel guilty. Especially cause before we obliterated him, Fred refused to eat because you couldn't eat normally either, due to your injury he caused. I did that? Fred asked. Honestly, sounds like something I'd do. You mean everyone here has memories from before they are 4? George asked, and everyone nodded, Sirius saying, only the fun ones, which is exactly one for me. The time my parents left me home alone as a 3-year-old for a full week. Best week of my life. I remember everything, Harry said, and George rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, all of us already knew that. I have this one dash. Remus got cut off mid-sentence by some shouts. We found the sun. Get Harry. Charlie looked at Harry, who nodded. Yes, he had enough power to do things again. Both of them ran out the house. They quickly spotted the small, very afraid dragon, calling out to his mom. Your mom is here, little one. Don't fear. Can I see her? Of course, she's sick, though. She will probably ask for your help. If you need any assistance, just tell me. You're nice, human. Harry smiled at the small dragon, putting his hand in front of his nose. The dragon nudged his hand, and Harry laughed. He started leading the dragon to Willow, where once they arrived, the dragon laid down next to his mom. Everyone could feel the air thicken with magic. And Harry was the only one who could enjoy the mother fussing about her child, and the child, in return, worrying about his mom. Founders Vaults. Chapter Summary. Harry goes to Diagon Alley and finally looks at all the Founders Vaults. Chapter Notes. I wanted this to be super lighthearted and fun chapter, and then I suddenly gave it a dark storyline. Now this book has another sub-story line, yay. Should have proofread. Too lazy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry spent the rest of their vacation to Romania helping the dragon handlers. He talked to more dragons than he talked to snakes in this 1 week he was here. But all good things must come to an end eventually. So after a week, it was time for Harry and his family to return home. They only had 2 weeks of their school break left and still needed to go to Diagon Alley. Harry was almost sure that Fred and George had some school work they had to do, which they procrastinated till the end of summer break. Teachers tended to give work to students in summer break. Although they couldn't force them to do anything like they could any other vacation, the teachers still wanted you to make it. It was mostly purely some papers to write on some of the most important spells you were taught that year, so they didn't have to go over all the spells from the past year again. Harry, of course, didn't make any of the work, not even bothering. Mostly because 1, the teachers all liked him, and 2, he just didn't care enough. It's not like he would actually forget any of the spells he had known and used since he was like 6. Pup, we're going to Diagon Lay in a bit, Sirius said while knocking on his door. Okay, I'll be there in a bit, Harry replied, remembering last year's school supply shopping, the first day he spent back in this time. Siri, you still there? He shouted then, and the man replied, Yup, can we go get the founders' portraits from Gringotts? Merlin's portrait was hanging in the Black Library. He and Harry spent a lot of time discussing certain ancient books they had both read. Sure, we'll hang them next to Merlin's, Sirius shouted back. Thank you, Padfoot. Harry forced himself to get out of bed, where he had crashed about an hour ago after dueling Mooney. The werewolf was a pretty good dueler, and Harry actually had a fun time dueling him, even if he beat him every time. When he finally decided to join the others, all of them were waiting at the fireplace. We're fluing, Harry groaned. At least it's better than port keys. Sirius laughed. Before stepping in the fireplace first, the others followed, leaving Remus to go last. Where to first? Remus asked, and Harry turned around. Actually, do you mind going to Borgin and Burke's first? I bought my book on Twin Wanzer last year, and it seemed interesting enough. Remus turned to Sirius with a raised eyebrow. Sirius shrugged, so Remus nodded. Lead the way, kiddo. Harry scowled at the nickname, but started to head towards Nocturne Alley. Fred and George seemed way too interested in the items in the shop. Fred actually picked up a mask similar to Death Eater masks and asked his brother, You reckon we could get away with wearing this? Or would Voldy kill us? I'm pretty sure Voldy's too scared of Harry to kill us. Harry snorted from the place he's standing, looking at the poison they sold in this place. Pure interest. It's not like he would actually buy poison. Who are we killing, pup? Sirius asked, way too cheerful, coming to stand next to him. No one yet, Harry said seriously. Ask me again next year. Sirius laughed before saying, There's a vanishing cabinet here. I wonder where the second one is. Maybe ask Burke's. Harry asked, looking at the cabinet Sirius was pointing at with a new interest. Already did. He has no idea. Bummer. The cabinet is also broken, needs some fixing, even if we didn't know where the other side was. It's too dangerous to use in this state. Maybe we should buy it. Harry mused. Sirius didn't even have to ask why, because Harry already started explaining. If we do find the other side, we would have a way to travel anywhere without issues. Just have to fix it first. And it's not like we don't have enough money. Harry heard the bell of the entrance, but ignored it in favor of trying to figure out what could be wrong with the vanishing cabinet. Okay, we'll buy it, Sirius said. We don't really have a reason not to. Harry, he heard a voice say and turned around. Draco and his father were here, though Lucius was talking to Borgin. Draco, Harry said. What are you doing here? Draco muttered something Harry couldn't hear. What was that? Father has to give away his dark artifacts. Our home is getting checked by the ministry, Draco said, and Sirius was the one to offer. Why don't you store them at Grimald's place? Draco looked at his father and then back at Sirius, hopeful. We could, of course. The ministry can't reach our home, because the Fidelius charm was illegally placed by a black a long time ago. That would be great. Father will be pleased. Draco said, thank you. What was that? Sirius actually offering some help to someone? Remus asked, amused. Sirius scowled. They're my family, okay? Some of their. And also since half of it will be from the black family. Heirlooms are very dark. You can't just let those be taken. They watched as Draco talked to his father, whose look went from confused to pleased. He approached them, and Remus and Harry decided to leave. Let Sirius figure this out himself. Draco followed Harry, pointing at a withered hand. That's the hand of glory, he said quietly. Harry looked at the hand, not really feeling any magical pull to it. Magical artifacts usually had a pull to them, if it matched your magic. Isn't that usually for thieves? Fred and George came up behind them. Draco actually jumped then groaned. You took them? Of course I did, Harry said. They're my brothers. Yes, this is usually for thieves, Fred. Still don't understand how you know who is who. Draco muttered. Harry laughed before asking Fred and George. Did you guys find anything? Well, we found a book on some darker prank spells, George said. Not anything dangerous, but just slightly less legal magic. Harry snorted. Buy it. I'm curious what you guys will do with it. As long as you don't use it on me. We would never. Fred gasped dramatically. Like seriously, we haven't once pranked you. That is true, Harry admitted. You just fear me too much. Sure we do. Draco, are you ready to go? Lucius asked then, and Draco whined for his father to buy him something, until Lucius promised to buy him the new broom. Draco winked at Harry, probably thinking it was very clever, but really Harry thought it was just childish. Then the Malfoys left. We should probably pay now, Fred. George, have you found anything? Sirius asked, and they showed him the book, and Sirius laughed. Good choice. The twins tried to tell him that they had a bit of money themselves and could buy the book for themselves, but Sirius refused to hear it. He just said that since technically they were his children now, he should pay for them. Eventually, Fred and George gave up and let Sirius pay. When Sirius had paid and the vanishing cabinet had been sent to Grimald's place, they left to go to Gringotts. They came past Hagrid in Knockturn Alley, and Harry hoped the man hadn't seen them pass, since if Hagrid had seen them, Harry would probably be in trouble. There was no way Hagrid wouldn't tell the headmaster. When they arrived at Gringotts, the goblins immediately led them to Griphook, who then accompanied them to Harry's vaults. We stop at the Gryffindor vault first, Griphook said. I must warn you that all the founders tend to have preserved creature eggs in their vaults. You could let them hatch if you want. Harry nodded. He knew the founders did this. They had told him about it. The founders' vaults only gave access by a blood test, so Harry placed his finger top in a mark in the wall. The moment his finger touched the wall, a small needle shot into it, drawing just a few drops of blood. The vault opened on its own, revealing the towers of gold pieces with all kind of weapons in between. Harry walked into the big vault. His whole bedroom at Hogwarts fit in this vault. The walls had all kinds of portraits and wands with nameplates. There was also one big wall with the whole family tree on it. There was a stash of swords placed carefully in a corner. The Gryffindor sword was hanging above all of them. There was a table with all kinds of daggers next to the swords. In the middle of the vault were the piles of gold, with some more swords and bows. Behind that big pile was a table with some boxes full of jewelry. There were barely any books, and the books that were there were mostly about dueling. Like Griphook had said, one side of the walls was purely eggs. Between them were hanging some portraits. Most of the eggs were hippogriffs or griffins. It made sense. Godric loved big animals who could also fly. Harrikins, if this is only one of the vaults, you're probably the richest wizard alive. George said, looking at the piles of gold. Yeah, I thought it would be less by now. There must have been an heir who just didn't want to work, right? Griphook nodded. There were, but the founders' heirs generally invest their money really well. Even with spending a lot of money, we would only gain more. The founders' heirs are our favorite kind of customers. We thought we would never get another Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff again. But here we are. Harry nodded, walking to a chest of some sort. That's when he noticed the engravement saying, "For Harry Potter and Harry Potter only." Griphook saw him looking at the chest. Don't get too much hope. Gryffinder's line is directly connected to the Potter line, and a lot of Harrys have tried to open it, but none of them could. Of course, your situation is totally different, so maybe. We both know it's me he's talking about. Harry said. The magic scanned both blood and magic, a way of Godric making sure no one else could enter the chest. The chest was filled with wands, which Godric used in his life. Letters written directed at him. More books Godric bought over time that he thought Harry would find interesting. Some paintings, even one with Harry in there, and all other kind of things the founder probably bought with Harry on his mind. We'll go through all of this later. Pup, we don't have the time right now, Sirius said, and Harry nodded. I know. He closed the chest, only after taking one of the portraits Godric left for him. Griphook, who had also been looking around. Not once in his lifetime did he meet the actual Gryffindor heir, so this was new to him too. Closed the vault behind them. Hufflepuff next, Griphook said, not even bothering getting into the cart, since all the founders' vaults were right next to each other. The group followed the goblin to the next vault. The opening went pretty much the same, though the needle seemed to almost be more careful this time. Harry wasn't sure if he was just imagining it or if the Gryffindor needle just wanted people to show how brave they were. This vault's general colors were yellow and black, obviously. The almost goldish yellow made the vault look even more filled with golden coins than the last one. Helga Hufflepuff had always loved tableware, and it was noticeable. There were big book planks, but instead of books, she had put different kind of gold tableware on it. There was also a gold pocket knife next to a shield, which was hanging on the wall. Harry didn't remember the founders talking about any kind of war, but he also knew that he had only been there for such a short period of their lives. Helga also had a lot of potion ingredients, most of them used for healing potions in a big chest, which would preserve it. The chest had all kind of charms on it. There was also some already made healing potions. Next to that chest were a lot of books on all kinds of magic. This vault was split in a totally different way. The money was on the right side, the artifacts and other things on the left side. Harry could see their personality in the rooms. The next place he decided to check were the eggs. There were Kneazles, but also Nifflers. Some animals more dangerous, other less. The Hufflepuffs didn't seem to have a preference. Helga used to love all kind of animals, even dealing with Salazar's obsession of way too dangerous magical snakes and Godric's obsession with, well, any kind of danger. Contrary to popular belief, Hufflepuffs weren't all sweet and loyal. They usually were, but most of them also had a dangerous side, a protective side. They tend to be adventurous. The vault Harry stood in right now reflected every part of it. The weapons to the books to the eggs of the most fluffy creature, but then you would suddenly find an egg of an XXX creature. Harry was sure there was some poison underneath all the healing potions. The last thing Harry looked at was an almost identical chest to the one he found in the Gryffindor. Similar to the one there, the chest scanned blood and magic to see if you really were Harry Potter. Now black. This chest was filled with recipes of Helga's favorite meals, more jewelry, some wands, and a lot of letters too. When Harry finally got to the portraits, he picked one quickly, picking one with just Helga on it, so he wouldn't have multiple portraits of one of the founders. Any one of them would hate talking to themselves. He quickly closed the chest, knowing that he didn't have time to get distracted and start reading letters of Helga. You ready, pup? Yeah. Let's go to Ravenclaw's vault. Sorry we can't sort through it today. Sirius apologized. No, it's okay. I understand. We don't have enough time right now. We will come back soon. Harry nodded, following the rest out of the vault. Now I'm going to warn you before entering this vault. Griphook seemed amused. The daughter of Rowena, Helena Ravenclaw, put up a fight to split her vault in a different room. Now there's a full library in there. It's the biggest vault in Gringotts right now. You allowed that? Remus asked, shocked, and Griphook nodded. She offered enough money. This was her weird way to honor her mother. She did it right after Lady Ravenclaw died. Okay, well, open it up, Harrykins. George grinned. Both of the twins were loving the chance to see all of this. Not a lot of people got to. Harry did so. This needle took a bit longer, but let them in nonetheless. Harry wondered how the Slytherin needle would react. The door opened to a room with mostly artifacts. Griphook then said, "We only allowed her 3 rooms." There was a dark blue bow on the wall. Underneath it were arrows. The walls were covered with small notes of different things. There were also some wands with names, though neither Helena nor Rowena's wand was there. The rest of the walls were mostly portraits once again. Instead of a painted family tree, there was a big scroll in the Ravenclaw vault. Just like in Ravenclaw's vault, there was a big place with the preservation charm on it. Multiple potion ingredients and potions could be found there, but there were also some organs, human organs. "What dash?" Fred said, looking at an eye in a glass jar. There were some Ravenclaws who decided to study the human body and save their founds here. Griphook explained, he pointed at a jar, that there is a tumor straight out of a muggle's body. And all of this has been here for decades. George was looking at the jar with a look full of disgust, but also some interest. Decades, centuries. Who knows? Griphook said, "A while ago there weren't really any rules about these kind of experiments. So the people who went experimenting could do whatever they wanted." "Okay, this smell is gross," Remus said. "Let's continue." "What SME dash?" Fred started, but George stopped him by saying, "He's a werewolf, dumbass." There was a hallway after that room leading to 2 separate rooms, one on the left side and one on the right side. At the end of the hallway was a chest with a portrait above it. Harry recognized the chest and said, "Let's go to the left room first." Everyone just followed Harry, since this was quite literally all his stuff. The left room was filled with gold. Kind of a boring room. The money was sorted better than in the other vaults, though. They left that room alone, instead going to the right room, which was like Griphook had told them, a library. The library wasn't too big, but it was big enough to fill a whole vault. There were books on a lot of subjects. Almost all the school textbooks were there, well, the ones they used in the Founders' time. Besides all of that, there were extra books on more dangerous magics and other types of things you wouldn't learn in school, like wand lore. In the back was a whole fiction section, too. Most of it was actually Muggle fiction. Remus and Harry could have spent forever in this vault, but Sirius pulled them out of the room after 5 minutes. Harry went to the chest and found similar chests, though in the bottom of this chest were little self-made orbs of magic and a small box with all of the Founders' names on it. Deciding to not spend too much time here, he grabbed a portrait. He would come back soon. "Why was this chest placed here?" Harry asked, looking at the portrait above it, a photo of him and the Founders. "Rowena probably told Helena about you. Helena just wanted you to have your own little place." Griphook answered. "Or at least that's what Helena said to the goblin who made this place. It is rumored that she hid Rowena's body behind this wall and just placed this here because no one besides goblins and you could move this chest." "What?" Sirius asked, and Griphook shrugged. Helena actually really enjoyed biology. There's a hidden section in the library between the Muggle books with purely biology books. Based on that and the fact that there are lots of organs kept here, some past heir made the rumor Helena cut her own mother up after she died and then put her body in the walls so no one would find out. "Okay, that's kind of creepy," Fred muttered. The group quickly hurried out of the vault, but Harry was still curious and knew that, even with the new information, he would come back to this vault soon too. "Slytherin Air Vault is the last one for now?" Griphook asked. "No need to enter the Emeries or Black Vault." "Nope, Slytherin is the last one." Harry answered and Griphook nodded, leading them to a smaller vault door next to the big one for Slytherin Vault. "The ring should be fine for this one," Griphook instructed. Harry put the ring on the door, which opened. He stepped into the vault. This one was about half the size of the other vaults. There was no money here, just the chest and some artifacts. Mostly books Voldemort thought he would be interested in, but Harry could also see some weapons and potion ingredients. In the middle of this organized mess was the chest, with a letter on top of it. Harry looked at Sirius, who nodded. Harry smiled and grabbed the letter. To Harry, "We have spent the last few days making sure there would still be some items here. Even if our descendants decide to empty the vaults, no one could take these chests away. We put out most valuable items in it, mostly wands and our own works. In my chest you will find the potions I have created the past few years. You will find my broken wand because Muggles decided to burn it. I made a new one, don't worry. You will also find my new wand in here. Most important is you will find our portraits. I hope you will hang our portraits wherever you live. I was also asked to told you that anything that's not in this chest, but still obviously ours like our weapons, is also yours. You could do anything you want with them. We use some charm to stick it to the wall. Only people with gray cores can get them off the walls. For the other founders, this was smart. We both know that that wouldn't work for me. So, instead I put my extra pair in the main vault, while putting my official daggers in this chest. Just thought you might be interested in that. Talk to me soon, little snake, Sal. Harry opened the chest, and indeed saw books with potion recipes in it. There were also other kind of books. Salazar had also made little jar with wand cores and put them in the big chest. Harry, with much regret, reached in to grab a portrait, then closed the chest and turned to his family. They really had to go to Diagon Alley to get their books. Before they left the vault, however, Grip Hook said, "Heir Slytherin." Harry knew the goblin probably didn't want to say all of his names. Too much effort. A few days ago, Lord Slytherin visited Gringotts. The goblin started. Harry wondered why it would be his business that Voldemort visited Gringotts. He asked me to open up the main Slytherin vault to you too, but also keep the air vault for your own properties. Tom is allowing me into the main Slytherin vault? Tom? Sirius asked, and Harry shrugged. Voldy told me to call him by his name. He wadash. Lord Black, please. Grip Hook stopped him. Yes, Lord Slytherin told me to give you access. Do you wish to visit the Slytherin vault? Not right now. We have to leave. Harry smiled at the goblin. He would call his friend at this point. Okay, well, when you do, just know you can. Harry nodded. Then Grip Hook took them back up to the entrance of the bank. When they finally walked out of the bank, they immediately headed for Flourish and Blots. The shop was very busy. None of them understood why, so they just assumed this was a popular day for book shopping. Once they entered, they all changed minds, though. Hope was in front of the store next to Gilderoy Lockhart, smiling for the cameras which seemed to be everywhere. That's when Lockhart seemed to spot Harry. He rushed Hope away and asked him to take pictures for the paper. Harry just raised an eyebrow, but Fred pushed him forwards. He could hear Remus, Sirius, Fred, and George laughing. So he did the only thing he could. He walked to the front with confidence. It was kind of worth it, just by seeing the look on Hope's face. Ladies and gentlemen, not only did the girl who lived just meet her new defense teacher, so did the poor abandoned brother. I never thought we would get to see those two in the shop at the same time. Isn't life full of surprises? Lockhart laughed, and the cameras started taking pictures again. Smile at the camera, Harry, Lockhart said, and Harry did. When he finally escaped, Lockhart gave him his books, and he rushed back to his family. We might want to escape. Harry muttered. We can return later for Fred and George's books. Why? Sirius asked, but Harry just grabbed his arm and pulled him, so the man followed him. When they were outside the store, Sirius once again asked why Harry suddenly was trying to rush. Harry started laughing. I made the man unable to talk human for his whole meet and greet. He'll be hissing. The spell can only be undone by a parcel tongue. Moony, Moony, my moon, our pup pranked Gilderoy Lockhart, Sirius said, and Fred and George were also laughing now. They went to a Quidditch store, bought quills, and went to a joke shop because Fred and George insisted that they had to. When it was 4:30 p.m., they returned to Flourish and Blots. The crowd wasn't there anymore, but when they entered, Gilderoy Lockhart was still inside. Harry twitched his hand behind his back to make the man able to speak normal again. Black, Lockhart said. What did you do? Harry blinked. What do you mean, Professor? I mean, I can't talk English anymore. You are speaking English right now, sir. Harry said. You did this. You made me look like a fool. Honestly, sir, how could I have done this? I didn't even have a wand. The pictures we took will prove that. Just because you have enemies doesn't mean that I have something to do with it. Lockhart got his wand out, but then changed his mind and walked out of the store. It took a second before everyone, even the employees, started laughing. That was amazing. I really don't understand how people stand that man. He's been annoying us for the past week or so. One of them said, a girl who seemed to be around 20. She had long black hair carefully braided and was wearing some pretty simple robes. She also had a pierced nose, a small ring hanging just above her upper lip. Oh, sorry, I'm Ella Gray. Did you need anything? She then said, I totally forgot I worked here for a second. Harry laughed. It's okay. We kind of rushed out of the store after I put that curse on Lockhart. We totally forgot that they still need their books. He pointed at Fred and George. Fourth years? She asked, then blushed. Sorry, everyone here always mentions the twins, and to be careful around them. Fred and George laughed, while Harry confirmed that they, indeed, were fourth years. So, it was you who did that? She asked while getting all the books. Harry nodded. That was genius, really shut the fool up for a while. Thank you, I do try, Harry said, and the girl laughed. Hold on, I'll be back. I have to get some books from our storage. They talk about us, you heard that, Gred? Sure did, Forge. Lockhart doesn't seem like a person who could do all the things he wrote about in his books, Remus said then. They gave him the defense position instead of me? Harry shrugged. Dumbledore is probably up to something. Whatever it is, I'm going to try to prove that Lockhart is a fraud this year. Doesn't matter how. Well, at least you have a project for this year then. Sirius said. No getting bored. I still will get bored, but it might help a bit. Sorry. I'm back. Here are your books. Ella came rushing through a door in the corner of the shop. The fool even uses his fucking fantasy books to teach. Fred and George took their books while laughing. Sirius paid for them, thanking Ella. Oh, it was no problem. I'm glad you guys got Lockhart out of the store. Really, he was trying to complain to us about something, but we couldn't understand his parcel tongue. The girl shook her head. Really, I have never met a man more annoying than him. Big Lockhart hater, huh? Harry asked, and the girl nodded. He was in school with my mom, and never mind, it doesn't matter. He's an annoying, lying prick. Don't let him manipulate you. We won't. Thank you. They walked out, and Harry wondered just what Lockhart did to the girl's mom. Now that they finally had everything, they went back home. It had been a long day spent in Diagon Alley, so no one complained when Harry said they wouldn't see him downstairs for the next hour or so. He grabbed his journal the moment he came into his room, sitting down at his desk. You really had to give me permission to enter the Slytherin vault. Huh? Are you complaining? The usual fast answer came. Harry had a feeling the Dark Lord could feel the moment he would write through their mind link. No, I just didn't expect you to let me into this private thing of yours. It's basically sharing your stuff with me. I trust you, so you've shown. I just thought that you would appreciate it. I know I gave you a lot of things, but everything in the Slytherin vault is more yours than mine. Most of these things are in there because Salazar hoped it would end up with you. While things have been taken over the year, I want you to be able to have as much as you want from it now. Wow, that means a lot. Yeah, whatever. Harry laughed at the awkwardness coming from the Dark Lord's side of the lake, so he decided to change the subject. I found something interesting today. Oh? A vanishing cabinet at Borgin and Burke's. We don't know where the second one is, and this one is broken, but if we manage to make both work, it could be useful. There's a vanishing cabinet in the ROR. ROR? Room of Requirement, where you did your lessons last school year. One of the forms it takes is the Room of Hidden Things, or so we call it. It's a room full of lost things. The Ravenclaw diadem was there. Harry looked at the diadem on his desk. He hadn't moved it to a special place yet. How do you get the room to show you that place? It's easy. You just ask for it to show you the cabinet, and the room will take you to the room it's in. I hope it actually is the one connected to the one we bought. It probably is. Vanishing cabinets are rare. It's almost impossible to find two in a lifetime, so finding to separate ones would be, well, you would have to be very unlucky. Let's hope. Oh, you know what else I did today? I'm scared by how excited you are. I cursed Gilderoy Lockhart to only talk Parseltongue during his meet and greets. The man deserves it. I'm glad you approve. How were the Founders' Vaults? Interesting, Ravenclaw one is kind of scary. Human organs everywhere. Helena Ravenclaw moved the chest Rowena made for me to a special place. It is rumored that she did this to hide the fact that she buried her mom in the vault walls after cutting up her body to study biology. Okay, that is disturbing. I mean, honestly, I get the fascination with the human body, wanted to know more about it. But the part where it's her own mom, she decided to cut up without anyone knowing and then hiding the body in the vault walls? That's too far. Wasn't she born in the time where cutting open death relatives in the name of science was pretty normal, though? Why hide it? It's Rowena Ravenclaw's body we're talking about. She's an important historical figure. Also, Helena is really shy for as far as I know. Maybe she just wanted to avoid the conversations with scientists about it. Still weird. It's also just a rumor. We don't actually know how true it is. The first person to tell this to someone was born 4 generations after Helena's death. Helena died pretty young. Her ghost helped me find the diadem. I can't see her cutting up her mom. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. I mean, it's not like she killed her mom. She just researched a dead person. Yeah, right? Tom agreed. Chapter in notes. After he finished writing to Tommy Boy, he put the founders' portraits next to Merlin's portrait and talked to them for another hour or so, before finally joining Fred, George, Remus, and Sirius. Start year 2. Chapter summary. More talks with Voldy and also Dumbledore. Chapter notes. Kind of short and not proofread, but I'm tired, so deal with it, LMAO. Smiley face. Enjoy. Also, hey, erase your reminder that I'm not a native English speaker, so please don't judge my grammar too much. Some people have been commenting on it, and I'm aware, LMAO. When it was finally time to go back to Hogwarts, Harry's only regret is that he didn't return to Gringotts again. He had known he probably wouldn't have the time, but now he knew he wouldn't return till at least December. Harry, we're in here, he heard Pansy said. He spun around and saw her head poking out of a compartment door. You're on the front of the Daily Prophet, Blaise said once Harry sat down, and Harry raised his eyebrows, a silent way of telling the boy to continue talking. They say you cursed Lockhart, or well, Rita is the one who wrote it, and she wrote it like the man was crazy for thinking such a thing. I really should pay that woman more the next interview. Harry muttered, I did curse Lockhart in my defense. Everyone thought the guy was annoying. Are you kidding? Have you even read his stories? He's a legend, Tracy said, and Harry snorted. And a fraud, I will find a way to prove that this school year. So you found a new little project? Pansy asked. Can we help with this one? As long as you won't let it distract you from school too much. Harry smiled at the girl. So, what have you all done the last few weeks of your break? He asked the group then. I went to Italy, met my new stepdad. Blaise said, wonder how long he'll be around. Everyone knew Blaise's mom. She was infamous for always marrying men who would mysteriously die after a while. We went to France for a bit, Draco said. The rest of the group had stayed at home, except for Tracy, who went to Germany with her family. I talked to Voldy a lot, especially after going to Romania, Harry said then, and I went to the founders' vaults. There's some disturbing shit in their vaults. Oh, how was Romania? Tracy asked, and Harry smirked. Turns out, dragons do talk in Parseltongue. I basically became a dragon handler for my vacation. You got to communicate? With dragons? Theo, the boy had been reading a book the whole time till now. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Most of them sadly aren't that smart. The door to their compartment opened up. Daphne walked in, Millicent trailing behind her. She looked at Harry, raising an eyebrow. In reply, Harry rolled his eyes, but waved his hand to make the compartment larger. The girl smirked and then sat down. So, I ran into some Hufflepuff on the way here, she started. The girl made it quite clear that I had to directly give this to you, orders from Dumbledore, the girl said. Honestly, I wonder how Dumbledore even gave it to her. But whatever. She handed Harry a letter, and Harry scanned it for any type of spells before carefully opening it. Instead of a simple letter, the letter started floating and talking. Harry, my boy, I request your presence in my office after the feast today, preferably without Severus. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The letter then exploded into 1,000,000 pieces of paper. All of them vanished before hitting the ground. He really went with the full name. Millicent scowled and Draco shrugged. At least he didn't put his titles on it. Then we would have sat here for an hour just listening to him talking about himself. What does the old coot want? Daphne asked, and Harry truthfully said, I have no idea. I don't think I did something wrong. It would be impressive if you did do something wrong, since you haven't been in the school for the summer. Maybe he wants something, Blaise said. I mean, everybody knows how powerful you are. If there's one thing Dumbledore's after, it's power. Be careful if you go, Tracy said, and Harry nodded, I will. Then he got his journal, seeing that Tom had written to him the first time in a while. You're worried. That's a new one. Are you really trying to sense my emotion of purpose, asshole? Harry wrote back. Hey, I just had my part open. It's not my fault I suddenly felt worried. Okay, anyways, Dumbledore asked me to come to his office, preferably without Severus. A wave of amusement came over him, and Harry frowned at the journal. This is not something to be amused about, Tommy boy. Another nickname? This time for my real name? You're really not scared of me at all anymore, are you? Tom wrote back, amusement only becoming bigger. It is amusing because he did the same to me almost every year. He senses power and becomes scared. He will try to manipulate you and read your mind. It's probably worse with you, since he knows you're the real Chosen One. Chosen One is also a nickname, I would like to remind you. Harry wrote back quickly, so you think it's nothing? I wouldn't say nothing. Always be careful around Dumbledore. Just keep our link closed. To maximize your occlumency, there shouldn't be a weak point then. If anything does happen, just open it up and send a wave of panic. What would you even be able to do? I would like to remind you that I snuck into Hogwarts last year, too. Yeah, but then Dumbledore didn't know. Harry paused. You're not saying you would risk Dumbledore knowing you're back to help me, right? Tom's amusement went to a weird sort of embarrassment. No, of course not. I'm not stupid. Severus is in the castle. I would request him to help you. You would tell him to do so, and then when he refuses, you would tell him you don't need to be insane to torture him? Something like that. Harry rolled his eyes. Nice to know you care. Whatever, just go and refuse whatever he asks of you, unless it's something harmless, or if he tells you to help him hunt special objects. Horcruxes? You think he would? No, but if he does, it could be helpful. Talking about Horcruxes, what are your plans? What's the next one? And do you need my help? I was actually going to ask you to get it. Well, come with me at least. Tom wrote, it's the locket. It's in a cave. I put it into a potion. And well, one of us, I will do it, has to drink the potion, the other one will have to retrieve the locket. What potion did you put it in? Drink of despair, emerald potion, whatever you want to call it. Are you crazy? I like to think I'm not anymore, but yeah, I used to be. You want me to come with you, so you can drink the potion? You really have lost your mind. I'm not going to let you drink the potion, and I pretty much secured it in a way, so that just vanishing it wouldn't work. We have to drink it. You really have lost your mind. Are you in? Of course I am. Just to keep your sorry ass safe. Thank you. I really would have hated it to do this with Lucius or Severus. Well, you could have just forced them to drink the potion, saves you from the effects it has. I am, however, glad that you're not going to force me. I would have forced them to drink it, since I know that I wouldn't let them force me to drink. More once I drank half of it, the only person who has even a chance of forcing me to do so is you. Heron, Draco said, I swear ever since you got that journal, you can't go an hour without looking into it. Pansy giggled, and Harry just raised an eyebrow. Before returning to writing Voldemort, the Horcruxes were more important. And he loved bullying Tom. Just let the boy write the Dark Lord, Draco. Millicent said, and Draco rolled his eyes. He doesn't even notice us while talking to the Dark Lord. All of us could die, and he wouldn't notice. Don't be so dramatic, Dre. Harry sighed. Tommy boy, the Dark Lord just started telling me about another Horcrux. This is important. Tommy boy? Draco muttered, and Harry snickered. I called him that, and he didn't get mad. Don't worry about my safety. Just let him, Draco. Blaise said, he's fighting a literal war. You would find that more important too. Draco pouted, but nodded. None of them noticed Harry laughing quietly to the journal after Tom made a stupid joke. Yeah, fighting a war. When the group arrived at Hogwarts, Harry finally put his journal away. He joined his friends at the carriages, but only after petting the Thestral. Thestrals are such beautiful animals. He said after sitting down. Blaise shook his head. I find them kind of unsettling. Thestrals? Pansy asked, and Harry started telling them about the animal, Blaise sometimes helping him. In no time, they arrived at Hogwarts, silently going to the Great Hall. The sorting ceremony was boring. Harry realized that it probably would be boring every year. The only reason you actually found it interesting in your first year is because it is also your own sorting. Back in the Founders' time, the Founders would sort people based on core, answers on some questions, and Sal would use legitimacy. It was actually interesting. Every sorting was different than the one before. Last year, this was at least kind of interesting. Terrence muttered, somehow sitting close to the second years now. The Quidditch team had changed the place everyone would sit at the Slytherin table to make sure the Quidditch team and friends sat together in the middle. Why is that? The Potters, duh? Fred said. We actually made a bet on where the Lost Potter would end up. A lot of people thought he would end up in Hufflepuff. Me? A Hufflepuff? Harry asked. Yeah, I mean, we didn't actually know you. We just knew you would return. Harry nodded. It was fair. No one knew where he had actually grown up, and even with the Muggles, none of them knew what kind of people they were. From the small bit of information they had, Hufflepuff was a fair guess. Dumbledore started talking again, and then Harry noticed most of the first years were sorted by now. Dumbledore did his usual start-of-the-year speech, and then the real feast started. After everyone turned to their food, he sought out Harry and nodded at him, before walking out of the Great Hall. "Now, seriously?" Harry muttered. He grabbed a piece of bread, stuffing it in his mouth before telling his friends that he would hopefully be back later. He made a joke about the headmaster killing him, which no one seems to think is funny. He also ignored the questions from everyone who hadn't been sitting with him in the train. He just gave the rest a look, hoping they would understand that he was trusting them to tell the rest about the headmaster's letter. Then he walked away, following the headmaster quickly. He noticed Hope smirking, and he hoped that the girl wasn't the reason for this meeting. The headmaster was standing in front of the gargoyle, waiting for him. When he saw Harry approaching, he turned to the entrance, muttering his password, letting Harry follow him up the stairs. Dumbledore sat down behind his desk, smirking slightly when Harry curiously looked at Fawkes, which he hadn't really noticed earlier. "A phoenix, one of the last ones," Dumbledore said. "He's been with the Dumbledore line for centuries and not leaving anytime soon." "What about when you die, sir?" Harry said. "I mean, you are getting old." Dumbledore covered his shock on the statement quicker than Harry thought he would. "I think I have a few decades left. Even wizards die eventually, headmaster. It's nothing to be ashamed about." Harry smirked. "Especially people who meddle with the wrong kind of magic. They tend to age faster." "I am very aware of what meddling with the wrong magic does to a wizard, my boy." The man sighed. "I have, after all, fought two of the biggest Dark Lords in history." "We both know that's not what I meant," Harry said. "Either way, I don't think you called me up here to discuss illegal magics, like time travel, for example." "That is very true, my boy." Harry could swear the vein in the man's forehead was getting clearer by the second. "I feel like we have some past issues to discuss, things that have stopped us from working together past year." "I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I am just another student after all. So why would we need to work together? I don't see you trying to get anyone else to like you. You know you're not just another student, aren't I? I mean, sure, my sister is the girl who lived, but that has nothing to do directly with me. She's not even my sister anymore. That's no dash. I mean, unless you were going to tell me my sister isn't actually the girl who lived and you're just manipulating us, but a good man like you wouldn't do that, right? Manipulate a whole family to make sure you have a lamb ready for slaughter in the war? Are you accusing me? It wouldn't be the first time, of course. You had the whole Order of the Phoenix. Your first try with a child army didn't quite work out, did it? You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I, headmaster? Isn't it true that you just needed a second try? It's all about proving that you can save everyone while really you yourself do nothing. It's not the first time either. I'm sure I heard about Newt Scamander beating Grindelwald. Can't even blame you for that one, either, since you had a blood pact with him. What were you even thinking when you made that? You think the two of you would actually succeed in taking over the world? How do you know dash? I have my sources, sir. That's not important. The important thing is that you are always manipulating everyone to think that you are in the right when you're not, and that if you want me to help you after you practically sent me away to an abusive family, you're going to have to try harder. My boy, please. You shouldn't let your hatred for me cloud your entire judgment on this war. It will only lead to making the wrong mistakes. You think I would do something like that? You clearly don't know me at all. At least not as good as you thought when you talked to Lily. He had heard about the conversation. While the founders hadn't been able to talk to him immediately after it since he didn't have their portraits yet, he had been in the Black family house, and Phineas turned out to be quite a nice ancestor. "The walls have ears, headmaster. Don't even think you can hide anything from me. Are you spying on me?" "Not exactly." "Was that all?" Dumbledore nodded, looking at his desk sadly. Harry snorted at the pathetic view and then walked away. Only once the boy had left, Dumbledore noticed that by making Harry lead the conversation, he hadn't been able to talk about anything he had originally wanted to talk about. He cursed his own stupidity. The boy had known how to distract him. He's going to be a hard one to manipulate, isn't he? Dumbledore asked his Phoenix. Fawkes, however, seemed to ignore him, even turning his back to him. Dumbledore sighed and sat down, remembering what the boy had said about the walls having ears. He really should get rid of some of the portraits. Harry crashed on the couch in the common room as soon as he came in, only noticing the group of first years staring at him after he had found a comfortable position. The common room was pretty empty. Some of Harry's friends were sitting in the same corner Harry had crashed, but everyone else went to their rooms, like they would normally do during introductions of first years. "Hi," he said, waving at the first years. Gemma snorted. "That is our little genius, Harry Sirius Black. He is smarter than he looks." "Oi," Harry said, Rude. If you ever need help with spells or whatever, if you want to throw an amazing party with magical effects or want to create some kind of new spell without knowing how to, you can approach him. He didn't earn the prodigy of the whole school title for nothing. Well, I kind of did, for doing nothing, I mean, Harry said, loud enough for everyone to hear. I mean, what did I actually do last year? Gemma glared at him. Ignore him, but do approach him if you need help. Even we 7-year-olds do, because he knows everything we do in class is better than we do. That's not an exaggeration, Salazar said from his portrait. I myself taught him some things from my portrait, of course, that seemed to do the trick. Most of the first year gasped and nodded at the founder. You can find me in the Great Hall every Saturday when the older years are in Hogsmeade. Usually I'm really bored, so that's the perfect time to ask for help, but I will help anytime if you just ask. Don't be scared to ask. Stay away from him when he's writing in his journal, though. George joked. He was sitting on another couch close to the one Harry was on. He gets all rude and scary then. Fred and George not Weasley anymore. Be careful around them. They're the pranksters we stole from Gryffindor last year. Gemma said, and Fred added, we're blacks now. You are? Gemma asked, and Fred and George nodded. Maybe you should finish this up, Gemma, Severus said, and the girl nodded. Of course, Professor. She quickly finished her usual Slytherins, our not-so-bad speech, then sent the kids up to find their dorms. After that, Gemma herself also went up to her dorm. So, how was the headmaster? Daphne asked, and Harry shrugged. I distracted him enough with random accusations that I'm pretty sure he forgot what he actually wanted to talk about. Then I left after telling him the walls have ears. The headmaster might not be the best enemy to have, Millicent said, and Harry nodded. True, but I can pull the poor child that has been abandoned twice card. If he tries anything, the public would just pick my side. Will that card ever expire? Fred asked. I mean, will there be a day people won't have sympathy for you anymore? I don't think so, as long as I don't become a big criminal. Also, I have to be careful with not using it too much. It will get suspicious then. Hey, did any of you notice none of the Potters were there this feast? Theo said quite suddenly, changing the subject. Really? I didn't really pay attention. Blaise said, others agreeing quickly. Maybe something happened. Draco shrugged. I wouldn't be angry about it. That is way too suspicious. I hate it. Ron also wasn't there. George said, Hermione, Ginny, and Percy were though. Maybe we'll figure it out tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. Harry said, full days of traveling always tire me. He yawned, stretching his arms. Good night, everyone. That means he's going to put Ebony on his rock and then write the Dark Lord. Blaise informed the rest. We know, Tracy said, eyes following the boy who indeed looked really tired until she couldn't see him anymore. We're home, Ebony said. This is home, right? For 9 months in the year. Harry replied, amused smile on his face. I like the castle. It's big and I can explore when you're gone. Just be careful while exploring. We don't want anything to happen to you. The snake curled up, probably deciding that he is done with the conversation. Harry snorted. He changed into his pajamas and then got the journal. Just distracted Dumbles until he forgot why he called me up to his office. Smart, though now I will never know whether he knows about the Horcruxes or not. Should have told me you wanted to spy, Damas. I have Severus. Wouldn't want to put you in that position during your school time anyways. Since it's kind of dangerous. You need to be able to finish your school normally. I literally need zero focus for that. I know, but just humor me and pretend you appreciate it? Okay. Thank you for wanting to keep me safe, Tommy boy. What did you talk about with Dumbles? I just kind of told him he would die soon if he kept playing around with illegal magics, then told him that he should stop making child armies because it won't work. Then told him I understood that he used Newt to defeat Grindelwald, since he was stupid enough to make a blood pact. Then I told him he wouldn't be able to manipulate him, and then right before I left I just said to be careful, the walls have ears. You sure you want to make Dumbledore be suspicious of you already? Less pretending for me, Tommy boy. I will always see that as a positive thing. You're crazy. I'm not the only one. By the way, we should wait a bit before getting the locket, because sneaking out will be hard after making Dumbledore this suspicious of me. Sorry? It's okay. It gives me some time to prepare. That potion truly is horrible. Ah, at least you'll have my mental support. Yes, because that will mean a lot while you're force-feeding me the very potion that put me in the state. I'll just force you to feel positive emotions through our link. And I will make sure you feel at least half the misery I feel. So sweet, only for you. Harry stared at that sentence for a while, but then the next sentence appeared. Sorry, that was weird. What, the fact that you used that sentence, or the fact that you meant it? Harry sent back teasingly. I won't answer any more questions. Go to sleep, kiddo. Ugh. I thought you were supposed to be fun. My escape from boring people around me in this school. Only when I want to be. I see how it is. Good night. Harry closed the journal. It was weird how sometimes Tom would strictly talk about only important things for the war, and other times he would tease Harry. Almost flirt even. Harry decided that that wasn't important now. He could wonder about the mysterious, somehow actually pretty nice and fun Dark Lord soon. Now was sleeping time. Dumbledore had taken away about half of the portraits, but the problem was most of them had a sticking charm, which was a lot of effort to undo. He spent 2 hours to get 5 portraits from his wall. Then there was another big problem. The sticking charm on the founders' portraits were unlike any charm he had seen before. He just hoped Harry didn't know the founders good enough to have them as his personal spies, because Dumbledore would be fucked. I think that was about it, wasn't it, Fox? The man asked his phoenix. The bird just made a sound that didn't sound happy or agreeing. Quite the opposite, actually. Don't be so mad, I'm on the right side of history. We both know it. Sometimes I just have to do things for the greater good. This time the bird didn't even bother making a sound. The thing the boy said about illegal magics might be true, but it was important, okay? I have been careful. Mostly I make other people do the dirty work for me. I'm not that close to death yet. Don't worry. The bird turned even further. You never disagreed with me before. Dumbledore said, looking at the phoenix sadly. So why are you so stubborn now? The phoenix didn't make a single noise. I see how it is. The boy has you under his charm, too? I don't understand. There's nothing special about him. Yes, he had powerful magic and can do things I couldn't even imagine anyone doing until I saw him. That doesn't mean he's automatically on the right side of history. Dumbledore shouted to no one, the phoenix making a sad noise. Yeah, his side will win the war, we all know that. Doesn't mean I have to actually like that fact, though. The bird didn't even move anymore. It just made a sad or annoyed noise once in a while. Dumbledore sighed and gave up on making the phoenix agree with him. The animal would come around eventually and start helping him again, start giving him company again. Overall, it wasn't the greatest start of the year for Dumbledore. Story of the First Horcrux. Chapter Summary. Tom and Harry look at some old memories. Chapter Notes. Sorry I'm late. I had school and an AJR concert, so no time to write winky face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Besides the visit to Dumbledore, his second year started pretty normal. The first few days were spent trying to get used to having classes, while also writing to Tom and planning for a war. It was easier than it sounded. Oh, he also couldn't ignore the dramatic entrance the Potters had made. Lily and James had ran into the Great Hall the morning after everyone else arrived, apologizing to the headmaster. They made sure to loudly announce that they had been in Germany and forgot about the date. Like expected, no one actually seemed to care. Harry, what do you think we'll do in defense? Pansy asked suddenly, and Harry shrugged. Lockhart has probably read us stories he wrote. Oh no, it's worse than that. Fred said, and George nodded seriously. We had to make a test about Lockhart. Like that's actual defense class. Fred finished, throwing his hands in the air angrily. We had to do the same thing, Terence said, being 1 year above Fred and George. We also have Lily Potter for defense now. It's even worse. Harry glanced at the teacher's table. The confident woman was currently sitting next to her husband, smiling while talking to the headmaster. Something in her expression unnerved him. Good luck this year. Terence gave him a smile. Harry just hoped he wouldn't get classes from either Lily or James. He had heard stories from James' Transfiguration classes, which McGonagall refused to leave totally to James, not quite trusting the man with her students. They seemed to be fun sometimes, but mostly the instructions were unclear, which wouldn't be a very big problem until James had to teach his students to do human transfiguration. McGonagall had actually sent James away, telling him not to come back for at least a month. Sirius had instead taken over the classes, which was ironic, because McGonagall had always thought that James was the more mature one of the two of them. That was if one of them could even be called mature. Just like Fred and George had told them, their class actually got a test full of questions about Lockhart. No one did well, except for Hermione Granger, who practically acted like she had just won an award after Lockhart told her she was the only one with perfect scores. The rest of the day, Granger could be found telling anyone who listened that she had beat the Harry Sirius Black in a defense test. Once people started asking what the test was about and they heard that it was the Lockhart one, she ran away. Ever since then, Harry hadn't spotted her yet. Luckily, the rest of his subjects were taught by the same teachers he had last year. Harry knew Sirius had fought James over who was going to teach her class. Until McGonagall decided it was best to keep it how it was, she offered James to assist her in the new first-year class, though, but James refused. He only had the 6th years in his class now, the rest of the school either getting McGonagall, Sirius, or both. Harry also got asked to help for Quidditch tryouts, since Flint wouldn't make him do the tryouts officially this time, knowing he would get the seeker spot either way. Wait, there's open positions? Harry had asked and Flint had shrugged. We have to give people a chance. Usually I'd have to let everyone try out again, but Snape decided to let me keep you on the team at least. Why is that? Harry remembered that back in the Founders' time. Sometimes one house wouldn't have tryouts at all, since they were okay with how the team was and didn't need new people to fill positions. Mostly to fill extra roles if one of us gets badly injured, but we also have to give everyone a chance to actually get on the team. He smirked at Harry. In the end, the decision is mine, though, so I will keep everyone who was on the team last year on the team. Well, everyone who wants to be on the team again. You think there's people who don't want to return? Montague, maybe. He's having more issues with his grades now. Well, tell me when the tryouts are, I'll be there. Harry said, and Flint nodded. You're a lifesaver, Black. I despise the tryouts. Harry laughed. Sitting down on the couch in Sirius and Remus' quarters, Harry said, Isn't it full moon tomorrow? Thanks for the reminder, Cub. Remus answered, sounding very tired. Can I join? Tomorrow, I mean? Sirius shrugged, looking at Remus, who was shaking his head. No fucking way. What's the worst that could happen? Harry sighed, and Remus looked at him like he'd grown a second head. I could practically eat you alive. You won't. You don't know that. Aren't you on Wolfsbane? Harry asked, and Remus nodded. I am. Look, I'll be careful. I just want to be able to be there for you, help you. I am a wolf, Animagus. I'd say there's no better person to help you. Cub, I don't want anything to happen to you. It is a big risk, Harry. Sirius agreed then. Harry sighed. 2 against 1 now? He lost already. Fine, Harry said and sat back, arms crossed over his chest. Sorry, pup. We just want to keep you safe. Sirius said, and Harry nodded. I know you do, but I also know that I trust Remus, wolf or no wolf. The wolf part of you is just another extend of your own personality. I know both of you would do anything to protect me. If that protective urge is as big as I think it is, your wolf would also want to protect me, not hurt me. Not tomorrow, Cub. You should ask us sooner next time. Remus then said, and Harry nodded. I will. Both Sirius and Remus sighed. They should have known Harry would want this. How were your first few days back here? Sirius asked to change the subject. Harry shrugged. Okay, I'm bored, but it's okay. I'm helping with Quidditch tryouts soon, so that will keep me busy for a bit. What about Voldemort? What's he doing? Waiting, a lot of waiting. He's probably also slowly creating his new political persona, since he would need that before he can actually make any change. Waiting? Remus asked then, and Harry nodded. The prisoners from Azkaban have to be safe enough. So he's waiting till they're stable? Yeah, basically. He has to be sure that none of them ruin his chance. Harry explained. He refused to create another look for himself, though. I hope Dumbledore won't recognize him. Even if Dumbledore does, we have enough people in the Ministry who would call him insane for even suggesting the Dark Lord is back. Sirius said, Actually, I think it would hurt Dumbledore's reputation. I hope so. Don't worry too much about good Ol Voldy, Harry. He has more experience on this earth than any of us together. Sirius said, and Harry nodded. I know. He tends to be a bit reckless, which is kind of Gryffindor from him. Hey, that was nothing personal. Harry laughed, and Sirius glared at him, while Remus chuckled. If you say so, Cub, I'm so bored. Can't you just kidnap me? No one will question it if it's you. Suffer. I'm not ruining my whole plan to rescue you from boredom. Okay, rude. Besides, Voldemort wrote, then, I need someone I trust to watch the old coot. Ugh, fine. I'll be your little spy. You can have some fun with this diary, though. Yeah, about that, how? I don't know. Depends on how dangerous you want the school to be. What do you mean? Well, you could drop this diary, make me manipulate the poor person who picks it up, and then you open up the Chamber of Secrets and tell the basilisk to scare some poor students. You're crazy. You know basilisk kill? Like with their eyes? I'm not dumb, child. They have some sort of protection. When they look at people, then they will only be petrified. Only petrified, he says. Okay, so no fan of that idea. You can also act suspicious around Dumbledore. Clutch this diary in your arms and tell people you hear whispers in the wall. Make myself look crazy? Wait, let me finish. Then let the basilisk out, making the whole school suspicious of you, until eventually exposing your heir of Slytherin title. People already know. Well, most of them do. Most are not all of them. You really want me to let the basilisk free? Don't you? Yeah, she's lonely. She was so happy when I let her out in my 6th year. You can just order her to only hunt animals and petrify some, no students in danger. I'll think about it. Well, if you decide to let her free, tell me if I can help. I will. You're writing to the Dark Lord again? Draco asked when he walked into the common room. The second years had all been studying in the library. It was one of the rare times Harry decided to not join them. He didn't really understand what they were studying anyways. They had only been at school for 1.5 weeks. I was begging him to kidnap me. Harry looked up to see Draco and Blaise. That bored? Blaise asked, and Harry leant back into the chair he was sitting on. I've had worse, I suppose. And will he kidnap you? Nah. Decided it was too much of a risk for his future plans. He did give me some ideas to cause chaos, though. Harry said, but they're all, well, pretty dangerous. What were the ideas? Draco asked, as him and Blaise both also sat down on chairs. He wants me to open the Chamber of Secret, let the basilisk out, while pretending I'm or letting someone else get possessed. The Chamber of Secrets is real. Of course it is. Harry scoffed. You thought it was fake? Everyone does, Blaise answered. No one has been able to find it since it opened in the 40s. Well, Dumbledore probably knows where it is. Harry said, so do I, of course. Just be careful. The last time it was open to school almost closed until Blaise stopped mid-sentence. Oh, what? Harry asked. Until Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord, figured out Hagrid did it. Blaise said quietly, he framed Hagrid. How do you know that? He got a medal for it. It's in the trophy room. I never knew it, but now I remember. You told us Tom Riddle was the Dark Lord's real name. Of course he did, Harry muttered, looking at the diary in his hand. Harry, yes, sorry. I just realized something. The diary. He was 16-year-old when he made his first Horcrux. Harry thought the stupid fucking diary. He used the basilisk. Harry whispered. Of course he did. It explains so much. Harry could never imagine a 16-year-old actually making his first kill and immediately doing the ritual for a Horcrux. If a 16-year-old had accidentally killed someone and then decided to use that kill for the ritual, so he wouldn't have to kill another person. Well, it explained a lot. Harry wouldn't know if it was on purpose or not until he asked Tom. But somehow, finding this small piece of information made the whole situation so much more understandable. He still thought Tom had been a stupid teenager, creating Horcruxes like that, but if he had been rushed into creating his first one, just so he wouldn't have to directly kill someone. Yeah, you understand it already. It would have made any 6th year go crazy. Having only half your soul while you're not even totally grown up yet, it would fuck anyone up. Harry, are you okay? Draco asked, and Harry's head snapped back to look at them once again. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, if you're sure about that. Harry nodded. I'm good, great even. Blaise and Draco looked at each other. Harry knew they were weirded out by his reaction to what Blaise told him, but he couldn't care about that right now. He had to talk to Tom again. He opened his diary again, knowing Draco and Blaise were watching him. Tell me, he wrote down. Tell you what? About how you made your first Horcrux using the basilisk. How did you even figure that out? Once someone told me about your medal you got for telling people Hagrid, let the basilisk go free. That's not really what happened. So tell me what had happened. I can't, it's a long story. I'm kind of busy. Doing what? Currently? Making sure Bella doesn't burn down my house, or takes of all her clothes and hops on my lap. Harry grimaced. Oh well, I will send you the memory. You will? Harry knew Tom felt his shock, and he felt the amusement in return. Of course, no secrets here. None? Shut up. Harry laughed. Good luck with Bella sitting. Thank you? Should I even be thankful for that? Harry closed the book then and looked up. Okay, I'm done here. Sorry for reacting all weird. Do you guys need help with homework or something? No, we're okay. We just wanted to know if you want to join us at the Black Lake. I think the others are waiting there right now. Well, I've been for the past 20 minutes. Sorry, Harry said, and Blaise shrugged. Don't worry about it. Will you come with us? You know what? Harry said. I will. Harry ended up in his animagus form after 30 minutes, chasing after his friends. He was aware that other students were watching them in confusion, but at this point none of them cared anymore. When they were just hanging out, they didn't have to be the masked Slytherins all the time. They could just be kids for a bit. Even Harry, who never acted like just a kid. It felt good. Just like Tom promised, in 2 days' time he got the memory. What's that? Pansy asked, looking at the small box, with multiple protection charms around it, in Harry's hands. A memory. Harry replied, truthfully, I asked for it. You don't have pensive, though, Pansy said, and then she looked at Harry. You don't just have a pensive in your room, right? Harry laughed. No, I don't have one. I think Tommy Boy might have figured out another way to do this. If he didn't, I'll just have to sneak into the headmaster's office. That's the dumbest idea ever. Blaise said, You are not doing that. Fine. Tom better thought of a way. What's the memory about anyways? Daphne asked, and Harry sighed. Well, I don't think I should tell you guys. I mean, it's dangerous, Dash. Of course it is. We're talking about the Dark Lord here. Daphne rolled her eyes. Tell us. Harry shook his head. I really shouldn't. Daphne seemed disappointed before nodding. Okay, if you say so. I don't want to get murdered by a Dark Lord. Harry told them that he would return later, since they weren't really doing anything right now. He had to talk to Tom. So I take it you've received the memory. I could practically feel your questions. Was already written down by Tom. Harry didn't know when he had written it, but probably in the past 3 minutes. Yeah, so how do I do this? I don't have a pensive. Throw the memory on the diary. Let me do the rest of the work. Was Tom's short reply, as clear as ever. Harry did as he was told, since he was curious enough to try anything. Tom didn't say anything for a while, and Harry just patiently waited until the pages of his diary started flipping, though not really leaving the page it was on. Almost like every page had the exact same words on it, and it was a never-ending book. Then the pages seemed to open up, while still flipping, creating a hole with a bright light coming out of it. Harry refused to cover his eyes, wanting to know what was happening. Then everything turned black. Should have known it would go messily the first time. He heard a voice. Then he felt a careful placed hand on his shoulder. Harry, he blinked and saw Tom in front of him. Yeah, I'm good, he said, not sounding very convincing. What is this? Harry said, looking around the school, but it looked older. It's my memory. I made a way for us to look at memories together, mostly so you could show me Dumbledore's dumb moments. So, why did you send me the memory? Harry asked. The receiver has to do the spell to suck both of us into the memory. Thought it would be easier for you. Oh, thank you. You're welcome, Tom smiled, but the smile vanished quickly, turning into the usual pure blood mask. Come, we should go there. He pointed at a corridor, and Harry saw 16-year-old Tom standing there. They followed him up to the second-floor girls' lavatory. Harry swore he heard 16-year-old Tom say, It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Don't worry, this won't do anything bad. You're just helping the snake. His heart ached for the orphan boy who had been forced to become this monster-like person, to get some kind of respect from his peers. Looking at the older Tom, he saw the man looking at the memory with a sad look. Harry knew Tom regretted ever doing this, but he didn't know how much he really regretted it till now. Tom finally entered the lavatory and opened the chambers, asking for stairs because there is no way he was going to slide down there. This is where everything started, Tom, the older actual Tom said. Well, I suppose it started when I asked Slughorn about Horcruxes. Harry watched as Tom called for the basilisk, watched as he talked to the beast like it was the most precious thing he had ever seen. He even watched as Tom practically manipulated the animal to only scare humans for now. No killing yet. The snake agreed, so Tom let her out. I can't even blame her. Tom said next to him, I mean, the basilisk really tried. She petrified some people, but never killed anyone. They followed Tom around. Harry noticed he carefully manipulated the whole Slytherin house. You would have been an amazing politician. That's why I decided to go into politics now. Tom answered, It's the one thing I've always been good in. Even Dumbledore knew. He would sometimes tell me that I would be the youngest minister of magic. You're a little old for that now, Harry said jokingly, and Tom chuckled. That might be true, but my persona isn't. Oh, lying about our age now, huh? Harry asked, and Tom just smirked. They didn't follow Tom around for a lot longer. Instead, Tom whispered something in Latin, and they skipped some time. I didn't think you would have been interested in watching my 16-year-old self's day-to-day life for a month. Maybe I was interested, Harry shot back, and Tom raised an eyebrow. Well, if you want to watch my whole life, just tell me. I have all the memories. You would let me do that? No, I don't think so. Not all of it. Tom said. Most parts, though. Harry nodded, accepting that answer. Then Tom pointed out past him again, and they went back to following younger Tom around the castle. Younger Tom looked at the scene in front of him. Wait! Watch out! He hissed to the big snake, who almost directly looked into the crying girl's eyes. The snake turned around and hissed something. Harry couldn't quite hear what the snake said back. Then the snake turned around again, accidentally looking at the girl, who was staring at the snake with big eyes, full of fear. The girl dropped on the ground, and the snake turned to Tom, probably to apologize or to tell him that she didn't mean to kill any humans. But Tom had ran to the girl, and so the snake decided to return to the chamber instead. Tom was looking at the girl on the ground with panic, then seemed to whisper something like, "This is your chance." He put the diary down and started chanting. Halfway, the chant he fell to his knees, doubling over in pain. A grayish glow came out of him, slowly going into the diary. After that, he dropped on the ground, allowing himself to rest for a bit, before grabbing the diary and walking away, going back to his dorms without anyone seeing him. Her death, really, it was unexpected, Tom said from where he was standing, looking at his memory. That must have been hard. It was the first one was the hardest. When you make Horcrux, it's almost like they take your emotions. When I had my full soul, I always thought that me not being able to feel love because my parents was a weakness. However, when I started making Horcruxes, I started seeing all emotions as weaknesses. Me not feeling love, sadness, happiness, it was suddenly my strength. All I felt was such extreme anger. How about now? My emotions, they're there. Tom said, not quite like before, but you know I have them. I mean, you can feel them. I think you really helped me with that. Feeling your emotions, it was like showing me it's not a weakness. He looked at the memory once again. He felt older Tom's eyes on him. Do you want to dash? Tom cleared his throat. Harry knew this must be hard for him. Harry was practically forcing him to relive all these moments. Do you want to go to the last part of this memory? Harry looked at Tom, at his carefully made mask, and then nodded, deciding that while he wanted to see everything, he also wanted Tom to be able to leave these memories as quickly as possible. Tom started chanting again, and after a few seconds, they were standing in the headmaster's office. A man sat at the desk. Headmaster Dippet, Tom said. Harry was once again reminded of how long ago it had been, the time that Tom was a student in Hogwarts. There was a knock on the door, and Dippet looked up. Enter. There, young Tom Riddle walked in. Not a trace of the sadness and fear from the past memory in his eyes. He had his hands folded behind his back, proudly showing his prefect badge. "Ah, Riddle," the headmaster said, and Tom smiled sweetly at him. Harry understood why young Tom had every teacher wrapped around his finger. "You wanted to see me, headmaster?" Harry could see through Tom's mask. Months of practice and literally feeling the other's emotions did that to a person. He could tell that young Tom felt more nervous than before. He was afraid that he had been caught. "Sit down," Dippet said. "I've just read the letter you sent me." Older Tom sighed. "I really should have thought this out before I released a basilisk into the school. Maybe you shouldn't have let the basilisk free anyways." Tom made an agreeing noise. "Oh," young Tom answered, sitting down. He gripped his hands together tightly. "My dear boy," Dippet said, "I cannot possibly let you stay at the school over summer. Surely you want to go home?" "No, I'd much rather stay at Hogwarts than go back to that." "That dash," Tom protested, but Dippet held his hand up, silencing Tom. "You live in a Muggle orphanage over summer, I believe?" Dippet asked, sounding almost genuinely curious. "Yes, sir," Tom said. "You are Muggle-born?" "Half-blood, sir," Tom corrected. "Muggle father, which mother?" "And are both your parent dash?" "My mother died right after giving birth, sir," Tom answered before Dippet could finish his question. "They told me at the orphanage that she died right after giving me a name. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Tom after my father, Marvolo after my grandfather." Dippet sighed. "The thing is, Tom," he looked at the boy, eyes full of sympathy. "Special arrangements might have been made for you, but in the current circumstances." "You mean all the attacks, sir?" Tom asked. "Precisely," Dippet answered. "Tom, you must see how foolish it would be of me to allow you to stay in this school when the term ends with all these attacks. particularly with the recent tragedy. The death of that poor girl. You will be safer at your orphanage. As a matter of fact, the Ministry of Magic is even talking about closing the school. We are no nearer locating the well source of all this unpleasantness. Tom hesitated for a moment before asking, Sir, if the person was caught, if it all stopped dash. What do you mean? Dippet asked, sitting up on his chair. Tom, my boy, do you mean you know something about these attacks? No, of course not, sir. Tom answered quickly. Dippet looked disappointed for a second. You may go, Tom. Tom stood up gracefully and walked out of the office. Harry, an older memory Tom, followed him. They went down the spiraling staircase, ending up in the dark corridor where the gargoyle, the entrance to the headmaster's office, was. Riddle stopped there, biting his lip, seeming to be in thought. Then, out of nowhere, he started walking again, passing no one until they reached the entrance hall. There, a man with long auburn hair and a beard stopped Tom. Dumbledore? Harry asked. Tom next to him nodded. What are you doing? Wandering around this late, Tom? I had to see the headmaster, sir. Tom replied. Older Tom muttered. He really never did trust me. Honestly, I wouldn't either. Harry said. Tom shot him a glare, before deciding that it was honestly fair to not trust him. Well, hurry off to bed, Dumbledore said. Best not to wander these corridors. Since, well, he sighed, bade Tom good night, and strode away. Tom waited until he was out of sight. Tom then went to the dungeons, the exact place where Harry's potion classes were. There, Tom hid in the shadow, seemingly waiting for someone. They waited for a while, but then Harry heard a familiar whisper. Small, gotta get ya out of here. Come on now. In the box, Tom took that as a signal. He jumped around the corner of the classroom. Evening, Rubius. He shut the door behind him, luckily giving older Tom and Harry enough time to pass through. What you doing down here, Tom? Tom smirked, stepping closer to Hagrid. It's all over, he said. I'm gonna have to turn you in, Rubius. They're talking about closing Hogwarts if the attacks don't stop. What do ya dash? I don't think you're gonna kill anyone, but monsters don't make good pets. I suppose you just let it out for exercise, and then dash. It never killed no one. Hagrid shouted. Tom took a step back. Then he smirked and backed the large boy against the other side of the room. Come on, Rubius, Tom said, sweet voice. The dead girl's parents will be here tomorrow. The least Hogwarts can do is make sure the thing that killed her won't ever kill anyone again. I'll even try to not get you expelled if you cooperate. It wasn't him. Hagrid roared. His voice echoed through the room. He wouldn't kill anyone, ever. Stand aside, Tom commanded, grabbing his wand. He shot a wordless spell at the crate behind the boy, opening it. Out of it came a huge spider. Harry looked at it with a mix of fascination and fear. He didn't necessarily think spiders were creepy, but he didn't really like them. Hagrid, however, did seem to really like them. He shouted no, real hard, and then everything around them paused. After this, I told everyone it was Hagrid. I didn't even try to stop them from expelling him. When the girl's parents came to the school, I got the badge and a lot of thank yous. No one ever figured out I was the one to kill her, Tom said. Except Dumbledore, he was always suspicious. That was Dash. A lot. Tom finished, yeah, I know. I killed my parents a few weeks later, and after that I just stopped caring, I suppose. I can still kill without feeling guilty, though this first kill just feels different. Sorry for making you relive that. Harry said, if I didn't want to join you, I wouldn't have, don't worry. Though, you do owe me now. You have to show me some memories of the Founders. I think I can do that much. It's the least I can do, really. Harry agreed. You were a really fucked up teenager. I know, Tom grimaced. My childhood does that to you. I had to be like this, or I would have been eaten alive by all the other Slytherins. They were worse back then, and the first few years they thought I was a Muggle-born. That was until they heard my parcel tongue. I got my respect from magical power and connections I made. Makes it more impressive that you are now one of the most heard of wizards. Everyone knows about you, respects you on some level. Even if it's just respect to how powerful you are, how scared everyone is of you. That's still respect. Yeah, well, Tom shrugged. He didn't know how to take compliments. I wish I could just tell teenage me to not make Horcruxes, to just go into politics. It would have been better. At least you're immortal now. As long as I'm here, Tom nodded. One positive thing came out of my fucked up childhood, I suppose. He smiled, and Harry felt like he wasn't talking about immortality. So, Harry nodded. He wouldn't even know what his life would have been like if Tom immediately got into politics. He probably wouldn't have even existed. His mom and dad might have not even been together then. Even if he had been born, he would probably be the perfect Potter's son, a Gryffindor, befriending all the Weasleys, even Ron and Ginny. He would probably look up to Dumbledore. The thought was sickening. Luckily, Tom then said, "Well, I should probably send you back to the present. Get out of this memory," which pulled him out of his train of thought. Harry nodded. "Yeah, thank you for trusting me." Tom gave him a smile, and then suddenly he was sitting in his room again. He sighed, looking at the diary. Tom had never told him about being able to do anything like what they did today through the diary. So what else could the diary do? Harry told himself that he would figure it out soon, with or without Tom's help. Now, however, he should try to find his friends. Not that a lot of time had passed. Turns out that they had only been in the memory for 5 minutes, but it was a lot longer in the memory. But Harry needed some distraction from thinking about everything he had just seen, and his friends were a good distraction, if nothing else. So he got up and told Ebony he would come back later today, and that yes, he could have a rat once Harry returned. Then he started searching for his friends. Chapter in notes. I hope this chapter was worth the wait. Chamber of Secrets. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. This chapter is short because I literally had no time to write the past week, so I quickly wrote 2K words in an hour. I half fell asleep while doing so because I had a very tiring day. Anyways, here's a chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry looked at the small engravement of a snake on the tap. This was it. He remembered it quite well. Open, he hissed, watching the sinks slowly open into a hole. Stairs. The hole changed into one big staircase, and just like that, Harry took his first step down the stairs. It would be the first time he saw the Chamber of Secrets since he returned to this time. The way down was a long one. The Chamber of Secrets was below the lowest parts of the dungeons, below the old prison cells, below the Slytherin common room. Salazar didn't want anyone to find his chamber if they tried just digging it up. Entering the way to the actual chamber door was weird. The place was dirty, full of snake shed and other things like bones. People really don't know what cleaning is. Harry muttered to himself, cringing at the sound it made when he took his first step. He hurried through the cave, hoping that the chamber itself was in an okay shape. Better than this at least. It didn't take long. After walking for 5 minutes, he stood in front of the big vault door, decorated with snakes, each one having the function of opening up another part of the chamber. "Open, please." The snakes hissed, suddenly moving, slithering past each other. It almost took a full minute before the door opened up, revealing the long path leading to the entrance hall of the Chamber of Secrets. It was decorated differently, with water beside the path, snakes every so many meters, carved into the top of waterfalls. Then when he looked at the front of the hall, he saw the worst statue ever made. He knew people said there was a statue of Sal in the chamber, but if this was what they meant, well, he was disappointed. It just didn't look right. It didn't do the man justice. Besides, the features were all messed up. The nose was smaller, eyes slightly bigger, and well, everything was just not quite right. "I am so destroying that," Harry said in disgust, making Ebony pop his head out of Harry's pocket. "Destroy what?" "The ugly statue." Ebony seemed disinterested then, curling up in his enlarged pocket again. Behind Sal's statue was a wall made to be shaped like a snake's head, the mouth slightly open. "Speak to me, Slytherin. Greatest of the Hogwarts Four," Harry muttered, knowing that the magic would hear you, no matter how loud you speak. He still thought it was stupid that Sal decided that was the best option for a password, since literally anyone could guess it. Of course, he would never tell the man this to his face. The snake's mouth opened further, the tongue flicking out once, before showing an empty hallway. The trick was actually getting up there. There were multiple spells, and there was also a possibility of parkour. Harry decided that spells were the easier option. He tried to imagine himself already standing there, but since operating didn't really work here, this wouldn't either. Instead, he slowly floated himself into the mouth. Everything after that seemed scarily familiar, and Harry knew that the chance that all Sal's heirs found this place was small, close to zero even. He didn't even know how much Tom actually knew about the chambers. At the end of the hallway was the first real room, a sitting room. It wasn't anything special. Nothing here was besides the library full of parcel script books, the brewing room, and the dueling room. There was also a bedroom, to make sure Sal could hide in here for a while if he ever needed to, which he luckily never did, in the time Harry was with them at least. The bedroom seemed like it hadn't been used in the past century, which was probably true. The whole place was full of dust, and Harry knew that if he ever wanted to use this for anything, he would have to clean the whole place. The next place he checked was the small office. This was probably the room that changed the most. There were new magical items everywhere. Some were really dark magics. Others were lighter magics. It didn't matter. Harry knew that the room was full of all kinds of mixed magics, which wasn't healthy for anyone's magical core. The library, like expected, was really interesting. There were thousands of books written in Parseltongue. Harry almost regretted telling his friends that he would be done by dinner, that he would join them then. If he hadn't done that, he would have sat down and started reading until he fell asleep and woke up panicking because he slept through his alarm tomorrow. But he couldn't just leave without at least taking a quick look, right? No one could do that. It's like you've been given the gifts of your dreams, yet you still find the wrapping paper more interesting. Master, when are we going to see the other hatchling? Ebony asked, and Harry laughed. He would never get over Ebony calling a literal basilisk a hatchling. Soon, Harry replied before walking towards the shelves full of books. It seemed like the library never ended, an infinitive amount of books. He let himself walk around, careful not to touch any cursed books. He did grab some old diaries, though, looking for interesting ones he could read. He didn't actually know a lot about this place, this family from the time in between the founders and his time. All he knew were stories from either Sirius and Remus or Tom. He also found one interesting book on charms. It seemed to be a book explaining simple charms, but also how to use these charms to make something bigger. Most of it required parcel magic, so the fact that the book was written in parcel script makes sense. It took 42 minutes before Harry forced himself to leave, knowing that he wouldn't if he stayed any longer. Also, Ebony's complaining had gotten quite annoying, and Harry knew he really should try to find the basilisk, talk to it. He felt Ebony move in his pocket, knowing the snake probably felt the basilisk's energy. Calm down, Harry hissed. He opened the door to the basilisk's place. Salazar made a whole living area for the beast. The basilisk was laying there, looking every bit scary that she should look. "Hello! It's been a while since a speaker decided to visit me," the snake said. "The last one was kind of rude." Harry snorted, knowing that Tom was the last one. "I am sorry it took so long. I have only recently found the time to visit you." "I do not blame you, speaker," the huge snake hissed. "I will not blame you or hurt you, as long as you allow me my freedom." "Freedom? It's easy you allow me to get out of here," the snake said. "I hate getting locked up here for years. There's no space, no actual food, there's not much of anything really." The snake was right, of course. The room was pretty empty. It was made to be a very small forest, but compared to the size of the snake, well, it just wasn't the right size. It needed to at least be twice as big. "I will think about it. We'll come back when you know the answer. I have no reason to talk," the snake hissed, sounding quite angry. "You can let the other snake stay here. I can feel his disappointment of having to leave. I won't hurt him." Harry nodded, knowing Ebony would want to spend more time with the basilisk. Basilisks were kind of his personal heroes. The basilisk then put her head down again, an obvious sigh of, "This conversation is over." Harry accepted this, putting Ebony down, telling him that he knows where to find him, what he needed. Then he left. He left all his findings of the day behind, joining his classmates during dinner, like he promised. "I spent hours in that library," Tom wrote back, after Harry sent him a long, enthusiastic message about the library in the Chamber of Secrets. "It has a lot of useful information if you know where to look." Harry had started writing to Tom the moment he returned, knowing he had a bit more time before he had to get to dinner. "I found some fun books about people in our bloodline, people who are distant relatives, old diaries, etc. Sounds interesting. I think it would be. I know how it starts and how it is in the present. Everything in between is the hard part, though." "So you found books just to learn more?" "It's an interesting bloodline. I mean, the whole Parseltongue thing alone is interesting. Don't even get me started about all the other weird things." "Oh, I'm not going to explain it. You'll just have to come to the Chamber of Secrets to read it yourself sometimes." "Fine. How is the basilisk, by the way?" "Kind of annoying. She told me that she wants freedom. Only then she'll have some sort of respect for me." "But giving her freedom would mean?" "Yes, letting her go on a murderous rampage again." When I told her maybe she told me to get away until I know if I would give her what she wants or not. I don't remember her being like that. Maybe because she wasn't. Maybe you gave her her first taste of freedom in the total beginning. Could be. I don't think anyone before me was stupid enough to let the basilisk free. That is fair enough, to be honest. Anyways, just try to talk to her about not killing humans. If she's only killing animals, you could just let her go into the forbidden forest for a bit. It's forbidden for a reason. That's actually not a bad idea. Not all my ideas are bad. I would argue most are pretty good. Of course they are. I have one more question, actually. What is it? The statue, who is that? He looks like Salazar a lot, doesn't he? Tom's reply came, that's because that boy there is his son. That's why they look like each other. It's pretty obvious. Oh yeah, I saw that he just looked wrong. He didn't look like Sal, a lot of subtle differences. This makes so much more sense right now. There's a diary of Salazar's son somewhere in the library. You should read it. I think you would find it interesting. I'll try to find it. After all of that, Harry allowed himself to not do anything for the rest of the day. His classmates quickly picked up on his relaxing state because they were looking at him suspiciously. The thing is, Harry always had something to do. He doesn't just relax. But Harry ignored all of them. Instead, just quietly ate, sometimes talked to someone in his friend group, and after dinner, he joined them at the library, playing around with small orbs of magic, while also helping out his classmates. You know you've been friends with Harry for too long when a random magic orb flying by doesn't distract you anymore. Tracy said, looking at the small, misty orb in Harry's hand. Harry tapped his finger on it once, turning it yellow. Well, it's good that I'm not distracting you, he said, looking down at Tracy's not even halfway finished homework. Tracy rolled her eyes. Okay, so it is a little distracting. I got better at ignoring it though. I suppose you did. I'm glad you did, because I love doing this, Harry said, looking at the orb floating just a few inches above his hand. I mean, it's fun and comforting. Also, it gives me something to do. Tracy nodded. She knew Harry did it mostly to kill some time, but also for distractions from the unhealthy amount of planning he has to do. Today, however, he was doing it purely because he wanted to. There was no stress involved or whatever. Today was a good day. Chapter and notes. Friday is my new posting day, purely to prevent the stress I got on Wednesday with my long school day and shit like that. Smiley face. The diary. Chapter summary. Harry lost an important item, but then found another important item, so in the end it works out. Chapter notes. Other half of last week's chapter. Smiley face. This one's a bit longer though. Okay, no, scrap that. Harry should have known there were no things such as good days. Harry had returned to his dorm later than usually that day, which I mean there was nothing wrong with that. However, when he tried to find his diary, he found nothing. There was nothing in his pockets. He knew none of the Slytherins would have done this, not wanting to risk getting Harry in a murderous mood. So there was really only one person who cared enough about annoying him to do something like this. And that made it even worse. The thought that Hope managed to steal something from him without him noticing was, well, kind of impressive, honestly. Especially because Harry hadn't seen Hope. He wasn't worried about Hope figuring out he talked to Tom. The spells on the diary made it look like a normal diary, full of parcel script. If she tries to write something in it, she would get a small shock. The shocks would get worse every time she tries to write. Because Tom was that dramatic. Right now, Harry was kind of glad. Harry wrote a quick letter to Tom, sneaking out to get it to Hedwig. Then he decided that he would try to get the vanishing cabinet from the Arwar tomorrow. So the next time, not that he thought anyone would ever be able to steal anything from him again. He would have a way to go to Tom's house when something like this happens instead. After he did all of that, he let himself sleep, hoping Tom wouldn't be too angry. He didn't want the man to do something stupid in his rage. Everybody noticed something was up with Harry the next day, mostly because of his quick answers and the fact that he showed no interest in anything. He also spent the whole day looking around the Gryffindor table, trying to spot his diary. God fucking damn it, Harry muttered, when once again he saw nothing at the Gryffindor table. Okay, Pansy sighed. What is up with you today? It doesn't matter. It sure as hell does matter. Harry, you've been acting like a fucking child all day. Now, you better tell us what's going on, Dash. Or you what? Harry asked. What exactly will you do? Pansy shook her head. You're acting like Draco, she said under her breath, so only Blaise and Harry could hear it. Blaise snorted. Harry glared at both of them. Someone stole my diary. Harry muttered and Pansy's eyes widened. The diary? Yes, of course, Harry said. I wouldn't give a shit if it was a literal diary. Like, sure, read all about my life you want. No one will believe you anyways. This could be bad, Pansy said, and Harry nodded. I think it's Hope, but I wouldn't know. How? I didn't see her all day yesterday. We'll help you get it back, Pansy said, and Harry nodded. Thank you. There's one positive. If it actually is Hope who stole it, there's no way she could break through all the protective spells. So no secrets? Pansy asked, sounding relieved. I think the only thing she'll see is Beowulf translated in parcel script. Harry said, I'm not sure though, Voldy made the protective spells. Pansy snorted. I hope she tries to translate it. That'd be a pain in the arse. Harry agreed. It really would be funny if Hope managed to translate it. Pansy, somehow, managed to lift his spirit with this conversation, and Harry was more bearable to be around for the rest of the day. That, however, didn't mean that the Slytherin stopped being careful around the boy. And it also didn't stop Sirius from inviting Harry, because he knew something was up with his son, to have dinner with him and Remus. And Harry should have expected it, because the man is a lot more observant than he pretends he is, especially when it comes to Harry and Remus. So Harry joined them at dinner. How was your day? Sirius asked, and Harry sighed. No easing into the conversation. So he shrugged. Kinda shit. It took Sirius exactly 2 seconds to mask his surprise, probably because he expected Harry to lie. Don't look so surprised, we all know the reason for all of this, he motioned at the food, is because you noticed something was wrong with me. Shilu sighed. I'm worried. Puppe. And that's okay, but don't be surprised that I figured this out, really. You never bother with things like this, and I'm glad because no matter how much I love you guys, the feasts in the Great Hall are more fun. He has a point, Pads, Remus said. So will you tell us what's up? It's the diary. Well, I think Hope stole it, Harry said. The immediate panic on both Remus and Sirius' face caused Harry to continue. I mean, it's okay. She won't figure anything out. There's hundreds of protection spells on that thing. Tom is careful like that. Thank Merlin he is, Sirius muttered, ignoring Harry's look at him, using the word Merlin instead of God. The problem is, Harry said, I don't actually have any proof Hope stole it. I didn't even see her. You didn't see her? Don't you have the diary with you at all times? Remus asked, and Harry nodded. That's why this whole situation is so strange. I saw no Gryffindors when I was with my year yesterday. So, you're not actually sure Hope stole it? Who else would? I mean, no one has any reason to, and any smart person fears me enough to know that stealing my stuff is not a great idea. Can't you just summon it? Remus asked then, and Harry sighed. No, the protection spells don't allow it. Tom didn't want someone to just be able to summon it. Smart, and kind of annoying. Well, I am sure Hope stole it, Sirius said. I mean, it makes sense. Well, I am also almost sure, but that doesn't mean anything, Harry said, and Sirius shook his head. No, I mean, James, he had an invisibility cloak. It's one of the Potter heirlooms. So, I wouldn't have seen Hope, Harry realized, because she was literally invisible. That doesn't change anything, though. Remus said, how do we get it back? Boys can't enter the girl dorms, and I'm sure she has it hidden in there somewhere. I happen to have some amazing friends. Harry smirked, and after that they changed the topic, leaving the problem for later. No fucking way, Daphne said. I'm not sneaking into the Gryffindor room. How would we even do that without people noticing? There's 2 ways, Harry said. Both are equally annoying. Oh boy, here we go. Daphne sighed. So first way is Polyjuice Potion, easy to get. Tommy Boy still has some, I think. Harry said, though it's kinda gross. What's the second way? Pansy asked, because honestly, she was down to sneak into the Gryffindor common room anyways. Invisibility Potion, lot harder to get, but it will be less gross. Harry said, I'm okay with a Polyjuice Potion. Pansy said, okay, so I was thinking we could just stun Granger and Ginny Weasley. Both are close enough to Hope to not make it suspicious for them to be in her dorms. Daphne sighed. Fine, but I'm Granger. I refuse to turn into little Weasley. Their families have some old fight going on, Pansy explained, and Harry nodded. I'm okay with being Weasley, though. I owe you guys, Harry said, and Daphne was quick to say, yes, you do. Why choose me anyways? Why not Tracy? Or Millicent? Tracy was going to be my third choice, but she wouldn't be able to stop Pansy once she starts spying on Gryffindors for the gossip. I think if I asked Millicent, she'd end up cursing all the Gryffindors. Can't even argue with that. Daphne said, and Pansy exclaimed, I will be getting all the Gryffindor gossip. You cannot stop me. Harry snorted. Yeah, whatever. I will tell you guys once I got the polyjuice. Okay. I will be mentally preparing myself. Daphne said, and Harry rolled his eyes. Who knew Slytherins would be the most dramatic out of all the houses? When Daphne and Pansy left his room, Harry looked at the window to see Hedwig sitting there. He opened it, letting the owl in. Hedwig dropped a letter before flying, probably to the Ollery. Harry stared at the letter for a while. Would Tom be mad? Disappointed, maybe? Fucking hell, Harry muttered, grabbing the letter, then sitting down on his bed. He carefully opened it. At the sight of Tom's handwriting, he missed the diary more than he had the entirety of the day. It had only been one day, it felt like forever already. Dear Harry, I am glad that you not answering to me isn't because I pissed you off. I've been trying to figure out what I did to anger you. Only then your letter came. We should have expected someone to steal something that you obviously use a lot, especially when it looks like a diary. I mean, who doesn't want to know more about the prodigy? Even through writing, the man managed to sound sarcastic. That honestly should be a talent. Try to get the diary back. If you can't for any reason, tell me. I will try to make a new one, a better protected one. Maybe I should just bind it to you, making it appear close to you, when there's a certain distance between you and the diary. That would be a fun magical challenge. For now, though, we'll have to go back to talking through letters. If you need anything to get the diary back, please tell me. Tom. Harry sighed out in relief. No anger from the Tom, at least as far as he could tell, since the link was currently shut on Tom's side. He grabbed paper and started writing a letter back, asking the man for polyjuice potion. The sooner he got the diary back, the better. Does anyone want to come search the room of requirement for me? I need to get something from there. Harry asked, to no one in particular. It was loud enough to be heard through the entire common room. Not a lot of people decided to help, but in the end they were with a group of 5. Good enough to search the big room. Blaise, Terence, Flint, and surprisingly Iris decided to join. Harry didn't actually know the girl, except for the few conversations he had with her during his lessons last year. I am searching for a vanishing cabinet, Harry explained while walking to the room of requirement. Okay, that's not what I was expecting, Terence said. Why would you even need that? You do know you need 2 of those to make it work, Black? Flynn asked, and Harry smirked. Yeah, but I already have the other one. I just hope that this is the right one. I also hope Tom picked up the other one from Grimald's place, like I asked him to. Tom? Iris asked, and Harry looked at Terence, raising an eyebrow. The boy nodded slightly. It's, well, the Dark Lord. Ah, you call him Tom? Iris asked, and Harry was glad that Terence knew the girl enough to know she was a supporter of the dark side. We're equals. Equals, he says. Flint said, let's just say Harry here is the only person the Dark Lord would call a friend. You actually talked to the Dark Lord? Iris asked. That's amazing. Honestly, everyone needs someone to just be open to, even the Dark Lord. Harry looked at the girl. She was different than Harry expected her to be. She had very soft features. Her brown, fluffy hair fell till her lower back, and she had gray, almost purplish eyes. They were quite noticeable due to her very pale skin. You're a vampire, Harry stated, not even asking first. The girl laughed. Kind of. I mean, our coven stopped actually drinking blood a while ago. We survive mostly on blood replacement pills. Over time, we've just well, let's just say there's no way any normal vampire would still think of us as vampires. Yet you still follow the Dark Lord. He accepted us. Iris shrugged. Even tried to get other covens to follow our lead. Managed to convince some of them. Most of them weren't a fan, though. He helps us make sure we don't run out of pills. He's a good man. Better than the light side anyways. Any of them would have just said we were like any other vampire, blood-sucking monsters. But you managed to get into Hogwarts? Also thanks to Voldemort, he's been playing around with magic so that we will get the invite letter. It's all ancient magic. Dumbledore won't question it if it invites us to come to Hogwarts. How didn't I know this? Harry asked quietly, and Iris then started explaining that in his insanity the Dark Lord had gotten worse at doing this, though it didn't stop the vampires from supporting their lord, trusting that one day he would start acting like he used to. Thanks to you, he is normal enough again. Now we're patiently waiting for him to come visit us. I will ask him to do so. Harry smiled, and the girl seemed surprised. It would be amazing. No wonder Black has everyone wrapped around his finger. Flint said. He can promise us anything, and we know he'll actually do it. Harry laughed. Whatever. When they finally arrived at the ROR, Harry started pacing in front of it, thinking about a room full of lost things. When the door appeared, they quickly entered. Inside were towers made out of random stuff. From lost wands to stuffed animals to magical artifacts. Literally anything anyone has ever lost in Hogwarts was right here. This is going to be annoying, Blaise muttered, looking at all the piles. Harry nodded. Yes, sorry. However, a cabinet should be easy enough to spot, since it's a lot bigger than most of the stuff here. So we split up? Iris asked, and Harry nodded. Yeah, that'll be the fastest way to do this. Turns out the room was bigger than it first looked like, and it took about 40 minutes until Terrence shouted, I think I got it. Harry walked towards the voice. It was kind of hard to find anyone in this room. In the end, it was worth it because Terrence was standing there next to a cabinet. A cabinet identical to the one he bought a few weeks ago. Is this the right one? Blaise asked, and Harry nodded. It looks exactly the same. That should be it then, right? Iris asked, and Harry nodded. I think it's broken, be careful. I don't know what magic like this could do to people who touch it. Okay, so no touching. Then how do we take it with us? Terrence asked, and Harry smirked, waving his hand to shrink the cabinet, then waving it once again to let it float behind them. I think that's safe. Harry said. Where do we put it? Iris asked then. Harry realized she probably didn't know he had claimed the room that was once created by the Dark Lord. My room, Harry said. Tommy's old room. Big enough for this thing. Don't question the nicknames he has for the Dark Lord. Terrence said to the girl, it's easier to just let him say stuff like that, keeps you saner. I would like to say that I am the person who actually managed to make the Dark Lord sane once again. So you saying that I make people insane is really quite painful. Harry said, I mean, where's the credit? Honestly, it's a wonder the Dark Lord didn't go insane again after all that time he spoke to you. Harry glared at Terrence, who just smiled back. Then he sighed. He isn't sane, never has been. He's just saner. He then admitted, Saner is sane enough for the Dark Lord. Iris said, and Harry nodded. Agreed. I mean, insane Tommy Boy got mad at me for calling him Voldy. That was just unacceptable. That earned him a couple of laughs from the group, though they silenced when they came across corridors with more people, not wanting anyone to know what they were actually talking about. Harry also cast a disillusionment spell on the cabinet to make sure no one would see it. They hurried down to the Slytherin dorms and only relaxed started talking again when they were inside. Found what you were looking for? Adrian asked, being the first to notice the group enter, and Harry nodded. Can we know what it is? Not yet. Harry said, for no reason really. It wouldn't change anything if anyone knew he had a vanishing cabinet. He had to put protection spells on it first, though, make sure no one would accidentally enter it and get killed by Tom. That'd be awkward. Or even worse, someone would enter it before he fixed the thing. He didn't know what happened to people who entered a broken vanishing cabinet, but he didn't really want to find out. Not now anyways. Keep this a secret for now? Blaise asked, just loud enough for the group to hear. Harry nodded. He was glad Blaise asked, so he wouldn't have to awkwardly tell everyone to keep their mouths shut at least for the next couple of days. Then they just kind of stood there, the whole common room, looking at them with curiosity. Flint saved them from any more awkwardness by saying, Black, I expect you to be in the library at 8 tonight alone. We need to put the new team together now that the trials are over. I captain, Harry said, and that made everyone who went to the tryouts start talking about the chance of being in the team, almost entirely forgetting about the thing Harry just bought into the common room. This is it for part 2. Spam blue hearts for part 3.